So Faraway Lucas, we're back once again.
I have no idea what you mean, and there was never any break, Karl.
Yeah, like what mortgage payments?
Really glad you're back, Schmidt.
What are you talking about? What contract dispute?
To a lot of people, Jon Bernthal's take on everybody's favourite Marvel disciplinarian, the Punisher, is the definitive take on the character. A side effect of Bernthal's sheer intensity while portraying the Punisher, though, is that a lot of the other performances on the show often went overlooked. Like the time one guy screamed so convincingly, everybody really thought that Bernthal was tearing his face off, including Bernthal. And I really hope I'm pronouncing Jon Bernthal's name correctly there, because I said it a lot.
I have always gone with Bernthal as well, so I'm going to say that we're correct and just hope to dear God that we are.
There were takes of that intro, though, where I call him Bernthal, and is that like a Berenstein Bears type thing?
I did wonder what you were doing. I was pretty sure it's Bernthal, but yeah.
How's it going, everybody? I'm Jon Bernthal, this is Bam Slam the dog, and these are my 10 essentials.
But Lucas, would you agree that Jon Bernthal's take on the disciplinarian is like the definitive portrayal of the character?
I mean, definitely in terms of live action, at very least. Like, it's really just the role that kind of seemingly is made for him, because he plays just like that straight deadpan psychopath character so well.
Yeah, you're not a big fan of like Ivan Drago's performance then? What's the actor's name again? Fuck's sake.
What the fuck you call 125 murders in 5 years? Huh?
Work in progress.
Everyone always forgets Dolph Lundgren played the Punisher in an 80s movie that nobody remembers.
Yeah, I've seen clips of it looking around for funny Punisher clips for like videos and stuff, but I've never watched it. I didn't think Tom Jane was too bad, but he also wasn't too good either.
I think Tom Jane played the Punisher better in the Punisher video game, because they had that Punisher video game that's actually surprisingly good, and he reprised his role for that. And his voiceovers are like really, really good. Like his performance in the video game.
Bon appetit, boys.
Is better than his performance in the film, because the film is too cartoonish.
You are one dumb son of a bitch. Bring a knife to a gunfight.
Also, the bit where like Tom Jane Punisher puts like C4 under all of the cars in like John Travolta's house, and he makes the skull logo. It's like, come on, you're not Batman in like the Dark Knight Rises.
No, and it's one of those of like, you know, in terms of like the skull, for example, I get why in like the MCU they went for like the slightly less full skull than they did, where it looks more like just spray painted on with a stencil. But it's like, it falls in that middle ground of like, if they'd gone 10% further, I would have loved it.
Please don't kill me!
Bet he was a little short.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too grounded. They could have, like, elevated it just a tad. The same can be said of the Ray Stevenson version. I know a lot of people like how gritty and violent that is, but that does have some great Punisher moments, like where there's like a bunch of like Rastafarian capoeira gangsters, and he just shoots one with a rocket launcher, and it's like he gets him mid front flip.
Oh my
god!
God!
Shoots him with a rocket launcher. But bring it back to Jon Bernthal Punisher, he took the role very, very seriously and spent a not insignificant amount of time just figuring out the kind of headspace a guy in the Punisher situation would be in, and he came to the conclusion that he would be fueled by nothing but rage, and he would fucking hate crime.
Just it's a lot of you know, isolation and sort of not having too much fun. I think, you know, he lives in a world of darkness, so I think my job is to kind of embrace that.
That sounds terrible.
If there's many things that like the Punisher dislikes, it's probably crime.
Yeah, he hates crime like so much, you guys. And one of the things that Bernthal did is like not just the physical portrayal, because everyone agrees that his physical portrayal is really good. He looks exactly like the character does from the comic books. Like, you know, the fight scene's awesome. We'll get to those in a moment. But he spent a lot of time just figuring out what would the psyche of a man like Frank Castle be. And he's like, well, he's got nothing left. Like, there's literally nothing left for him. He just would not care.
And it's moments where you see that in the beginning of season 2, especially, where he's like, you know, depression beard Punisher instead, which that beard is a godly beard and he should have kept it. But other than that, like, when they're just talking to him and there's no soul left in his face at all.
Yeah, you better stay out of my way. That hammer's gonna find a new home up your ass. Do you understand?
And the only thing that rouses him from just the stupor that he's in is the potential to just kill criminals. Like the moment, like he gets like his ears prick up because he hears that crimes are happening, and he's like, "It's time, punishment."
Hey, look, it's the gift. Tonight just gets better and better.
And I think there's one more portrayal we've not given props to, because we talked about Thomas Jane, there's a live action movie, there's the video game, but there's also the unofficial bootleg universe. Have you seen Dirty Laundry? Which is like the unofficial bootleg universe of like Marvel, where Thomas Jane reprised his role as the Punisher. It's just a 15-minute short where it's him just doing his laundry.
No, I've never heard of this.
It's just the Punisher doing his laundry, and then, like, you know, a crime happens outside. And the action's pretty good. Like, he beats a guy to death with a Jack Daniels bottle, which is pretty sick.
We got a motherfucking problem up in here!
But then he has this great line where he just, like, the guy's lying on the floor, his legs and arms are broken. He's like, do you know what the difference is between justice and punishment? And then he just pours Jack Daniels on him and lights a lighter and just hands it to one of his victims.
You know the difference between justice and punishment.
What?
Oh,
And just that line.
God.
Do you know the difference between justice and punishment?
Yeah, that's a great line, and I think it sums up the character so well of, like, you know, all the different times where you see heroes try to talk to him, and he's like, I don't give a shit about justice. The reason I'm here is because justice failed.
Yeah.
I'm here to just fuck shit up.
And that's like where you have the great conversation he and Daredevil have, where Daredevil's trying to argue, look, there's another way. It's like, well, when you beat people up, they're out back on the streets in, like, you know, 2 days because a vigilante beat them up and they can't be arrested. When I encounter a criminal, they don't commit crimes anymore, and it's really hard to argue against that because it's like, he's right, they don't commit crime anymore.
You call me the Punisher, ain't that right? The big bad Punisher. Here I am! You want to
remove the witness?
I am the Punisher!
That's the thing, isn't it? Of, like, I understand where Punisher's coming from his horrible viewpoint, and I don't agree with it, but it's hard to argue. He does stop crime.
Yeah, and there is, like in the comics, there's a great arc. It's a few years ago now where the Hand, I think, bring the Punisher's wife back. And the Punisher is talking to his wife. He's like, look at everything I've done to avenge your deaths. And his wife is horrified. And she's like, this is not what we want. Please stop. And the comics go into the fact, like, Frank Castle, like, he was born like Francis Castiglione. Like, he's Italian-American. He changed his name to Frank Castle to re-enlist in the army because he loves killing people that much.
God. And it reminds me of, it's very similar with Kingpin. Whenever he does manage to, like, reunite with Vanessa and bring her back from different multiverse or whatever it ever is, she's always just like, dear God, you're a monster. Why would you ever try to do all this to just save me? Yeah,
it's like, you're doing this for yourself. It's similar to, like, you know, Breaking Bad, isn't it? Where, like, Bryan Cranston, Walter White's like, I'm doing this for my family. And then when he talks to his family about it, like, we don't want this, please stop. No, I'm doing it for my family. Your family doesn't want you to do it. Okay, I'm doing it for me.
It all turns out to always have been for him and his ego and his pride. Yeah.
And this is something the Punisher himself acknowledges in a couple of comic arcs. Like, there's one where it's like just after the apocalypse, like a one-shot, where he's just roaming the earth, killing the last remnants of humanity. And he always says, like, I save one bullet for myself. Because I know that once my, like, you know, one-man, like, war on crime is done, I'll just blow my own brains out and be reunited with my wife. Or I'll go to hell and keep killing the criminals. Can you imagine that? You get killed by the Punisher, you arrive in hell, and you're like, oh, well, you know, hell sucks a lot, but I'm not going to have, like, someone just, like, floss my balls with razor wire. It's actually pretty great. Like, you sat there getting, like, the pitchforks in your ass. You're like, this is actually pretty relaxing compared to what the Punisher did. And then the gates of hell open and the Punisher kicks his way in. Oh, no!
What the
face! Ooh, ooh, okay, the face! Oh, that actually feels good after the crotch.
And kind of, I think a better way to view it is rather than his wife and family's death being an excuse to get back into punishing, it's more that him having a family was an excuse to take a break from it for a while.
And that's something that gets mentioned in that bootleg universe where you hear, like, when Thomas Jane's buying the Jack Daniels, he's like, you know, I've been sober for a few months now. He's not talking about drinking, he's talking about killing people.
Right.
That's his drug of choice. But anyway, bringing it back to John Bernthal Punisher, he took his physical training just as seriously as he took getting into the mind space of the Punisher. And he worked with, like, martial artists and choreographers to develop the Punisher's signature, painfully, brutally pragmatic fighting style. The basis of which is John Bernthal's own boxing skills. And something you'll notice if you watch the Punisher fight scenes is that the Punisher doesn't dispatch his enemies with the brutal efficiency you'd expect of a seasoned Special Forces operative. He makes them suffer, which is kind of the point. He's the Punisher.
What are you doing there?
What?
Yeah, one fight scene that I always remember quite well is the one in the gym, the weights gym, and he's just beating people to death with like giant plate weights.
Yeah, and
it's like, realistically, Punisher doesn't need to kill people that way. He can just use guns if he wanted to.
Also, you'll notice that he'll land like a clean hit with like a barbell or something, and after the person's down, he delivers the coup de grace.
Mm-hmm.
Because, as he always says, when I hit them, they stay the fuck down. And something John Bernthal was insistent upon when helping choreograph the fight scenes, that the Punisher would take advantage of the fact that he just does not care. He is fueled entirely by rage and adrenaline, and he will willingly allow himself to be hit to put himself into a more advantageous position. And something you'll notice in that gym fight scene you mentioned, Lucas, and I'll put the clip in to show what I mean here, is when he gets kicked, he'll use the momentum from the kick to put some more force into a punch on somebody else. Or he'll take a hit so the person drops their guard. So he can deliver, an even more painful hit to them that puts them down instantly.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out to just the, entire team that work on those fights, because the fight scenes in both, Punisher and Daredevil on those Netflix shows were just fantastic.
And I remember reading an interview with, the people who choreographed those fight scenes, where they were, speaking about what their goal was. And they said, well, our goal is to showcase what somebody who has the skills of the Punisher, who doesn't have to worry about the rules of engagement, would be able to do to an average untrained person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an average untrained person who the Punisher wants to suffer.
Yeah, usually they're just guys with guns for hire or something like that. It's not necessarily trained martial artists that he's usually taking down. Yeah, and it reminds me a little bit of Kingsman, where for the fight scene during the church, where you get Colin Firth absolutely kicking the fuck out of all the Westboro Baptist Church stand-ins. Yeah.
The choreographer for that was they talk about James Bond movies. They say James Bond is the greatest spy who's ever lived. He is a living weapon with a license to kill. And the best thing you see him do is hyah, hyah, or a lazy haymaker, or a kick, or he'll just shoot someone. They never really deliver on showing us what the best trained spy in the world can actually do. So for this fight scene, we want to showcase what someone with decades of training and the lethal efficiency of a fictional super spy would be able to do if they just stopped giving a fuck. And that's what that fight scene's supposed to showcase. Someone with these skills who's not trying to safeguard human life. They're trying to dispatch as many people as possible as quickly as they can.
Yeah, I think like the Daniel Craig ones are the only times they've really attempted to show like how dangerous Bond could actually be, like in Skyfall, where he just like is fighting to defend his home.
Yeah, and he's just putting
his like family house.
He's putting like landmines under the floor and stuff like that.
Yeah, just making traps out of everything he can fucking find.
And it's like, what would it be like to try and break into the house of a paranoid super spy? Oh, just everybody dies.
Yeah.
Welcome to Scotland.
And speaking of putting someone down in the most brutal manner possible, let's talk about the fight scene at the end of Punisher Season 1, where he confronts Billy Russo, played by one Ben Barnes. And do you remember what the Punisher does to Billy Russo? And for context here, Billy Russo is partially responsible for the Punisher's family being killed.
And he's just generally set up as a horrible,
He's a bit of a
person.
prick as well, yeah.
Yeah, and just it's burned into my memory watching him like scrape his face down a broken mirror.
But before that, Lucas, he just beats the ever-loving fuck out of him. And one of the things about the fight scene that is like so satisfying is that you see Russo just have his confidence sapped away when he thinks, I might be able to beat the Punisher a little bit. And then just as he like, oh, I'm not going to beat the Punisher. Oh no. Oh no. What's he doing with that mirror? No.
A lot of the time people joke because in Season 2, Russo's character is like so ashamed of the scars on his face, and it's like he takes the mask off and he doesn't look that bad, but I can imagine the psychological damage that fight would do to you as a person.
Yes, it is really funny though, like you say. Like, we'll put the clip in. This is what happens to Billy Russo. This is what he looks like in Season 2.
What? This is some Edward Scissorhands shit right here.
The makeup could have been better. And I just said, yeah, it's more psychological damage, and that's something they explore in the second season. It's just the fact that like they're acting like the very handsome actor Ben Barnes is this horrific monster when he's just got like 3 scars here.
Yeah, I think he literally keeps referring to himself as like this monster under the veil. And it's like he takes the mask off eventually. It's like, oh.
It's like a bit of plastic surgery to sort that right out, mate. What, you're not getting any money from your mercenary days?
Like, you're still one of the most handsome people on this screen right now.
But, like, you know, when they were choreographing that fight scene, there was a very real fear that they couldn't realise the shot of the Punisher just dragging Russo's face down that broken mirror. Because how are you going to do that without hurting the actor? Because even dragging somebody's face down just a mirror that's not broken could really hurt if you did it roughly. Like, imagine like having your face like scraped against glass like that. Like, oh.
Like the spirit. It burns.
And even, you know, if you're using potentially like some kind of stunt glass, like sugar glass or something, that could still potentially like really damage a person if you were pressing and scraping it across their face.
You could also, like, you know, get it into your eye or something like that. And it's worth noting that when they were filming that fight scene, Bernthal got really into it and he accidentally punched Ben Barnes no less than 3 times. And Ben Barnes talked about how scary it is. Like, you know, he'd be talking to John, like he'd be having a coffee, talking about the thing, then he'd go into like Punisher mode and he'd drop his face and just run at him and he'd shit himself. Because as you would, right?
Yeah.
And they eventually came up with a solution in the form of a mask that they put across the half of Barnes' face that was going to be scraped down the glass. And then 3 stunt mirrors. So they could do 3 takes, and that was it.
Right, okay.
And they told Barnes, if it starts to hurt, scream and shout stop. The problem is that the scene called for him to scream and beg for the pain to stop. You can probably see where this is going, right?
Yeah, this is why you're meant to have safety words that are like, you know, wouldn't be used within the context of what you're doing.
But the problem is like, would he be able to even think of the safety word if he was in that much pain? And the story goes that on the first take that they did, like, Ben Barnes let out such a horrifying, blood-curdling scream. The one you see in the take that made it onto the show. And just a director from off-screen, cut. And, like, Ben's like, is everything okay? What's wrong? It's like, are you okay? He's like, yeah. And everybody was looking at him. Like, are you sure you're okay? He's like, yeah. Did something go wrong? It's like, we thought you were dying. And while Barnes was just stood there dumbfounded, Bernthal walked over and said, and I quote, "How you thought I was supposed to know the difference between that scream and the scream of actual horror and death."
Shit hell.
What? Like, you know, fair play to that guy for pulling off a performance so convincing everybody actually thought his face was being ripped off.
That's the thing, right? It's like, it's everybody's responsibility on set the moment they think he's dying to immediately cut, but damn.
And it gives us, Lucas, an opportunity to talk about one of my favourite things in media, and that is scream acting. But before we talk about scream acting, why are we talking about The Punisher specifically? Because myself and you have another project, yes, on which The Punisher has been mentioned.
We have an old, new, old project, because it's hard to know how to distinguish it between... It was originally on the Fact Fiend channel.
No, it was originally on a podcast, Lucas. That's no longer around.
True.
And then it was on the Fact Fiend channel. Then it was its own channel called Wiki Weekends. And now Wiki Weekends also has a podcast. So it's all very circular, very meta. But me and you have a separate channel called Wiki Weekends. This video exists as a vehicle to promote that channel. Go click on subscribe to that channel. There's a Punisher episode you can go watch right now.
And that's the weird thing, is because we transitioned from doing Wiki Weekends in one format with just you on camera on the green screen and stuff on Fat Fiend, like a Fat Fiend video, and then we transitioned it over to a new channel where we, you know, changed up the format a little bit, but it's ostensibly the same but a bit longer. And it's really hard to remember whether we did a Punisher video on the Fat Fiend for Wiki Weekends on the Wiki Weekends channel.
I think we did, but you know what? There's a lot to talk about when it comes to the disciplinarian. So if you are a fan of, like, you know, the Fact Fiend format and mine and Lucas's dynamic, you can see, I think, in excess of 100 episodes of Wiki Weekends exist right now, yes?
That sounds right. We do 2 episodes every weekend, 1 episode each, and then we also have a podcast in the middle of the week where we both bring a topic to the table, and we've been going for just over a year now, so that would imply that there's, like 150 videos to go watch.
Yes, and in that year, I think we've done quite well for, like, you know, an idea we thought was kind of fun. It's like, what, 25,000 subs now? And I think when we get to 50,000, I've got to buy you, like, a giant Slowpoke plush or something, right? Didn't I make that bet when I was drunk, like, a year ago?
That's the thing, it's like, I just a few months back tweeted out, like, oh my god, they've got a life-size plush of Psyduck, and then you're like, oh yeah, you know what, if we get to 50k, I'll buy that for you. I didn't prompt this.
Yeah, so you know what, go subscribe to the Wiki Weekends channel, and if we get to 50,000, just expect to see a giant Psyduck plush in the background of Lucas's videos, and just nothing in the background of mine, because I've had to clear up my bank account to buy said giant Psyduck plush. But, you know, Lucas, to end on, do you have any favourite examples of, similar to Ben Barnes, just scream acting?
When you were talking about scream acting, for me, the first thing that came to my brain was just anime screams.
Of course, yes, and I think every time I mention scream acting, anime gets mentioned. So, Lucas, any favourite anime scream acting moments?
I mean, like, as much as I want to say the classic Dragon Ball Z answer, where they scream for like 20 minutes for filler, I just think I have to give a shout out to, like, multiple characters in Attack on Titan, which I know you've been watching, of like the scream acting when they're just like throwing their bodies into annihilation is like, holy crap. And I think you will have seen it at this point, but the I think both in dub and sub, to be fair, it's great performances from the actors, where the commander is basically telling everyone to attack the Beast Titan on horseback.
The suicide mission.
My soldiers push forward! My soldiers scream out! My soldiers rage!
Yeah, and it's like, that might be one of, like, the hardest things I've ever heard. Like, just...
Because they managed to mix so many emotions in it, and that's why I think scream acting is something that deserves to be highlighted, because it sounds like, well, just yell real loud, right? But there's different kinds of screams. There's screams of terror. There's screams of anger.
I will not let you destroy my world!
There's screams of anguish.
You can't keep getting away with it!
There's multiple combinations of emotions that can be portrayed in a scream, and it's very difficult to convincingly. It's like crying, right? Like they give like actresses like awards every year for just like not wearing makeup and crying in a movie.
Oh, this has been such an incredible year. I can't believe this.
You don't get Oscars for screaming real loud and real angrily, but it's just as difficult a performance. It's just as raw and visceral an emotion you have to channel within yourself.
Yeah, it's very hard to like make a scream that doesn't just sound like you're pretending to scream, right?
Yeah. Again, to convincingly portray the emotion that you're asked to portray, like we mentioned, the Punisher, John Bernthal has a great rage scream.
Yeah.
Like just that one of just pure guttural, bestial anger. Like this primal just energy within himself when he's just so fucking pissed, and he's using it basically as like super armor.
I'll dance with you.
And I think it's at the end of season 2 where there's like that commanding officer who's just like beating him in the chair, and then that person just gives him the injection of adrenaline.
Oh god.
And he just gets like the adrenaline scream, and he just stands up and like breaks the chair and just like in just absolute just animalistic rage just beats the living fuck out of that guy.
Yeah, nobody should ever give Frank Castle adrenaline.
You've just made him so much more effective. It's like you've just given him so much super armor. He's going to get you. But yeah, if anyone else has any favourite examples of scream acting, let us know in the comments. We'll be back again next week. I'm not sure how often these videos will be uploaded, but Fact Fiend's back in this limited format until I get bored again. Cheers, everybody. See you all next time.
Yeah.
Lovely audience at home as well, I suppose. Who is your favourite actor to have portrayed the character of Lex Luthor?
I don't really know, because I guess just Clancy Brown.
That's the right answer.
You gonna wash your hands? No, because I'm evil.
In DC comic canon, Lex Luthor is a megalomaniacal hyper-genius with enough money to buy the Northern Hemisphere.
Do you know how much power I'd have to give up to be president?
A self-admitted egomaniac, Lex Luthor is so obsessed with his self-image in several incarnations he has built a specialised custom war suit designed to beat up Superman that leaves his face exposed, purely so that people know that it is him beating up the Man of Steel.
I also like to think that it's calling Superman's bluff of just putting a massive target of you could kill me at any point, but if you do, everyone's going to see it happen.
Everyone's going to see it, and everyone's going to know that he killed me. For me, Lex Luthor's war suit, we're talking about Lex Luthor's war suit today. It's like the Eva helmet in Halo 3, where it'd be so easy to headshot, right?
Yeah.
He's so bald. It reminds me of back in the day I'd play Gears of War, bot matches with a friend of mine, and he hated the character Min. And Min is the guy who's bald, and he hated him so much because the bot Min would always run across the entire map to come up and beat him up. So I remember once seeing him go against 4 bot Mins with a sniper rifle, and all he did was snipe Min. He's so easy to snipe because he's so bald. But every now and again, one of the Min army would get through and chainsaw. It's like, no, Min!
And especially in Gears of War, because those Unreal games at the time were so, like, shiny.
Yeah, like, his head, it was a battle tactic.
Yeah.
You're blind. It's like, don't you like Krillin in Dragon Ball, where he's like, just does like the solar flow, his really shiny head.
That's bright.
Like, Min could do that to It's a surprise that he got killed by General Ram. Why did he not do a solar flare? Min, what are you doing?
That is a good point, actually. Most characters that solar flare in Dragon Ball are bald.
It's like, it is like part of the bald army. Like, there's a group chat in the Dragon Ball universe, and it's all the bald bros, and Goku's not allowed in.
And that's the thing, Goku steals the technique, obviously, but most of the characters that do that technique are bald.
Yeah, including Cell, who has no hair. But before that, Lucas, if anyone is watching this video on the day that it goes live, the 31st of January 2025, like, if you're watching within a few hours and you go check the pinned comment below this video, I will be streaming in celebration of my birthday, because my birthday is in, like, it's 2 days after that, but I'm busy on my birthday, but I'll be streaming on the Friday, celebrating my birthday, and if you'd like to come say hello, happy birthday, or anything like that, or would like to do some Fact Fiend Q&A, I will be there having a few drinks with Lucas. You're turning up, right?
Yeah, I've got work early in the morning the next day, so I'll stick around for as long as I can.
Yeah, but like, if you are watching this within a couple hours of its release, like, that's the thing you go check out right now. Like, hey, future Karl, remember, put this bit in the edit early in the video, because otherwise it's going to be at the end and no fucker watches that, and you need to get as many people in as possible, because, yeah. Yeah, whatever, let's talk about Lex Luthor. So, due to the numerous retcons that DC Comics has undergone over the last, like, 85 years, Lex Luthor has been a character. Not everything we're about to talk about is entirely accurate, though I will admit that of all the characters in DC canon, Lex Luthor is usually the most consistent, because he's always consistently portrayed as a hyper genius who fucking hates Superman.
Say something!
I'll be watching you, Luthor.
Thing about DC rebooting and changing everything all of the time is that pretty much everything's going to be accurate at some point.
Eventually,
even if you just, like, throw darts at a wall, right?
Eventually you'll get it right. But in regards to Lex Luthor, his characterization is surprisingly consistent across all of the various reboots that the DC universe has had over the 85 years he has been a character. And one of the most consistent traits of Luthor of all is that he always builds a war suit to fight Superman, and that war suit always has his face exposed.
So even, like, the super early war suits, his head's always just been gleaming.
Yeah, like, it's right there. He's ready to do the solar flare at a moment's notice. And just to get across how stupid this is, Lex Luthor's war suits are the most high-tech shit ever. Like, they have so much bleeding edge technology in them because they're designed to help him fight Superman. So they need to make him strong enough to fight Superman and not die when he gets punched by Superman. And like, they say it is absolutely filled to the brim with everything one could need to survive an encounter with a being as strong as Superman. And one of the things that I like about his suit is that not only is it just like bristling with bleeding edge technology, it also has an instantaneous uplink with every one of Luthor's satellites in orbit, which he can use to call down a hammer of dawn at any given notice, or just crash the satellite into someone.
Like we obviously mentioned earlier why Lex Luthor has the head exposed in terms of fighting Superman, but when, like, Darkseid rocks up, do you think he just laughs and he's like, "You fool"?
Metropolis is, and always has been, under the protection of Lex Luthor, you son of a bitch!
He just goes, "You know what, calling the satellites?" What?
He-
Just satellites crashing. It's like...
He can target the Omega beams to the dome, Karl.
Yeah, he can, but like Lex Luthor just calls in a satellite and it crashes into that satellite's and asks what you're going to do. It reminds me of like when I was playing like that Star Wars Battlefront game years ago. I think I was playing the beta and it was on Hoth and I saw Darth Vader. And like, I'll be honest, Darth Vader's really easy to spot on Hoth, but something Darth Vader did in those games is like a regular blaster bolt, he just deflects it automatically. And I was like, oh, he's getting real close. And he was like, right, he was really far away. Then he got closer. And I took a few pot shots, and then Darth Vader spotted me. He's like walking towards me. I'm like, a couple more pot shots. All right, he's getting pretty close now. Oh god, he's gonna get me. And then, out of nowhere, a fucking TIE fighter crashed into him, driven by a guy called, like, Weed Smoker 420. And just he took out Darth Vader.
We've defeated Vader.
And then in my head, that's what it's like. And like the villain is approaching Lex Luthor, and he just like does like 14 satellites just crash into him 2 seconds later.
Just right in the back of the head. They'll never expect it.
Like no one does, right? And it's like the worst bit is, you know, like right on the other side of the world, someone was watching like Netflix. Or like Lexflix, I suppose, in that universe. It just goes down. Because Lex Luthor called in the satellite to crash into Darkseid or some shit.
I mean, that would be a great pop-up message, though, wouldn't it? If you're like, oh, you're just halfway through a movie and you're streaming it and it comes up like, sorry, you know, your service has been cancelled temporarily because we had to call in an airstrike on Darkseid.
No, what happens is another satellite comes down and films it and streams it in HD so everyone is subscribed. So everyone can see Lex Luthor save the day, because that's the reason why Lex Luthor has his face exposed. And this is so common knowledge that even other villains have commented on it. For example, he encounters Deathstroke, who comments on the fact that this is like $1 billion war crime suit that you're wearing, and you leave your face exposed. Are you that much of an egomaniac that you would risk your life just so that people know it's you in there, even though it has your company's branding on it?
And then he just points to the giant L-shaped building with his name on the outside.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Lucas,
yes.
You think I'm joking, Lucas? Look, like, Deathstroke literally has a gun pointed at Luthor's head when he says this.
So, obviously, his head is exposed, but is there some kind of, like, invisible force field tech shit going on?
You've got it in one, Lucas. There is, like, invisible force field tech built into his suit that is so strong it can protect him from a blow from someone like Superman. And his head isn't exposed, but he deliberately does not put a helmet onto the war crime suit so that people can see him. And when he gets asked about this, sometimes Luthor's like, no, I do it so that I have full tactical awareness of the battlefield. So I don't want it blocking my peripheral vision, which makes no sense because the suit also has AI in it that allows the suit to like pilot itself autonomously. Also, it's linked to every Lex satellite and like piece of technology in his surrounding areas, which feeds all the information directly into his brain anyway. So he doesn't need to do that, but that's his excuse.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to do it, Karl, because that way, no matter where the news camera is, they can see that it's Lex in that outfit.
Well, you're going to spot him a mile off, right? It's like, do you know in The Simpsons where like Homer gets the pink shirt and it shows like the crowd of like people walking into the power plant and you can just spot Homer a million because he's wearing the pink. That's what Luthor's doing. It's like, okay, we're looking at this like huge battle scene. Okay, where's... Oh, there's the head. You just see the ting, you see the shine. That's Lex Luthor.
Are you telling me that Lex Luthor is peacocking mid-battle?
He is, right? He's bright green. He's bright green. It's his own company's colour scheme. That reminds me a little bit of it's Sam Jackson. Like, do you know, like that battle in Star Wars? I forget which one, but it's in the prequels where it's like
Attack of the Clones.
Like the battle in the arena where like 50,000 Jedi turn up.
Mm-hmm.
Like the reason why like Mace Windu has a purple lightsaber is because Sam Jackson watched that scene and went, George, like, this looks like shit. I can't see where I am. And keep in mind, like Mace Windu was like the one black Jedi, and he still couldn't spot where he was on the thing. He's like, can you give me like maybe a purple lightsaber? And George Lucas like, well, lightsabers aren't purple. And Samuel L. Jackson responded like, but you can change that, right? And George Lucas must have just suddenly got drunk on power at that moment. Went, actually, yeah, I can change that. Fuck it. Come back in a week. And like when he came back in a week, like according to Sam Jackson, George Lucas told him like, yeah, the fanboys are already really mad about this one.
Good guys are green and blue. Bad guys are red. That's just the way it works.
No purple lights?
You might get purple.
But your character has a purple lightsaber, and someone's like, yeah, let's go.
And when I came back to do reshoots, he said, I'm going to show you something. It's already causing a shitstorm online. Yeah. And he had the purple lightsaber, and I was like, yeah. Oh,
yeah, and I was just quickly double-checking, but I am right in saying that they've recently just like re-released or remastered or whatever that Game that I love that I know is awful, but on PS1, Jedi Power Battles.
Okay, not Masters of Terrascasi then.
No. The one that's slightly better than that and a bit more fun, but like
Lucas,
still not great.
Lucas, turning your TV off and putting your controller down is more fun than Masters of Terrascasi. That game fucking sucks.
And look, Jedi Power Battles, I'm under no illusion that it's probably a bad game, but I had a lot of fun with it as a kid. But it does, in fact, feature Mace Windu with the blue lightsaber because they hadn't made the change yet.
Thing is, for a while that would have been canon, so there had to be like a comic somewhere to explain why I had a blue lightsaber in that game. But
there's like toys and stuff with him, and I think there is like an actual comic explanation of, well, here's when Mace Windu got his purple lightsaber.
Yeah, and like they bullshit an explanation for why his lightsaber's purple, because like, oh, Mace Windu fights using the dark side, but he harnesses it without letting it control him, so that's why his lightsaber is purple, because purple is made from blue and red. It's like, oh god, can't you just admit that it's cool? That's why he's there.
Lightsabers are green or lightsabers are red. I'm like, yeah, but I want a purple one. You know? I'm like the second baddest Jedi in the universe next to Yoda. Let me think about it.
And speaking of coloured lightsabers, I'll never forgive Star Wars and George Lucas for missing the most obvious fucking layup that he himself put there of Anakin holding a blue lightsaber and a red lightsaber. You know, both sides, the light side and the dark side, using them to kill. It's like he kills Christopher Lee with them, right? And then having him drop the red lightsabers. Yeah. Have him keep the red one. He was right there.
And it would have been really cool if the first red lightsaber he got was like using the Count Dooku and using like the fencing style.
Well, have him carry both and then drop the blue one after a while, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, maybe when he goes in dual wielding and the younglings are like, please, Master Anakin, he just drops the blue one and just fences all the younglings to death.
But getting back to Lex Luthor, as mentioned, his war suit does not have like any sort of helmet on it, even though his face is technically protected by, you know, like bleeding edge experimental force feed technology that he designed with his own genius. But the reason why he doesn't wear the helmet is exactly as Deathstroke says. He needs people to know that it's him wearing the suit. It's like, it's not an employee, it's not a robot. It's not someone wearing a suit designed by him. It is him, Lex Luthor, wearing a suit of his own design, created with his own genius, kicking the fuck out of Superman.
Feel that, Kent. Real muscle. Not the gift of alien biochemistry, the product of hard work.
As far as I'm aware, like, Lex Luthor basically sees himself as the Earth's greatest hero, right? And wants to prove that point that Superman isn't what humanity needs, it's him. So I do get that, like, yeah, that he doesn't want it to just be like, oh, well, that was clearly just a fucking robot.
Yeah, and he hates that Superman is seen as, like, the saviour of humanity. He's like, no, it should, like, humanity should save itself. And who better than to lead humanity into its new golden age than the smartest man on Earth? And I'm so smart that I can develop technology that makes me rival Superman in his strength. And this is not because I'm like, you know, I'm an alien with bullshit like powers to absorb the sun. I'm a regular man, and this suit is powered by only my own genius. And using that, I'm going to beat the fuck out of Man of Steel.
That's the thing, right, is that he wants humanity to be able to rely on humanity, not aliens.
And that's one of the things that he builds to prove it, of like, we don't need Superman to save us. So, but Superman's super strong and can fly. It's like, hey, I can build every single person on Earth one of these fucking suits. I can build an entire army of people wearing these suits. We have an army of Supermen.
I could make the whole world be able to, like, you know, leap mountains and shit like this, or fly around, or...
Yeah, he's Syndrome.
Yeah, he is, but the fact that he chooses not to do it is so Lex, right?
Yeah, that's the thing about it. He could, but he chooses not to, and there's like... his ego is really his only weakness. Besides the fact he's like just a regular person. If Superman wanted to, he could fly into his office and chop his head off, but he won't.
Yeah.
Why limit myself to just one city? A being with your abilities could be very useful to me on a, shall we say, global scale.
And there's numerous comics where Lex Luthor has been basically just baited into saving the day purely because Superman dares him that he can't. For example, there's like a guy dying of cancer in one comic. It might be another hero, but the thing is that this guy is dying. And Lex Luthor's there like, what are you going to do, Superman? And Superman's like, I can't help him. And Lex Luthor's like really lording over Superman of like, ask for my help. And Superman sees right things. Actually, no, I'm not going to ask for your help because you can't do it, can you? And listen, no, I can. It's like, no, you can't. That's why you're stalling. If you could save his life, you'd have done it, but you're not. You're going to wait for him to die and then claim that he could have done it. He's like, no, get out of my way. And he goes in and saves the dude.
All the things you said you would have done to benefit humanity if I hadn't been in your way, now's the time to prove it. Lex, I know there's good in you.
Where, like, Lex develops the cure for cancer and then says, okay, let's figure out a way to dilute this, and rather than selling the cure, we'll sell it as a lifelong treatment, because that way we get money for people for the rest of their lives. It's like, oh, there's the dickhead billionaire coming in, right?
What is it, the cure for cancer?
Muscular dystrophy. I can cure every known case with a simple inoculation. Have Swan find a way to slow it to a crawl, turn it into a lifetime treatment program. Right now, it's a mere $300 billion windfall.
Yeah, there's a reason he's like a billionaire or a trillionaire in comics, right? And I do, want to just go back to the comic where he definitely just doesn't develop a cure for cancer and turns everyone into dinosaurs. I know that's not Lex.
It's not Lex, it's the dinosaur. It's like, that guy's great.
Lex.
And a game that I played recently, and I wouldn't recommend it, unless you get, like, for me, you got to play it for free, and it's Kill the Justice League, in which Lex Luthor appears. And, like, your codex in that game is written from the perspective of Lex Luthor. And it's actually really funny, because he does have some pretty good points. For example, he's talking about The Flash. And you can tell that Lex Luthor fucking hates superheroes when you're reading it. And it's like, The Flash, like, everyone thinks The Flash is great, but no one thinks about what happens if he trips and barrels through a school at Mach 3. I do, and I'm scared. And then you think to yourself, actually, yeah, what would happen if the Flash fell over and just barreled through like a residential area and killed 40 people?
Right? You have to imagine that like a built-in kind of like sub-power of the Flash's is that he's got the ability to have such good reflexes that he would never trip, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, what about if he did? No one's perfect all the time except for Lex Luthor. And like in regards to Batman, he's talking about Batman of like, you know what, I respect like Bruce Wayne, because in that universe, like people know Batman's Bruce Wayne. I respect his intelligence, but one thing I can't respect is the fact that he develops a technology for his cape that's bulletproof, that could save countless lives in the military, and use it to fly around beating up people. And it's like, Lex, that's a pretty good fucking point, right? Batman has this like $1 billion, like the way I always describe it is, Batman is wearing a $1 billion fursuit. And he uses it to beat up people. And Lex like gets him like right on the money of like, are you that traumatized that you can't use this literal world-changing technology to save millions of lives rather than the one person you save from a mugging?
And then he would presumably be upset if Batman gave the technology away rather than selling it, right?
Yeah. Like, and that's the thing about Lex Luthor. If Batman did do that, he'd still find a way to criticise him for doing it. Like, he'd criticise him for like not doing it sooner or something, because that's the way his character is. He's an arsehole. But when I was reading through the codex entries, which are more interesting than the game in some places, I did find myself going, Lex has got a good point here. What happens if the Flash falls over and kills someone? Who's responsible for that?
The Flash just has to phase as hard as possible and just hope that he phases through everything as he falls and trips, right?
The thing that sticks out in my mind is the specific wording of, what about if he barrels through a school at Mach 3?
Yeah.
And he's like, the fact that Lex is thinking about that, like, that's why I'm scared of him. That's why we need, like, we can't, why do these people, why are they celebrated and put on lunch boxes? They're terrifying.
That's the thing, right? Is that obviously superheroes do a lot of good, and it would be nice to have them, I guess, I think, but probably not, because, it probably would go more the way of the boys of people being selfish, but, like, yeah, it is just terrifying to live in a world where people have the ability to single-handedly destroy entire cities.
Yeah, and they just don't. And we have to just trust them to not do that because they're quote-unquote good. And spoilers in the Kill the Justice League game, the Justice League have gone rogue, or you think they've gone rogue, and they kill a lot of fucking people.
And actually, they're controlled by Brainiac, so it's not a problem. And actually, they're clones controlled by Brainiac, so it's even more not a problem.
I still think, because that game's never getting a proper ending because it got shit canned, but I still think the Justice League is going to have a PR nightmare on their hands. Even if you can say it was a clone of Superman, we've still got HD footage of that clone who looks exactly like him, lasering half of Metropolis to pieces.
That's the thing, you've probably got, what, thousands, hundreds of thousands of different recordings, as you say, in like HD or 4K or whatever.
Well, you know Lex Luthor got them all, right? Because Lex Luthor 100% was like filming every moment Superman was a villain, even if it was a clone. It was like, that shit's going to be on repeat on Lexflix all day.
Like, just lasering skyscrapers in half with his eyes, yeah.
It's great. But that's why I love Lex Luthor, because he's just such a shit. And he loves, I think he's evil. He's an egomaniac, but he loves it and he knows it. And you've got to respect that, right? You've got to respect him because he just knows.
But just like Doctor Doom, another, evil, maniacal ruler in green.
Yeah.
I respect the fact that he does it in a way that he feels like he's doing good.
It's the one thing that you kind of got to respect and appreciate about Lex Luthor. Like, even when he's acting like a dickhead, a lot of the time he is right. It's just the way he goes about accomplishing his goals is very cutthroat because he's ultimately a pragmatist. And for example, like the example with Batman, right? Of like Batman could save more people, and like if he ignores like the one person who needs help right now, but Batman can't ignore that person. Lex Luthor can. Lex Luthor can ignore like the single person who needs help right now because he sees the bigger picture. Like he doesn't mind like seeing people as like numbers on a spreadsheet if the ultimate goal is things will be better in the future. Whereas like the superheroes he criticizes, see like, well, what about the people you're going to step on to get there? Don't they need help?
And the thing with Lex is that if it was like Joker versus Lex and they were against one another and, constantly Joker's showing up and killing everyone, Lex would step on the Joker and kill him. Killing the Joker would ultimately save lives, and that's how Lex would see it, was Batman just keeps letting him get away with it.
Because like he doesn't want to cross that line. And there's numerous comics where they address that where Batman's like, well, I know that was something wrong with me, and if I ever cross that line, I'd never be able to go back. And it's like, okay, I can appreciate that Batman has the self-awareness to realise he's fucking insane. And he just hyper-focuses.
Could kill even more people if he actually intended to, yeah.
Well, that's like the joke about Red Hood, isn't it? Where Batman's like, if you kill a murderer, the number of murderers in the world stays the same. It's like, when Red Hood's like, okay, so kill 100, got it. It's like, wait, no, don't do that. That's why Red Hood has 2 guns. Twice as many. Let's go, baby. So you can't commit more crimes if you got no legs. Wait, what? That's a conversation for another day. Thank you for watching. We'll see you all next time. So Faraway Lucas, what is your favourite Captain America moment? And on its own, same question.
It can't be anything other than the moment where just the Mjolnir, like, into shield combo on Thanos.
The part of that I like the most is that the knee. Because we've already established that Thanos isn't hurt by a punch from the Hulk, but Cap threw that knee in for the fucking insult because he knelt in dog shit, right? In my head, that's what he did. He knelt in dog shit and he did it for the pure insult.
My favourite moment has got to be when he clangs the hammer off the shield to throw him off, and he's like, oh.
Yeah, because as well, like, Thanos has never had an ass beating like that before, right? So
he just stood up and was like, I thought this guy was meant to be just a human.
He's just a dude. Why is he throwing hands like this? Why am I on my knees right now? Why is this ass beating befalling me? It's like when Scarlet Witch gets him, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I think like the Russos have confirmed in that moment Thanos was like this close to being fucking dead.
Oh, he was dead, yeah.
Yeah, he like Scarlet Witch was about to rip him in fucking half. He didn't like just obliterate the battlefield. But anyway, let's talk about Captain America.
Avengers, assemble!
But in regards to Marvel comics and Marvel heroes, Lucas, I believe you've got something to promote, haven't you, my friend?
I do, for the people who were watching in the first couple of days this video came out, at very least, yes.
And that is Lucas?
Well, that would be over on January 20th, 2025, to lean into my birthday, which is the 21st. I will be celebrating by doing some Marvel Rivals Monday and, clicking over the clock to go past midnight into my birthday and doing some birthday shenanigans.
So to clarify, on January 20th, 2025, a few days after the video goes live, Lucas will be streaming Marvel Rivals. I'll also be there. I'll be joining in with the games. Fans at home, if you're a fan of this channel, you're a fan of myself and Lucas and the content we make, you can also join in, and details on how to do that will be there in the stream. Right, there to be confirmed. She'll still need to sort out how to do that. But you can find a link to the Wiki Weekends channel and the Wiki Weekends Discord down below, and presumably details will be found in there.
Yes, I will be posting details in there, probably on the day of just how to join in, but safe to say, all that needs to happen is that you go over to my Twitch channel, Legend of Kanto, while I'm live, and I can explain to you, how you're going to be able to join the party if you want to, and please just don't all auto-select DPS.
Yeah, unless you're really, really good and you want to carry Lucas to an easy win.
That is true. If you're one of those Spider-Men that can actually play Spider-Man, come and join in.
Yeah, otherwise we'll hopefully see you all there.
And I just want to clarify, we will be playing for fun. We're not getting sweaty. I'm not expecting people to be super skilled, so anyone of any skill level, come and just join in for some fun.
Yeah, the real purpose of the stream is to celebrate Lucas's birthday and promote his stream and Wiki Weekend as a whole. So that's the purpose of this video today, really. It's just to promote other work that myself and Lucas are involved with, which for this week is your streams. Hell yeah, let's go. Yay. As one of the oldest and most famous comic characters of all time, there's very few bits of Captain America's biography that people who give the faintest whiff of a shit about comics don't already know. However, there is one detail about his time in the comics I'm guessing some people don't know. The fact that, according to Marvel canon, Captain America has drawn Captain America comics. So, Faraway Lucas, what is your familiarity with Captain America as he exists in the world of Marvel Comics? Because we do run a sister channel called Wiki Weekends where we go through wiki entries, sometimes on comic characters, and I believe we have covered Captain America at some point, yes?
Yeah, I believe that was back in the Virgining days where we covered it on Fact Fiend as a Wiki Weekends side series, yeah.
Yeah, so what do you remember about Captain America's specific power set, or any of the sillier things that he's done as the literal perfect human, at least as far as Marvel is concerned?
I mean, essentially the phrasing that they use is that he's the peak in every single way possible of what humanity can be, but it's okay, sure, but that means that you're saying that humans can run at 50 miles an hour, and I don't think Usain Bolt can.
And the way I've heard it described is that Captain America is as close to superhuman as you can get without technically being superhuman. So in every single regard, he is as good as a human being can possibly be.
Which I call absolute bullshit on. I think he's just a superhuman.
And the way I think about it is, you mentioned Usain Bolt earlier, and Usain Bolt can run really, really fast. Oh no, Luke's has got...
There's a sausage invasion.
Oh god, no. Don't say sausage invasion without clarifying what you mean by sausage invasion.
Dog has invaded the recording session.
Okay, so Lucas owns 2 sausage dogs, and one of them has just walked into his recording booth. So here's a picture of Lucas's sausage, I guess. And in regards to his power set, I don't think it's that bullshit. It's just that you need to combine all the feats of various people who've lived into one person. Like, for example, the fastest person, Usain Bolt. If you combine as fast as Usain Bolt can run with a champion marathon runner, that's what Cap can do, right? He can run as fast as Usain Bolt can at his maximum speed for as long as a champion marathon runner can. Right? Likewise, he is as strong as the world's strongest man, but also as flexible and athletic as a world-class gymnast.
Final justice! Here comes! Fall in! Good level maximum! Ready for any fight.
Marvel have apparently said, MCU-wise at least, that Cap runs around 26 miles an hour sustainably, which is about the speed that Usain Bolt can run. But
sprints, yeah.
I wonder whether while you keep talking, I'm going to go check that on the Marvel wiki and see what the comic book version can reach peak speed wise.
Okay, yeah, because I guess in the comics he runs a bit faster than a human being is physically capable of, but maybe they're just operating under the assumption that people in the future will get faster, right? Because Captain America effectively took...
He's from the past, Karl.
But he effectively took experimental super steroids, right? If you gave Usain Bolt mega steroids and asked him to run as fast as he fucking could and then set a fucking Panther on him, how fast could he run? And then let's combine that and say that he can run at that speed for as long as a marathon runner can keep up their pace.
Okay, so I've done a check though, Karl, and while it says that in the comics he can run at a sustained 30 miles an hour, he was able to run a mile in just over a minute, which is close to 60 miles an hour.
But that's him hauling ass, right? Like I say, that's the equivalent of Usain Bolt sprinting, right? His jogging speed
Usain Bolt can't run 60 miles an hour.
No, but if you compare how fast Usain Bolt sprinting is to a marathon runner's pace, right? Just Captain America can run a marathon at the pace of the fastest sprinting speed for a person. That's how I see it.
I don't think that peak humans can ever reach 60 mph.
Well, that's it. It's not the peak. He's all peak humanity combined into one, right? That's how I see it.
Yeah, and it's one of those things of you've got to combine the fact that not only has he got peak speed like a Usain Bolt, for example, he also has the most amount of strength, the most amount of just every type of physique possible. So it's just, you combine all them together and it makes a bit more than what anyone could do.
It's like I said, right? Usain Bolt being the fastest man alive. He's not the strongest man, but if you combine Usain Bolt's sprinting speed with the strongest man, and then you took that and instead you put in a champion marathon runner in there and then a champion gymnast, and you combine them all into one person, you get Captain America.
I really didn't think it would come to this. Metal parts don't make a man. It's what's inside that counts.
But as we discussed in the Wiki Weekends episode on Cap, his powers don't just extend to his physicality, they also enhance his brain and his potential for things like learning. So not only is he as physically strong as it is possible for a human being to be, he can also absorb information at 10 times the speed an ordinary human could. He can, in one comic, his eyes work faster than a regular human's to the point where he can see faster than bullets, which is just, that's great, right?
Again, it's just elevated comic book stuff at that point,
He
right?
ages more slowly, he heals quicker, just effectively just everything is slightly better than it would be on an average person. And for the most part, I like the way the MCU have portrayed Captain America's his powers and his skills. And just one of my favourite examples is right at the start of Winter Soldier, where he's just running past Sam Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And he's hauling the most ass you've ever seen a man haul.
On your left.
Have you ever seen how they did that effect as well? Because it's actually really fun. It's really simple, but it works so well.
I haven't actually seen what they did. My first guess would be they do a clean plate, then a plate of Sam running, then a plate of Steve running, maybe speed Steve up or something.
No, it's all done in camera. And what they do is they have Chris Evans run past Anthony Mackie as he's going on your left, and then what they do is have him run out of frame, and then they have another guy a mile in the distance who looks like him sprinting. So Joe, when he pans across and you see him, he's all the way at the other end of the reflecting pool. That's they did it in camera.
Just clever stunt double work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like they did it in camera. I also like the detail of Anthony Mackie is dying on his ass, right? He's there like me after a jog. Like when I went back to the gym for the first time in January, he's there, and then Cap comes up and he's not even sweating. Because for him, that's his morning jog. His morning jog is a fucking marathon.
You just ran 13 miles in 30 minutes.
Guess I got a late start.
Really? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Because there's no sweat. He's not sweating because he's not exerted himself. That's a morning jog for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just a casual warm-up.
Yeah, and then not to mention when he's fighting average people, right? Where he's just fighting Hydra soldiers and he just kicks one and he just flies into the fucking engine of the Hydrocopter.
I mean, the kicks might have to be one of my favourite things in The Winter Soldier. Is just you talk about the opening of that movie when he's just on the boat and takes out those first few soldiers that are on the deck. He just kicks one just 30 foot across the boat, and it's like, oh, this is what Captain America would be like.
I'm pretty sure they've edited that out, because every time I look for that clip, it's harder and harder to find, because that makes Captain America like a fucking psychopath, because that dude who he kicks, who flies spine first into the side of a boat, and then falls off the edge into the water, he's fucking dead.
He's so dead.
He's the most dead anyone's ever been in one of those movies, right? I say, he's got less chance than the guy who falls into the fucking helicopter thing, the rotor blades, right?
He's got about as much chance as when Emil Blonsky took the Hulk's fall.
Yeah, but like, you know that guy's spine's just gone, right? I'm surprised his top half didn't fly off. And every time I look for that clip, it's harder and harder. I'm like, did Marvel edit this out? Because he makes Captain America... Like, he killed that. That dude's dead, right? There's no way he survived.
But, like, they're just faceless Hydra goons, so you don't care, right?
You don't care, but at the same time, when you have Cap later in the series talking about how, like... Do you know, like Vision? A fucking robot. They're talking about this robot, and it's like, one life shouldn't stand in the way of billions. And Cap's like, well, it should. What about that one Hydra dude?
I will correct myself. They're not actually Hydra, if I remember right. I think they're like French terrorists.
They're just goons, right? But it's like, you can say, oh, they're a terrorist. But this is Captain America, her man, who specifically fights with a defensive weapon because he doesn't believe that he should wield lethal force. Like, Cap, very specifically, opts not to fight with a gun. And he always fights to disarm people, except for when it's a nameless goon who needs to have his spine snapped in half.
We try to save as many people as we can. Sometimes it doesn't mean everybody.
The strength that Cap has and the weight of that shield, and I know it's like vibranium and absorbing impact and blah, blah, blah. That flying disc is cutting people in half.
It is, yeah. But like, and someone's probably going to say, well, that guy had a gun, right? But this is Captain America, and it's clearly established that he has the ability to disarm armed men on his own, even when he's outnumbered. Like, that's the whole point of like, the elevator fight scene, right? Of like, you have 5 dudes walking, like 15 dudes, I think. It's close to that, right?
Yeah.
And he beats them all, and he doesn't kill anyone. And he even gives them a chance. He even says, like, does anyone want to get off before I kick all your fucking asses? But apparently, random dude on boat who doesn't see him coming, no spine for you.
Before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
You have to question as well, are those guys on the deck like part of the actual terrorist plan, or are they just hired goons, right?
I think they're just hired goons. Also, as well, like, Captain America could have just punched him in the face and knocked him out, right? He didn't need to kick him into the water.
No, he did, Karl.
He did. It looks cool, but the more you think about it, the more it's like, yeah, he did just kill that dude. And Captain America wasn't, like, doing it to defend himself, because he was, like, he hit him when he wasn't looking.
That was a stealth attack.
It was a stealth attack. I guess
right
he did double damage, right? Fuck it.
Yeah, he did.
And I know someone out there's going to be like, yeah, but he was a terrorist. But it's the same thing that Captain America specifically opts to fight with a shield because he doesn't want to kill people. Like, he has so many speeches throughout the MCU about how life is precious and you should do everything you can to safeguard it, and that a single artificial robot life should not stand in the way of universal erasure. No. That's how much he cares about life.
I think what it is, Karl, is that he doesn't like the weapon getting the kills. He prefers to do it with his bare hands.
It's like later it's like the bit, is it in Civil War? Where, like, Bucky is just, like, hitting dudes with his robot arm, and Cap's like, come on, dude.
Buck, stop! You're gonna kill someone.
He's like, don't stop killing people, please.
Again, that makes no sense, where earlier in, like, the series, Captain America did exactly that to the random Hydra dude.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
So you can say, oh, but Cap doesn't want him to kill someone. It's like, well, is Bucky punching someone with, like, the battering ram any different to Captain... Can I say Bucky punching someone with his robot arm and the battering ram is the equivalent of Captain America kicking them?
That dude's got a hole in his chest.
Yeah, but at least that guy, he's only falling down 4 flights of stairs.
With a hole in his chest.
Yeah, but he's probably got more chance of surviving than the dude Cap. At least there's people around to help him, right? There's probably an ambulance out. So, we've harped on this long enough. Let's move back to Captain America drawing his own comics, because a power he had long before he was able to bench half a fucking ton is the ability to draw.
Okay, but how does this give him meta awareness?
Long before Captain America was Captain America, he always had an affinity for drawing, and throughout the comics, it's something that he's often shown doing in his spare time. In the MCU, there's a few scenes of him just doodling in a notebook. There's a deleted scene in the Avengers, I think, where Cap is just sat outside Stark Tower, just drawing. It's a nice little character moment. It's a shame they got rid of it because it's a Stan Lee cameo, I think, where some girl tries flirting with Captain America and Stan Lee's like, "Hey, bro, get laid."
Ask for her number, you moron.
Did Stan Lee get a cameo in Avengers?
I think that's the cameo he had, and it was cut. It's Cap just drawing in a cafe, and it's a great little moment.
I meant in theatrical release. Yeah, I was trying to think did he ever actually get one?
I don't think he does in that now. And like I said, his cameo was cut, and it's a great little moment of world building because while they're all sat outside the restaurant, the waitress asks Captain America, "Oh, you're waiting to see Iron Man?" Because apparently it's just a hobby of people in New York to hang around outside Stark Tower, hoping to catch a view of Iron Man flying home.
Iron Man. A lot of people eat here just to see him fly by.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's not got to be hard, right? You literally stood at his spawn.
Exactly. Yeah, you know where he's going to be. But
yeah,
it's Iron Man. It's great world building because Iron Man is now a celebrity in the Marvel universe, and people just hang around hoping to spot him, like paparazzi do outside of restaurants, looking for celebrities and stuff. But during that scene, you see Captain America drawing, and Stan Lee tells him to get laid, and they cut that scene out. But there's other scenes where he's seen drawing, he has a little notebook. And in the Marvel universe, when he's not being Captain America, occasionally Steve Rogers will lend his art skills to the police to do things like become a sketch artist. Which means that even when he's on his day off, he still uses his skills for justice.
Of course he does. He's a fucking dweeb, Karl.
He is a little bit, isn't he? That's why he's Captain America. That's what they establish in the film, right? He cares.
100%.
It's that great speech the dude has, right? Of oh, that guy's the perfect soldier. It's yeah, but he's an arsehole. And he's always known what it's like to be strong. So he's more likely to abuse that strength. Whereas Steve knows what it's like to be the little guy. Because he literally is the little guy. If you give him tremendous strength and all this authority and power, he'll wield it responsibly.
This is why you were chosen. Because a strong man who has known power all his life may lose respect for that power. But a weak man knows the value of strength and knows compassion.
Yeah.
He wields it for terrorism.
Not for terrorism, but he does kill a lot of people.
I would say that crashing a Hydra, whatever the fucking giant floating things were called, helicarriers or whatever, a Hydra helicarrier going through a skyscraper might be classed as an act of terrorism still.
I guess, yeah. If you think,
and then in Civil War, he goes against the Accords, so he's definitely a terrorist in that one.
If you think about it, Captain America was inadvertently responsible for a plane crashing into a skyscraper, which I'm pretty sure Americans don't like. There's a whole thing about Americans specifically not liking that happening. So he did do that, yeah. And he does help out a war criminal, right? He helps out the Winter Soldier because he's his mate.
Yeah. But on a lighter note, Karl, I did look up the Avengers, or Avengers Assemble for some like us, cameo from Stan Lee here, and in a deleted scene, he appears when a waitress flirts with Steve Rogers. Lee says to him, "Ask for her number, you moron." But also, he does have an actual cameo where he is interviewed about the Avengers in...
Yes! He's in the talking head section at the end, isn't he?
Yeah, he responds, "Superheroes in New York? Give me a break."
Tell him this. Superheroes in New York? Give me a break.
Yeah, because that's where you have that great moment where you see people getting the Tony Stark shitty goatee, right?
Yeah.
Which again, great bit of world building that superheroes are celebrities.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's Captain America is it's a weird character to watch the story of throughout the MCU because they kind of shift what they want him to represent. Like I said, in some cases where he's all about safeguarding human life at all costs, regardless of allegiance or creed. And then other times he's like, well, no, he's my friend.
Come on.
And I always think of the moment in Civil War where I don't think the creators realised how much you are going to be on Tony's side, where, like, Cap's like, look, he wasn't in control of himself, and Iron Man responds, he killed my mum.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand how the creators of that film thought you would ever be on Cap's side, right? Can you imagine that, Lucas? Like, from Iron Man's perspective, it's like, this guy killed my mum. It's like, but he wasn't in control of himself when he did. It's like, he killed my mum!
At the same time, though, because of the way that they do it well in Civil War, you're kind of on both of their sides, where it's like, I get what you're saying, Tony, but at the same time, like, when Hawkeye got mind controlled by Loki, did we ever go at Hawkeye for killing people?
But he didn't kill someone's mum, right?
He probably did.
He probably did, but that person isn't in the movie.
Superpowered brainwash abilities put on them. It's like, it's hard to argue that's their actions.
But I'm always 100% on, like, Iron Man's side, especially when it is followed by both of them just beating his fucking ass. It's 2-on-1, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, but that makes for more interesting choreography.
But the 2-on-1 beatdown is so fucking unnecessary, because Iron Man's like, hey, he killed my mum, and they just beat him up, which...
But, as established, they're just two dudes.
But I do like the way it often gets framed in shitposts of that is two super soldiers beating up an orphan. Because that's realistically what it's like.
Like, but not only beating on an orphan, beating on the orphan that they made orphan.
While also telling him to fucking get over it. Which is a wild thing for Captain America to say, right? I'm like, look, Tony, get over it. While he's, like, still pining after the girl he met for, like, 1 week, literally 70 years ago.
Yeah, and obviously it was way more than a week, but it's because that, like, time jumps so much between that training montage. It feels like they barely know each other, and it's like, no, they're, like, made to love each other forever throughout all of time. It's like, they had about 3 scenes.
It's like, Cap, get over it. Anyway, right, but... Lucas, you asked about how Captain America has meta-awareness. Well, he doesn't. But within the confines of the Marvel 616 universe, there exists a company called Marvel. And this company publishes comic books. However, because the Marvel 616 universe is a universe in which superheroes exist, the Marvel of that universe doesn't publish fictionalized stories of superheroes like it does in ours. Instead, it tells dramatized versions of events that have already happened. So do you know, like in like the Logan movie?
I was literally about to refer to that, where it's like, oh, these X-Men comics are cute, but they're not actually anything that genuinely happened.
Those are the names of the people who just made this. They made this whole thing up. Okay? It happened once and they just turned it into a big fucking lie.
Yes, that actually happened, but it didn't happen the way it did in those comic books. Like, that's essentially how it works in the Marvel 616 universe. And some superheroes and some villains have interacted with that company. And, like, there are stories where some villains will sue Marvel, for example, to, like, hey, I don't like the way you portrayed me in this comic book.
Do you reckon they wrote a comic book about the X-Men just, like, all dying when Logan left from, like, the Deadpool and Wolverine universe?
I don't know, maybe they did. Like, that would have been a really depressing story, right?
Just Logan sitting there etching out the story on a comic strip, like, oh god.
Yeah, so, but that's what happens in the Marvel universe, and on occasion, they have had guest illustrators, which has included Steve Rogers, who has, on occasion, drawn his own comic books. And they've used him in, like, you know, his... and Marvel in the 616 universe have used Steve Rogers as a primary source and asked him to dramatise his own adventures.
To be fair, that does seem very fitting for a World War II, like, hero to just be sending out propaganda for America, right?
Yeah, but that means it is very likely in the Marvel universe that Stephen Rogers has drawn and been paid for creating fan art of himself beating up Hitler.
How much of an ass did he give himself?
As far as I'm concerned, that's America's ass.
Joe, it was Lucas. I bet Cap draws himself like Rob Liefeld does. A super huge buff Cap. I bet that's how Cap draws himself, right?
Is that the explanation for Wide Rogers?
It is, yeah. He drew himself like that. It's like, I'm the strongest man in the world. Fuck you. That's how I look.
As wide as a car door.
Can you imagine that if that's how like Cap drew himself in the comics? Of, like they only got him in because he's famous, and he was actually shit like Rob Liefeld, isn't he? Couldn't draw feet.
I was about to say, I wonder if they made a joke about the fact that like Steve Rogers couldn't draw feet.
Well, they did it in the Deadpool movie, didn't they? Like right at the end of the film, before like the big climactic fight where him and Wolverine beat all the other Deadpools up. Spoilers for everyone's watched that fucking movie if you're watching this. They get kicked into just the Liefeld store that sells just feet or something, right?
Maximum effort.
It's like Liefeld's Just Shoes or something like that, yeah.
So I guess to end on, Lucas, do you have any like favourites, like Captain America moments that aren't the one you mentioned right at the start?
I do love the spine snapper.
The spine snapper's so good. Like, we had an entire 10-minute conversation about that. I presumably cut it down a little bit because we ended up repeating ourselves. But the long and short of it is like Captain America fucking kills people in those movies. And I find it so hilarious that they try to portray him as this like absolute paragon of moral virtue when you can just smash cut to any number of times where he's fucking killed someone.
And I do really enjoy just the little moment in Civil War in the airport fight where it's Spider-Man versus Captain America, and you get to see what a Spider-Man who's got no clue what he's doing, like rookie-level Spider-Man, is keeping up with Captain America, and he's like, holy shit, you're pretty good, kid.
Yeah, you're pretty good, but you're not as well trained as me, like the literal greatest soldier who's ever lived.
Yeah, exactly. I think they do a nice balance of, beforehand they get to show that Spider-Man, strength-wise, is just laughing at the Winter Soldier, of, oh, hey, you're pretty strong. But then against someone who is as well-equipped and experienced as Captain America, like, he's still got the edge, he's still got the skill over him for now. And I love the aspect as well that, again, I think they do a really good job of how chatty Spider-Man is in that scene of, like, but just the immediate jump of, like, the two New Yorkers being like, oh, what part of New York are you from?
That's the thing, Captain America, he very quickly realised that Spider-Man doesn't have any training, so that's why he ultimately comes out on top, despite Spider-Man on paper being stronger. And in regards to like another moment that I quite like, it's the fight in Infinity War. And this has never been confirmed, but it's my personal headcanon. That, do you know where like Thanos is just backhanding all of like the Avengers to go get Vision? And then for one moment, just Captain America just holds him back, despite just being a dude. Have you like ever heard like the theory that in that moment Captain America is controlling the Infinity Stones? So the theory is that throughout the movies they establish that, hey, these Infinity Stones are really powerful, and you either need to be extraordinarily powerful yourself to wield them, or possess a tremendously strong will. It's like Thanos talks about how, like, you know, the harshest decisions require the strongest wills. Right? And everyone who tries to use an Infinity Stone without knowing exactly what it is they want in that moment are either unable to do so or get hurt or damaged by the stones. Right? Like, for example, like when the Guardians of the Galaxy grab the Power Stone. It's only when they all join hands, so join their strength, but also have a unified goal of stopping the destruction that the stone bends to their will.
You're immortal. How?
You said it yourself, bitch. We're the Guardians of the Galaxy.
And as well, they even retcon in the fact that, like, oh, hey, the only reason that Quill was able to stay alive for even a few seconds was because he's half a planet.
He's half celestial, right? But they hint at the fact that you need an extraordinarily strong will to wield the stone.
The hardest choices require the strongest wills.
And Steve, in that moment, is so dead set on accomplishing his goal that it temporarily overrides Thanos' control of the stones, and that's why he briefly becomes powerful enough to stop him. Despite the fact Thanos should realistically be able to just knock him to the side, right? And that's why Thanos, and you see, he looks at him, he's like, It makes like a confused face. He can't understand why. You can read it as Thanos who is surprised that this puny human is actually standing up to him. Or, the way that I read it is that Thanos feels the control of the stone slipping away from him, and that confuses him.
And it's interesting a theory because you see a very similar moment in Endgame, probably on purpose, right? Is that they do essentially the same moment, but with Captain Marvel, and you see Captain Marvel overpowering him even when he's like got one of the stones in use. Like you see the Power Stone glowing. I think maybe he uses that to overpower. I can't exactly remember, but you definitely see him use a stone while that same struggle is going on.
Well, the way it happens is Captain Marvel is holding back the Infinity Gauntlet because she gets her powers directly from an Infinity Stone. You see, like, her aura is the same as the Infinity Stone, like, aura. And the only way Thanos is able to stop her, and again, this kind of like lends credence to that theory I mentioned, where Thanos is able to stop her because he directly pulls out the Power Stone and just punches Captain Marvel as hard as he fucking can in the face.
Yeah, that's how it goes down. But that still leans into that theory, right? Because if nothing else, at least Steve is like neutralizing the ability to use the stones, maybe.
Yeah, and like when you see like when Thanos manages to stop Captain Marvel, it's because he grabs the Power Stone away from the gauntlet, puts it into his own hand, and then focuses on a singular goal, punching Captain Marvel.
It'd have to be something that people comment in the description. It'd have to be something that people comment on to clarify, because I know that a lot of the time it's like, oh, he has to like click his fingers or clench his fist or something to use the stones, but I don't know if that's like a necessity.
No, it's weird how people seem to think that you have to click your fingers to use the stones. I always read that as, again, it's never explained in the text, but my reading of it is, it's just the click is more like a conduit of, again, you need to focus on what you want when you use the stones, and by clicking your fingers, it just gives you something to concentrate on in that moment. Of like you need to will something to happen. It's like, okay, when I click my fingers, this will happen. And by clicking your fingers, it just gives you a way to focus on that goal.
The click is definitely a very specific thing where, again, yeah, you're just focusing on a specific moment, but I think, if I remember right, it might be that, like, he needs to close his fist, and that's why, like, it's Steve keeping his hand open that's stopping him using the stones. I can't fully remember. It's been a couple of years since I like watched it and paid attention to that.
There seems to be something about that, because that's what Strange does with his cloak, right? He tells his cloak, don't let Thanos close his fist. And again, that might be because you need to close your fist to use them, or that when you clench your fist, it's like it's him making a gesture, and that gesture has some sort of symbolism to it. Like, you know, the same way someone would, like, you know, bang their fist on a table when they're angry, right? Or like make a fist and punch someone. He's making
Thanos' way of kind of like focusing on that way to use the stones.
Is it a gesture made with intent, and that's what the stones are reading, or do you physically need to close your fist to do it? Because like, realistically, you don't, right? Because you see, like, Vision. Vision doesn't need to close his hands to use the stone, right?
Yeah, it's definitely something that people can clarify in the comments if they remember better than we do.
Well, I don't think it's ever directly clarified, because it's just open to interpretation, right? Like, the way the stones work are very clearly, it's this cosmic force that we don't entirely understand.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because if there is a moment we are forgetting about that does clarify that, people can let us know.
I've always read it as, like, you don't need to actually do anything specific when using the stones, but because it's being wielded by mortals who have just a very, like, you know, linear way of thinking, right? There's some of the Ultron comments on, isn't it, in regards to vibranium. Like, you had the most versatile metal on Earth, you made a fucking frisbee with it.
And then you just, like, absolutely just screen wipe to Wakanda. It's like, no, we didn't. We thought of many, many ways to use this thing.
Or even just the fact that the stone's very powerful, and you need to have a conduit to use it, right? That's why, like, the Infinity Gauntlet needs to be made, like, special dwarven metal that can, like, you know, just handle the power itself.
Yeah, and often why, like, people don't tend to use them as, like, stones in the hands. They use them in scepters or hammers or other devices so that they can kind of use them from distance. Same with, like, the Tesseract, right? It's like, it's a stone, like, within something else, so that it's like, a containment unit.
Yeah, it's the same thing of like, I don't know, like energy, right? Of like it's the difference between like a lightning bolt and a battery. Essentially, it's energy, but one of them allows you to focus and direct that energy for a specific use.
Whereas, yeah, just grasping a power stone in your hand quickly makes Peter Quill just like nearly fucking evaporate.
And I said my reading of that is that the only way you could do that without instantly like being evaporated or killed is that you need to know exactly what it is that you are doing. Because Thanos keeps talking about how you need a strong sense of will to do it. Like we talked about when he destroys the stones, right? That they serve nothing but temptation after I use them.
And I'm sure there's depictions of like the Celestials using them. I'm sure they probably could just use them because of how powerful they are. They don't necessarily need as much will, but when it's someone like Ronan the Accuser, it's like, okay, he's a bit of a jobber in that movie, but he's still got a strong sense of will. That's one thing he has got.
But but then as well, the versatility of stones is kind of not showcased because it's been wielded by people who don't see the full extent of it, and only Thanos really seemingly understands how powerful they are. Like the fight on Titan, right? Where he's using the stones in multiple different ways, and he beats up effectively like the Avengers 2.0 on his own, just by like using them in interesting ways.
Tricks, wizard.
Yeah, like I absolutely adore Endgame, but I think that the showcase of Thanos and the stones is so much better in Infinity War, where in Endgame he kind of just is like, I'm powerful.
He's just dude, right?
And kind of, yeah, I punch people hard and stuff, but in Infinity War you get moments like, for example, when Quill is threatening to kill Gamora, and it turns out they were in a like reality stone version of the Nowhere the entire time, and it was actually just fucking obliterated already, and they'd already lost.
Yeah, like the fight on Titan, where he catches Doctor Strange. Like Doctor Strange makes all of the illusions of himself, and he uses the stone to find out where the fuck he is.
Yeah.
Like, he uses the reality stone. It's like, oh, no, I know where Doctor Strange is now, because I have reality controlling powers. And I guess, to end on, I kind of have to mention my favourite interpretation of Thanos and the stones and the power sets and how to counter them. And it's, I think it's Earth's Mightiest Heroes, where they have Thanos turn up. And every member of the Avengers is able to specifically counteract a specific aspect of the stones. And Thanos doesn't know how to deal with it. For example, like, he used the space stone to teleport. And it's like, well, he can be anywhere, right? And Hawkeye's like, well, okay, he can be anywhere, but he's still a guy, and I can read the pattern.
1, 2, 3.
And him and just, like, Black Widow just say, well, Thanos is going to appear behind you, Thor, and Thor just turns around and backhands him.
Yeah, because they're good at reading people, right? They're good at reading tactics.
Oh, he goes, time stone time. And he used the time stone to make them all turn old. And he used it on Thor, and Thor's like, you fucking idiot. Asgardians only get stronger with age, and he like makes Thor 1,000,000 years older. He's like, you just made me 1,000,000 times stronger, you idiot.
Feel the centuries overwhelm you. Overwhelm? The passage of time only makes Asgardians more powerful. Takes the time stone yourself.
Yeah, it's the kind of that version of in the MCU version where they have it in Avengers, right? Where Thor just shoots Iron Man with like the bolt of lightning. He's like, you fucking moron, you just powered me up.
Like 300% power. Okay, let's do something with this. But
let's go. And then they obviously utilize that later as like a team combo ability.
Yeah, they're Marvel Rivals team combo. But yeah, I love just that moment specifically because it's the voice actor for Thor, who is the voice actor for Thor in Marvel Rivals, and I think for me that's just Thor. Just the specific line of like, you fool, Asgardians only grow stronger with age. And it's like, you just made him so much stronger, Thanos, you fucking idiot.
Rage, fury, give in to them.
If you insist, but you're not gonna like it, because the angrier Hulk gets,
the stronger I get.
Oh god, is it the voice actor from Ultimate Marvel Capcom 3?
He's the dude who's been doing it the entire time.
For me.
I just look like Chris Hemsworth Thor is fine, but there's just something about that guy who does the Thor voice where it's like, Mighty Avenger! I just love that. There's so
Mighty Thunder! Oh my god, yeah. It's incredible to me that even something as small as the battle cries, which in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 are not a small element, I will admit, but the fact that those battle cries are the ones that everyone still remembers and uses over Infinite, which came later.
Yeah, like they are the most iconic ones, like just Mighty Thunder, or like Mighty Punish, which I think is the coolest thing Thor's ever done in anything, where he throws Mjolnir up in the air with the person attached to it and it just lands on the fucking ground.
Feel heaven's wrath! Mighty Punish! My nuclear power!
Which is like the most brutal fucking thing Thor can do, and he never does it in anything else. He should be doing that shit all the time.
You know, to bring it all the way back around to Captain America, we've got to just be like, Stars and Stripes!
Man, as well, he is the voice of Cap in Marvel Rivals as well. That's the same
God,
dude.
Yes.
But I do wish we did have, though, just the fucking... just Final Justice scream.
Oh, yeah.
Just where Captain America just does the 15-hit combo and whomps your ass something fierce.
The fact that Marvel Rivals never put Charging Star!
Charging Star's the best one, because the man's just so America.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen anyone who's more America. Like, the joke we always make is that when Captain America does his super moves in, like, Marvel vs. Capcom, it's red, white, and blue. All the time.
Like, he blurs into a streak of speed that is red, white, and blue.
Because that man is America to the fucking core.
Maximum! Even when he's wearing, like, the Punisher skin that's all black, he still comes out in red, white,
that
and
man,
blue.
he's so American. Far away, Lucas. Are you ready to record another episode of Fact Fiend?
I really thought you were going to say Wiki Weekends, then.
Well, oddly enough, this is going to serve as a plug for Wiki Weekends, because today we're talking about a comic character. Specifically one of the most requested comic characters to cover on Wiki Weekends, Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl is a Marvel hero primarily created to contrast wildly with the gritty, grimdark heroes of the early 90s. In short, she's a happy-go-lucky teenage girl with powers derived from that of squirrels, and she's also considered to be one of the single strongest characters in all of Marvel canon.
Eat nuts and kick butts.
So Faraway Lucas, myself and you run a second channel called Wiki Weekends, don't we?
We do indeed, yes.
And one of the things that we like to cover on Wiki Weekends is superheroes, and Marvel superheroes tend to be what we cover more because the wikis for Marvel superheroes tend to be a bit better written. And one of the things that's on a Marvel characters wiki is the power grid. So would you like to explain what the power grid is briefly for the folks at home?
So the power grid of Marvel just roughly explains where each character sits on a scale of power, and it has 6 different powers listed, or kind of categories of powers,
yes,
and then scales them from 1 to 7. And 1 is roughly a bit higher than an average human, or 7 is nigh godlike in that ability.
Yes, and the 6 specific attributes that are measured on the power grid are intelligence, strength, speed, durability, energy projection, and fighting skills. And as Lucas mentioned, every hero has a ranking of 1 to 7 in each of those attributes. And the higher the scaling is, the more powerful that character is in that particular regard. So, for example, the Incredible Hulk, what do you think his strength is, Lucas?
I think that's a big old 7.
It's a 7, yes, because the Hulk's strength is incalculable. Like, his strength is nigh infinite. However, his fighting skills are relatively low, because his fighting style revolves around punching things until they die, or throwing them into the sun.
Hulk is strongest there is!
Admittedly, a pretty strong tactic, but it doesn't exactly convey any degree of skill when it comes to fighting.
No, exactly, and that's conveyed very well in one of those scenes with Thanos against Hulk, where he just picks apart Hulk very quickly, as Thanos actually knows fighting style.
And Thanos in the comics is regarded as being about as strong as the Hulk, unless the Hulk decides to get even stronger, because that's the thing the Hulk can do, as we've discussed in an episode of Wiki Weekends before, where we talked about how, yeah, the Hulk can just get angrier forever, and as a result gets stronger forever. And do you have like a favourite bullshit like feat of the Hulk as a result of him just being really, really strong?
Well, I believe one of the first Wiki Weekends we ever covered is the fact that Hulk can get so angry and therefore so strong that he can literally punch holes through time and space.
Yes, there's one comic where the Hulk got so mad he punched a hole in reality. He also once punched so hard that the air resistance against his fist ignited and caused a miniature Big Bang which lit an entire extra universe that he was hiding inside of. Now, that's just the kind of bullshit you can do when your strength is a 7. Conversely, you have characters like Captain America, Wolverine, Deadpool, and their fighting skills are a 7. So they're not necessarily as strong as the Hulk, but their fighting skills are unparalleled in the Marvel Universe. And Captain America is said to know virtually every form of martial arts. Wolverine has been fighting for 200 years. And Deadpool is so unpredictable, so skilled and so lethal that other characters in the Marvel Universe will pay him off rather than try and fight him.
Then you've got elements where, for example, I believe Spider-Man, his fighting skills might be something like a 6,
yes,
but then he could rival somebody like Captain America through how bullshit his spider sense in combination with his fighting skills are.
Yeah, so his fighting skills aren't as high as Captain America's, but his strength and his intelligence are higher. And for the most part, these power grids are a definitive power ranking. Like, you know, one character that is on paper stronger than another can still lose to that character if the writer wants them to. Because that's the quote from Stan Lee, right? Of, well, who would win in a fight between insert one character and insert other character? And Stan Lee would always say, what, Lucas?
Batman.
Well, that's what the internet says. What did Stan Lee say?
Stan Lee says whoever the writer wants to win.
Well, it depends on who I want to win if I'm writing the script. If I want Spider-Man to win, he'll win. If I want the Thing to win, he'll win. These are fictitious characters.
Exactly, yes. But the power grid is quite handy for giving you a snapshot of how powerful a given character is in certain regards. And on the Marvel website, they have both the official rankings and the fan rankings. So, for example, with the Hulk, officially Marvel considers his fighting skills to be not that high. However, fans have voted that he has fighting skills of a 7, presumably because they think that someone as strong as the Hulk is naturally going to be unbeatable in a fist fight because he's all about punching people. It doesn't matter if you know martial arts when the Hulk can just punch you out of reality.
Yeah, when he can just clap you out of existence, essentially.
Like, you would be getting clapped in every sense of the word if you got in a fist fight with the Hulk.
I still think one of my favourite feats of any moment with the Hulk is just in Marvel vs. Capcom, where it's just a move where he leaps into space and just comes down with a giant rock.
It's so good that it's been in every incarnation of that game. The Hulk always has the meteors in ass. There's always a move where the Hulk leaps into space and just has that express ride elevator down with the meteorites. There's nothing better than just Hulk getting meteorite in ass. It's like, what do you do?
DAC! Meteors in ass! Ooh! Hit him with this unblockable right here. Hit him with the non-blockable.
Before we move on, I think the attribute I think is the most bullshit, though, is intelligence. Because Mr. Fantastic and Dr. Doom have both got a 7. And I think it's stupid that Mr. Fantastic, of course, the guy who calls himself Mr. Fantastic has a dick a mile long, is of course the smartest man in the universe. But intelligence in Marvel lets you do absolute horse shit. The Hulk might be able to punch through time, but because Reed Richards is supposedly so intelligent, he can just fix any problem he wants.
Well, Karl, Reed Richards' dick can be basically as long as he wants it to be.
Yeah, that's something else we covered on on Wiki Weekends, right? We talked about the Super Skrull. The Super Skrull possesses all the powers of the Fantastic Four combined, and in that we learn that the Super Skrull, having the powers of Mr. Fantastic, can stretch any part of his anatomy 50 miles, which means that Mr. Fantastic could technically have a 50-mile long dick.
It could.
And you could just swing it around doing what he wants. there are characters that are very good in one specific regard. Then you have characters like Franklin Richards, the Beyonder, Galactus, and they have like just maximum in every ranking, or close to maximum in every ranking, and they can theoretically do whatever the fuck they want. Like Franklin Richards can rewrite the universe whenever he goddamn feels like it. And realistically, nobody in the entirety of Marvel canon could ever defeat them, except for Squirrel Girl.
Drop the money, Scuzz Bucket, or face the wrath of Squirrel Girl.
And Lucas, what do you know about Squirrel Girl as a character? Because over on Wiki Weekend, Squirrel Girl is one of the characters we've been requested to cover the most. And if you are inclined to agree with that sentiment, hey, click on Wiki Weekends below and bug us in the comment section, or go to the Discord for Wiki Weekends and ask us to cover it. Maybe we will. But that episode would no doubt just cover her comic history, not the real world reasoning for her to exist. So are you familiar with that?
I am not, and kind of the extent of my knowledge with Squirrel Girl is actually quite limited. I do know of her kind of gimmick, though, in which she is the unbeatable Squirrel Girl.
Yeah, so she has a gimmick of being the strongest character in all of Marvel canon, which we'll get to in a moment. But her origins as a character here in our world were that she was created to be a deliberate contrast, as mentioned in the intro, to the gritty, grim, dark comic of the 90s. Like, think like, you know, all those like gritty-ass Batman comics, or like Spawn and all that stuff, where like just comics got really dark and overly serious.
What in the fuck? Are you okay?
It's not you. We're just going in a different direction.
Yeah, they went dark and gritty and ruined everything even before Christopher Nolan decided to do so.
Yeah, and Squirrel Girl was created as a direct response to that. And the supposed story behind her origins is that the writer who created her was just talking to his girlfriend and went, well, squirrels are cute, make a character do something with that. And in regards to being a contrast to the gritty, ultra-realistic, grimdark comics of the 90s, Squirrel Girl was created to be intentionally stupid, and her powers were supposed to be so ridiculous that nobody would want to team up with her. And her powers are that she has the proportionate strength, skills, and abilities of a human-sized squirrel. So think like Spider-Man. He has the proportionate powers of a human-sized spider, so he's like super strong, can create webs, and has like the precognition, or like the perception bordering on precognition. Squirrel Girl is basically that, but with a squirrel.
They say the suspects were trying to turn this little animal into an attack squirrel by feeding him meth.
With spiders, people always talk about how spiders are, you know, able to lift things so much heavier than themselves, and that their web is, you know, proportionally as strong as steel if you scaled it up. And, you know, they've got so many different excellent abilities and reflexes and vision, and then squirrels are just things that go around like collecting acorns.
And Squirrel Girl's powers, as described on the Marvel Wiki, which we will do a full episode on if people bug us enough about it, but short version is that she's got a small degree of superhuman strength, at least enough to punch through a tree, and some versions of her character have small, like, claws that she can use as an offensive weapon if she's really accurate with it. She can also commune with and control squirrels, which doesn't really make her sound that tough, right?
You gonna stop me, little girl? You and what army?
This one.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of a squirrel stampede is like cute and funny, but it doesn't sound like it would be that effective in combat.
Yeah, in the first comic she appeared in, she beat Doctor Doom. And keep in mind, Doctor Doom is one of the smartest men in the universe, and he didn't see 45 squirrels biting on his nutsack. And that's how Squirrel Girl defeats it. She sends squirrels to just gnaw on his nutsack.
Hey! Dr. Doom, right? You want to apologize to us before you get beaten up or after?
And in that first comic in which she appears, she wants to team up with Iron Man. And Iron Man does not want to work with Squirrel Girl because she's a teenager, and he doesn't want to deal with that. He doesn't want to deal with an annoying teenager, because remember, Squirrel Girl was written to be as annoying as possible. As a deliberate fuck you to like the edgy, grim comics that the 90s was so fond of, and also because her powers are stupid. And as a result, Squirrel goes, well, I'm just going to beat up Doctor Doom then. It's like, well, okay, you go beat up Doctor Doom. And she fucking beats up Doctor Doom. And even Doctor Doom's like, what is going on? Like, look, I'm going to send you the picture. Like, do you think Doctor Doom has ever experienced an ass whomping like this before?
Oh, God, what's coming?
Have you ever seen the master of iron and magic get his ass beat so hard?
Oh, God. It literally is like a dozen squirrels on him.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's just some squirrels pestering him.
But the thing is, though, look at him. He's got no chance. He's literally getting beasted on. And the end of that comic, he's just Iron Man be like, okay, kid, you're pretty good. Maybe we'll team up when you're older. And then Squirrel Girl didn't appear in a comic for like 10 straight years.
Oh, hey. Sorry. I'm just hibernating for the foreseeable future.
I was thinking in my head then, like, wait, she, is from all the way back in the 90s? How did I not hear about her?
It's because this comic just didn't do that well. As mentioned, it was released in a time where the trend was gritty, realistic, darker stories. However, fast forward a few years when comics stopped taking themselves as seriously, a writer was like, well, there's this Squirrel Girl character, she was pretty fun, and she got a neat design. Also, she beat up Dr. Doom, that's pretty notable. Let's bring her back. And they brought her back, and they gave her the gimmick of just beating anyone she ever fights, usually off screen. And as a result, she has arguably the single greatest win record of any hero in all of Marvel.
Horrible! Horrible! Squirrels!
And I've got here just an incomplete list of the characters she's beaten. Again, usually off screen. There is Thanos, Deadpool, Spider-Man, Ego the Living Planet, Wolverine, Uatu the Watcher, Galactus, and Thing Fang Foom. And remember, she did this all on her own. So these weren't team-ups, and these are characters that can, beating up the Avengers. Like, Thanos killed, half the universe with a snap of his fingers, and Squirrel Girl's like, nah, man, Squirrel's gnawing his dickhole. Done.
If we just fight anime style! Huh. With excessively big weapons?
No, by calling out our attacks like this. Rocket kick, now!
And the gimmick became that she always beats them off screen, and you never see what it is she does. And that became the running joke of Squirrel Girl will just be stood there, and you'll have just the villain of the week just knocked out in the background. It's like, what the hell happened? It's like, oh, I just beat them. Squirrel Girl.
It sounds very much like the Marvel equivalent of One Punch Man.
Yes. But before One Punch Man, but it's the same kind of gimmick where the character always wins, and it's always really, really underwhelming, and you almost never see what they're doing, and people just come in and she's won. And as a result, she has the singular most impressive win record in all of Marvel. Nobody in Marvel has a win record as impressive as Squirrel Girl. Not even Blade.
Does Blade have a specifically impressive win record?
No, I just want to put in a clip of Blade.
Oh, okay.
So I like Blade. And as a result, on the official Marvel website, Squirrel Girl's power grid gives her a 7 in every single attribute. So she is technically one of the singular most powerful characters in the entire universe, even though they themselves admit that the only power she has is the powers of a proportionately sized squirrel.
Yeah. She's just literally just a big squirrel.
Yep. But it's just a running gag with all the writers that she can beat up anybody. And I love that as a gimmick. She always wins because it's Squirrel Girl. Mm-hmm. Even though her power sounds stupid. And the fact as well they never explain how she does it, which to me is just even funnier. But how did she beat Ego the Living Planet with squirrels? Like, no, fuck you. We don't need to explain it. It's done.
And I think the fact that the gimmick being it's just this, cutesy, slightly annoying girl being the one that can just defeat anything without explanation just warms my heart a little bit, because I know there's certain people out there that are just frothing at the mouth at the idea that this exists.
And I do feel a little bit like it is not directly, but it feels like a slight against, like I mentioned, the grimdark, realistic comics like Batman, right? Batman can solve every problem despite the fact he's just a dude who dressed like a fucking bat. So, okay, well, Marvel's now got their own rodent-based superhero who can beat fucking everybody, and we never need to explain why. Squirrel Girl doesn't even need prep time. She just needs a squirrel.
You might think you're a hero, but that doesn't make you one.
Of course it does. I'm your friendly neighborhood Squirrel Girl.
One squirrel.
Let's see, what does Batman do when he looks into, Squirrel Girl? He's got plenty of prep time, and it's, well, she's unbeatable. What do you mean? Well, her one thing is that she can't be beaten. He's like, I don't know how to prepare for this.
And here's the thing as well, I don't think Batman can do anything about 400 squirrels try to bite his nuts off.
Well, even if you were just going against, like, a stampede of infinite squirrels, Batman might, like, figure out something, but what does he do against just the word unbeatable?
Okay, Lucas. Okay, so that's the episode, and if people have enjoyed this, like, please, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, go check out Wiki Weekends. Me and Lucas we've launched as a second channel, we're really enjoying doing it.
And I'm looking forward to one day covering Squirrel Girl and actually fully finding out what full power set and history is. I still don't know that much about this character.
So this has just been a brief overview of the character, her history, and like the gimmick of her always beating everybody. But Lucas, when you mention getting beasted on by infinite squirrels, I just think back to that conversation we had on like stream years ago that we'd lost our shit at of what would win, 1 billion lions or the sun. Do you remember that?
I do.
It's like it's like those ones you see of who would win, the sun or 1 trillion lions. That's my favourite one. Have you seen that one, Lucas?
No.
1 trillion.
It's who would win. And
can't even.
Eva, what the fuck?
The lion would win if they attacked at night. It's just, what do you do when this endless sea of 1 trillion lions running directly into the sun?
I can't.
I can't even play Smash anymore.
I'm laughing so hard at that one. Oh.
I think we're all dying.
But then we also went into like, it was prompted by that like argument online of like, could Batman beat Wanda? And me, you, and our mutual friend were just in hysterics of like, all she has to say is just no more Batman, and he's done. It's like Wanda Maximoff once deleted the concept of mutants from Marvel by saying no more X-Men.
No more mutants.
No more mutants, sorry, yeah. And it's like, and people are like, well, Batman could beat her though. It's like, all she has to say is no more Batman. No, not even that. She just say no more men. She can blink him out of existence instantaneously. She can make it so he lives in a reality where his parents never died and he's not Batman anymore.
Oh yeah, but Batman had beat Spider-Man with prep time with Spider-Man on Spider Sense. It's like, no, he wouldn't.
Spider-Man can literally predict everything he fucking does on instinct. Like, Spider-Man beats people while he's unconscious because his spider sense is that good.
You know what, fuck it. She can win, she can beat him even quicker. She just has to say no more men.
The horrible thing is, like, that
get rid
would
of that,
work.
like, get rid of that syllable. Like, you know.
She's so powerful, she could actually do it.
Yeah. Did you ever see that comic where Superman got infected with an alien virus and couldn't touch the floor? So what he did is he used his super breath to breathe out of his nostrils really hard, so he always levitated an inch off the ground. That's an actual thing that happened. It's like, how do you beat that?
A barang, that's how.
And we were just in hysterics at the end because like Batman fans get salty about the fact, no, Batman could totally win though. It's like, how? What do you do when you no more men?
Yeah. Yeah, but Batman would stop Wanda before Wanda even started saying the words and just stop coping.
Yeah. Like, sometimes it's okay to admit that you just like the character so much that you're willing to overlook bad writing.
And I'm waiting for the comments to be like, no, Batman would totally beat Squirrel Girl. It's like, that she's got one gimmick, and it's that she can't be beaten.
It's like, the argument is like Death Battle, like Superman beating Goku, and like anime fans like, no, Goku, like Superman's whole thing is that he's the man without limits.
Mm-hmm.
He literally has no limits. That's the point of the character. You can't beat Superman because he's the barometer against which all other superheroes are measured. He is the original superhero.
Again, it's like there's multiple characters with a strength of 7, but the Hulk is the one with the biggest 7 because he has infinite range. Like, he can go further beyond.
Yeah, like, and that's the thing. Like, there are those characters in comics that are just exist as the barometer against which all the characters are measured in that regard. Like I said, the Hulk, he's the strongest. He's the strongest that there is. There are other characters who have a 7. There are other characters with incalculable god-level strength. But the Hulk will always be the strongest because that's just his thing.
meteors and ass! Ooh!
Like, Doctor Doom and Reed Richards will always be the smartest. In DC, Lex Luthor will always be the smartest man on Earth. Because that's his thing. And Superman's thing is that he is Superman. He is perfect. He is unbeatable. Same with that Squirrel Girl. And it's okay to admit that, Batman is a cool character, but he's not fucking beating someone whose gimmick is, I delete concepts from reality with words. And I get it, Batman's a cool character, but at the end of the day, he's a dude wearing a $1 billion fursuit.
And as we said, the winner of the fight is always who the writer wants to win, and the entire creation of Squirrel Girl is we want her to always win.
Yeah, and I'm sure you could bullshit an explanation for how Batman would win that fight, but that's the thing with Death Battle, right, isn't it? We're going to look at the character's power sets objectively, without the bias of the writer, or without the bias of the rights holders putting their thumb on the scale, as you do in media where things fight, like Freddy versus Jason, which we covered on Wiki Weekends, where neither rights holder to either Freddy or Jason wanted their character to lose. Likewise with Godzilla versus Kong, where the rights holders for each didn't want there to be a definitive winner because their character comes across looking worse. When it's something like Death Battle, it's just this character. This is their canonical stated feats of strength, endurance, fighting skills. What would happen if they kick the shit out of each other?
Yeah, and you even see that as a comic book example where it's Batman versus Superman. How does that end? Neither of them technically win, even though Batman basically won, but neither technically lost, and we have to fight Doomsday instead.
And in the comics that was based on, Superman himself admits that he's holding back. But then they give Batman his due by saying Batman was also holding back. Because that's the thing when Superman's fighting Batman, it's like, come on, Bruce, what are you fucking trying to do?
That was 3 ribs, Bruce. Don't make me do this.
I'm bulletproof, and you're an 85-year-old man with... Admittedly, you've got steamroller fists. That's pretty rad.
If people are going to argue, well, Batman can beat up Superman and therefore could do so with Squirrel Girl. Yeah, but Superman has weaknesses.
Yeah, Squirrel Girl has no weaknesses. No stated weakness.
Yeah.
The other thing I like about Squirrel Girl as well, it's canon, because we've got to mention Marvel Rivals, right, where they made Squirrel Girl just that she's so thick.
I found out yesterday that thick thighs not just save lives, but also end them.
They do indeed, yes. And it is canon to Squirrel Girl comics that she has a massive fat ass, because they say that when she doesn't want people to be staring at her, she hides her giant prehensile bushy tail, but she tucks it into her jeans, just tells everyone she's got a giant ass.
How? That must be comically big.
Well, yeah, but Lucas, you saw how she looked in Marvel Rivals, right?
They knew exactly what they were doing with that
design.
They
knew what the fuck they were doing, right? And it's just, I'm always a fan of discussions like this, what character would win? But I absolutely hate it when someone approaches the discussion and you know that they don't want to talk about the mechanics or discuss it. They just want to tell you why their character would win.
The one character that works for is Squirrel Girl.
Or Superman, right?
Well, no, because Squirrel Girl would just
she would beat Superman, yeah. But there's levels to it. I enjoy the conversations, but I don't enjoy the reactions to them sometimes. Mentioning, I guess we're just going to talk about Death Battle some more, of Spider-Man versus Batman. I remember that being a really controversial one. It's Batman would win with prep time. It's but it's a straight up fist fight. And in a fist fight, Spider-Man would win because his base level of power is that he bullshit dodges everything. Batman can't do that. Yes, with prep time, he might have a chance to win, but this is a fight where he doesn't have prep time. This is a fight where he's not being written to win. This is just a street fight against another hero. And without the bullshit plot armor DC gives him, Spider-Man punches his head off.
Yeah, and, the entire thing that Batman works off if he doesn't have a specific plan is, trickery and fear, and Spider-Man literally just sees through it all because of his spider sense.
And that's what the idea behind that concept is. Like, okay, remove the biases of the writers and stuff, just what are their powers? And if you scale these properly, like, they're not always the best with their power scaling or like their calculations, but generally it's okay, this character can do this, and that is objectively a bigger number than this one. And when one number's bigger, that generally assumes they'd win.
Yeah, and of course it's just, you know, a fun series where it's mainly for entertainment's sake and not to be taken too seriously, really. But yeah, they might not get everything perfect, but I think they do a very good job compared to what most people do on the internet of just my favourite character wins.
Well, I remember I forget who it was, one of their researchers was like getting like shit on Twitter, as they probably do like every fucking day, because the character that someone likes lost. And he's like, well, did you read this comic? And their response was, yes. I also read the comics with the other character in them. Have you read those? And the response from the person moaning at them with the Batman avatar was no. I was like, but they did. You didn't. You literally only have half the information that they do. Oh, but in that vein, Lucas, right? Is there any like team ups or battles you would like to see? Maybe not necessarily involving Squirrel Girl, because she just beats everybody. Was there any like fun battles you would like to see realised in that kind of thing, or any you'd like to discuss?
I think it's like one of those where I think comic books are like a fun jumping off point, but I really like a lot of the ones where it's trying to extrapolate stupidness out of something that would maybe like seem a bit more simple. Like, for example, when they did so with Leon from Resident Evil.
Yeah, and they try and contextualise how bullshit Leon is, because they go, okay, in that Degeneration movie, he does like all these like 45 backflips and leaps 18 feet into the air. How strong must a man's legs be to leap as high as Leon does?
Warning. Level 4 submerged system will engage soon.
And how fast must Leon move and react to be able to backflip through a laser corridor?
And I am a fan of that, where they get an ostensibly human character and just dig through the archives and find some bullshit feat from some comic or bit of extra universe material that is canon, and then they extrapolate from that about what that means the character can also do.
I love watching ones where it's like, oh, you know, like, I think one that was fun for me was like Rocket Raccoon versus Stitch from Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah.
Like, that was a fun one.
And they have to go through like what the 400 episodes of the Lilo and Stitch show to power scale Stitch, and he's basically unbeatable.
Yeah, and Stitch is practically invincible unless you can just remove him from reality Wonder style. But yeah, just I really like the ones where it's taking a more seemingly down to earth character, like a guy with a gun, and being like, no, Leon can move at like the speed of light or some crap like that.
Yes. And in that vein, I guess I have to mention my boy, Senator Armstrong, who I'm just like all in. I'm all in on. Put him in a fucking death battle. Because, fun fact, I replay Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance on stream pretty much every Friday, the day these videos go out. So if you're watching this right now, chances are, if it's within like an hour or so of launch, I might be playing that game on stream right now. Check the comment section below for a link to that. And every time I get to fight Senator Armstrong, I'm just like, this dude's fucking unstoppable. He's so beef. Like, and I'm to the point now I think Senator Armstrong could beat up the fucking Megazord.
That's the best you got. You're going down.
Just if you power scale him based on what he does in that game and what he's capable of like surviving, like he can physically stalemate Raiden, who lifts up like 1,000-ton stadium-sized Warcry spider.
Well, the Metal Gears in Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance seemingly have almost nothing that they can do against Raiden, and Senator Armstrong 1v1s Raiden.
Like, he punches his sword that can cut through, like, 14 feet of titanium, and he punches it. It's great.
Yeah.
I think he could beat the Megazord. I reckon he could. I reckon he could beat up base form Hulk. Not like super ridiculous bullshit World Breaker Hulk, but like base form Hulk who can lift 100 tons. That's nothing to Senator Armstrong.
Yeah, for sure. If you got to World Breaker Hulk level,
He's done,
you've got no chance. But I do think you've got a point there, and especially the Megazord. Like, I think the Megazord is probably as powerful as a Metal Gear like Metal Gear Ray is, if not a little bit more broken, because there's probably a couple of, again, like one episode examples where they did something just ridiculous.
We have to break his grip! Desperate times call for desperate measures. What are you doing? Taking care of business.
Remember we talked about Megas XLR, right?
Mm-hmm.
And during the episode, we talked about Megas XLR. It's like, I genuinely think Megas is the single strongest like mecha in fiction because it adheres to cartoon logic. And in regards to the logic of like fictional universes, it's not like real world logic or like slightly elevated real world logic. Like, you get in like your Resident Evil, like in regards to the physical capabilities of the characters, where Leon Kennedy is ostensibly portrayed as a human man. He can do some bullshit stuff, but there's the rules of his universe are roughly the same as the rules to our universe.
Level 4 submerged system will engage soon. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
And he is meant to be a non-modified human male that can only do things that a human could be capable of.
When they're incredibly well trained. Then you have like comic logic, where the logic is just a little bit more elevated. And that's where you get like, Captain America is ostensibly a human being, but he's the pinnacle of human perfection. But the rules to his universe are a little bit looser than the rules to ours. Then you have anime logic, where the rules are even more loose and there's even more bullshit possible. Then you have cartoon logic. And once you get to cartoon logic, everything's off the table. And normally it's like real world logic is trumped by comic logic is trumped by anime logic and comic book logic, and real world logic are trumped by cartoon logic.
You call this protection?
Oh, they want a mosh pit? They're getting one.
Because there is no logic at that point, right?
It's just whatever needs to happen for the plot to happen, happens. And Megas XLR adheres to cartoon logic. To the point where there's a button inside of Megas in one episode that just says 5 minutes left of the episode. And he presses that button and wins.
Like, he literally at times has the win button.
Yes.
Rock on!
And I think Megas XLR could beat any mecha in fiction because the rules of the universe in which it exists say that it has to win.
The gimmick, again, is that Megas can beat anything it needs to.
Yeah, whatever needs to be in the cockpit at the 5 minutes to the end of the episode mark is in the cockpit at the 5 minutes to the end of the episode mark.
And that's written into the cartoon, into the character's logic.
Cartoon logic, yes. And I love like that. Of like, just when it's something silly, that when you actually break down what it's capable of, could be anything else. Like I said, Megas could be any mecha in fiction. I don't care how strong it is, Megas wins. Because cartoon logic, it's like Death Battle, right? Where One Punch Man versus Popeye. It's like, well, One Punch Man's gimmick is that he beats everybody. Yeah, but he adheres to anime logic. Cartoon logic fucking trumps that shit. It's like, what is it? Popeye was once blinked out of existence and then recreated himself from non-existent spinach and then punched his own creator in the face.
Yeah, some insane things like that. And the moment that you can come back out of non-existence or break the fourth wall, like there's so many more things that you can do.
And to end on, that reminds me of an interview with Chuck Jones. He's the guy who directed and wrote a bunch of Looney Tunes stories. And he was asked, "Oh, so what do you think of Space Jam?" It's like, "It fucking sucks." What do you mean? He goes, "Well, it's a plot that Bugs Bunny should have been able to solve in 5 minutes. I don't understand why it takes 90 minutes for Bugs Bunny to figure out the solution to the problem and why he needs help. Bugs Bunny can solve it in 5 minutes. Because that's Bugs Bunny's gimmick."
And, you know, the moment where he convinces them, "Hey, let's have a game of basketball to sell a giant advert for 90 minutes that I love."
Yes.
Instead, the realistic Bugs Bunny logic would have been, I just convinced them to leave.
Well, keep in mind that Bugs Bunny, again, he adheres to cartoon logic. There's that episode where it's the gif that gets a lot of use online of him he soars through the American map to get rid of Florida. Right? And, like, the example I always use to showcase what I mean by that is that, like, Chuck Jones directed an episode of Bugs Bunny where they condensed a 3-hour opera into 5 minutes. They condensed an entire opera to 3 minutes. He can condense a story about dunking on aliens into, like, that time as well.
What have I done?
It's just fun. And I love discussions like this, and if people at home are inclined to agree, you can go check out Wiki Weekends, or just keep watching this channel for the periodic uploads that I'll be doing for the rest of all the time that I make money from this.
Why not do both?
You can do both! You get double Karl, double Lucas. Lucas presents episodes as well. You can also influence the content to a degree, because we have a Discord where we take suggestions, and a Patreon where we have fan-voted videos each and every month.
And maybe one of those fan votes at some point will be for Squirrel Girl.
Well, that's another thing as well. One last little bit of trivia about Squirrel Girl, because this is just one of those things where, okay, the guy writing this was horny for the character, and looking at how the character looks in most incarnations, I'm inclined to, okay, sure, you get that one. Is that not only is it canon that Squirrel Girl has a giant, fat, slappable ass, it's also canon that, according to her, when you kiss her, she tastes like hazelnuts. That's one of her powers. Is that she has a slight taste of hazelnuts.
I'm not sure that applies to real squirrels. Don't eat squirrels to find out.
Don't Ozzy Osbourne a squirrel.
Squirrel Girl, Squirrel Girl, her friend Coin.
Yes, audience at home. Who is your favourite villain associated with The Flash?
I can't say he's definitely my favourite, but I do really enjoy seeing clips of it. I can't say that I've watched like the full TV show, but like the Flash show back in like the 80s or 90s or whatever, where they had Mark Hamill play one of the hammy villains.
But don't you want to see who?
He is the mask. Without the mask, he's nothing. Bupkis, not a zip. Just some boring, average, insignificant jerk nobody cares about.
Oh yeah, he plays like the trickster. He even has a cameo in Justice League Unlimited, where he's just at a bar, just drinking and being real sad. It's like, well, he's saving the world. Why is he going to bother fighting me? Like the Flash just goes and has a drink with him and says, okay, after you're done with your drink, will you go back to the hospital? And it's like, okay, Flash, you got me again. Talking about one of his, like, you know, his funny, campy villains. We're talking about the one who went out of their way to ruin his life. Reverse Flash. As you've probably guessed from his name, Reverse Flash is a villain intrinsically linked to the DC hero The Flash, specifically the second incarnation of The Flash, Barry Allen, who the Reverse Flash fucking hates. So much so he once went back in time for the sole purpose of ruining his life. So, Lucas, what do you know about some Reverse Flash or Eobard Thawne? Which is just a name, right? That's definitely a name that exists, Eobard Thawne.
Just definitely a regular name, but hey, it might be in like the 1,000-year future that he's come from.
Yes, and I do like that where just in DC they randomly have characters who are from the future, and they never seem to acknowledge it. Like, oh yeah, like Booster Gold is from the future. He's not a superhero, he's just a dude from the future, and in the future, regular technology looks like superpowers. And he came back in time because he was a fucking loser in his future, and now he's a hero.
That's enough out of you, Buster. Hey, it's Booster. I'm Booster Gold, okay? Yo, dude, man!
It's essentially that future is the one that Syndrome from The Incredibles envisioned, right? When everybody's a superhero, no one is.
And he does what we'd all do in that situation, I think, of coming back to make himself a shit ton of money.
Mm-hmm.
It's when we ask people, like, what would you do if you could, like, go back in time? It's like, well, I'd look up the lottery numbers. Or make a long bet.
The sports almanac, Karl.
Okay. And in that vein, Lucas, do you have like a plan for if you ever manage to go back into the past? Because for me, it would be go back at least 15 years and just bet on Leicester to win the Premiership. Because remember when that happened and it was 5,000 to 1 odds?
From underdog to top dog, their journey from 5,000 to 1 odds to Premier League champions has been watched by many.
That's the weird thing, isn't it? At some point, a lot of these teams are going to win the Premier League just like one season, but to go back at the lowest point in Leicester's career, whenever that would be, and just be like, I bet this year they're going to win the Premier League.
Yeah, and for context, 5,000 to 1 odds was some of the longest odds any bookie in the UK had ever given. And people made millions off of that. And my favourite part of like the Leicester story is they lost their first match, and one guy apparently put a 50p accumulator on, which would have paid out 2.5 grand. And when they lost their first match, he cashed out for 25 pence. At that point, do you really need the 25 pence? You want to see what happens, right? And he lost out on 2.5 grand.
Oh, God. That's so rough.
So bringing back to Eobard Thawne, he's a character defined by his hatred of Barry Allen.
It's me you want, Thawne. You don't have to kill thousands of innocents to bring me down.
No, I don't. But I choose to.
Which is kind of funny because initially he really did like Barry Allen, so much so that he went to work in a museum dedicated to the Flash's exploits and learned everything about his life. He even went as far as to get plastic surgery to look more like him, and then try to recreate the experiment that gave him his superpowers.
And presumably that's where he gets his powers also?
Yep, and he's got basically the same powers as the Flash, but he sees himself as the Flash's inverse. Hence, Reverse Flash. However, his mind was sort of broken, at least according to, like, some versions of the comics, where he went back in time to meet Barry Allen and learned that he was destined to become the Flash's greatest villain. And just the knowledge that he was going to, fuck over a person he looked up to so much just broke his mind, and he just went about becoming, well, if I'm going to be a villain, I'll be the greatest villain.
Yeah, it's so strange, isn't it? Because obviously there's multiple different interpretations of time travel, but that is one where it's always happened that way, that he forces himself back in time to become the Flash's greatest villain, which wouldn't happen if he didn't fuck with time. So it's that weird thing. Yeah,
time travel is complicated, and very few bits of media ever get it exactly right. There's always at least one plot hole when it comes to media involving time travel. It's like the Terminator, right? Of like, oh no, Skynet failed after sending back exactly one Terminator. And it's like, well, send back 50. Who gives a fuck?
Don't do that.
It's like, well, they've got a time machine and infinite resources. Send back another Terminator, which they do. Right?
And they do, but at that point, you know whether it works, or not immediately, right?
Yes, you should do.
Because in theory, the moment you send it back in time, if your enemy hasn't disappeared, then that Terminator failed.
Yeah,
so just keep sending them over and over and over.
Unless you happen to exist in a fictional universe where sending someone back in time creates a branching timeline, which is another way some media handle branching timelines, and other pieces of media just ignore it entirely. And I do think one of my favourite interpretations of time travel happens in the game Quantum Break. And it's just the moment they invent time travel, the person who invents it, their future self walks straight through the door. Like, the instant they turn the machine on, their future self walks through the door and says hello.
Because why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? But getting back to gripes, one of my most hated tropes about time travel is when there's a story where time travel is an element, and the characters in the story act like they have to rush, or there's not enough time. It's like, you've got infinite time, you've got time travel.
Where were we at 7:30?
I don't know, going to Hagrid's?
Come on, and we can't be seen.
Hermione!
And obviously it depends on the way time travel is depicted within that story.
Yeah.
But I do give it credit where credit is due, even though I don't necessarily like it. But I do like the little line in Big Bang Theory.
Which is?
When they ask Sheldon, oh, have you not ever considered trying to build a time travel device? And he's like, no, because if I'd built one, I'd already know that I've built one, so there's no point.
If either of us ever invents time travel, we agree our first stop will be this meeting today in precisely 5 seconds. Well, that's disappointing.
Yes, it's pretty good logic, right? It's the Jimmy Carr joke about it. Where he's like, oh, what would you do, Jimmy, if you had a time machine? What would you say to your younger self? It's like, well, I'd go back and say, don't worry, because eventually you invent a time machine. Right? But I hate when like the person has access to time travel and acts like, oh no, we need to do everything perfectly. It's like, no, you don't, because if you fuck up, go back and try again. You have time travel.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if one Terminator fails, you can just send more.
Yeah, unless, obviously, you exist in a universe with branching timelines, which is a whole other kettle of fish. So let's move back to Reverse Flash now. So, well, you know, initially he was going to be Professor Zoom, because that's the other thing as well. Like, he starts off as Professor Zoom, but that name was lame as fuck, so then becomes Reverse Flash.
Yeah.
But basically, from the moment he learns that he's going to be the Flash's nemesis, he sets about becoming the Flash's greatest nemesis and uses his not insignificant amount of power to basically dedicate his entire life to fucking over Barry Allen in every way he can.
Which is fantastic, right?
And Lucas, how aware are you of just how petty Reverse Flash is?
So not really. I am way more like knowledgeable in terms of like kind of Marvel side of things, and the only real interaction I remember with Reverse Flash is unfortunately not the best stuff, which is obviously like the CW show.
Now who's the villain, Flash? Now who's the villain?
Well, the CW show is fine, and I think if they'd have kept
At
the
times.
tone... Yeah, I think if they'd have kept the tone specifically established in the musical episodes, I would have watched that show every day.
Do you happen to know anything original?
As a matter of fact, I've been working on something all day.
Wow, things really are easier in musicals.
I'd be binge watching that shit right now. Because the best thing the Flash did is when they realised, wait, Grant Gustin is a really good singer. He was literally on Glee.
I'm glad you came.
Also, that last Melissa Benoist from Supergirl was also on Glee.
Hey, I was just about to come find you.
Hold on your pants.
And the best episode of The Flash is the crossover with Supergirl, where it's just like a 2-episode long musical. And I wish the show had been that the entire time, because it's so fucking funny.
That's the thing is, I appreciate those episodes, and some of the earlier seasons of The Flash are like decent to good. I did enjoy it at the time, but the moment any of those shows got past like the first few years, that entire CW universe started just falling apart.
Barack Obama.
It becomes a mess. Like, Arrow is the worst example, where Oliver Queen spends the first 2 seasons, he shoots at least one person per episode. And then by season 3, he's talking about how I need to protect this city from my threats. It's like, Ollie, you're the single greatest mass murderer that exists in this city. You've killed like 400 people.
To be fair, it's only one season of Mass Murderer Ollie, but it's still an entire season where he's like, I'm going to fix the city, and he just kills everyone.
Like, he kills like one person per episode, and it's like, Ollie, stop it. Same thing with like The Flash, where in the first season, he needs to learn to get faster. It's like, okay, yeah. But then like they do 9 straight seasons where he opens every episode saying, I'm Barry Allen, and I'm the fastest man alive. What's the threat of the week? Someone who's faster than you are. Fuck's sake!
Yeah, because it's similar to, like, I think it's a line that a lot of people kind of gloss over, but don't come at me for spoilers, because it's how the show opens.
Yes.
Where, like, My Hero Academia Season 1 is like, hi, I'm Deku, and I'm the greatest hero that ever lived. This is my story.
Yeah.
And that's not me spoiling anything, because I haven't even caught up. That's just how the show, like, opens.
Yeah, it's like, but it's more hilarious when it's like The Flash, and it's like, I'm the fastest man alive, and every season threat is a villain who's faster than he is.
Mm-hmm.
I will also say as well, like similar to my gripes with time travel, I have huge issues with how super speed is handled in media, specifically how inconsistently it's portrayed. Because realistically, it is the single most broken superpower in existence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you have a character with super speed, there is no threat that character cannot deal with because they have super speed. For example, with the Flash, the moment you establish that the Flash can perceive time fast enough to see a bullet leave a gun, from that point onwards, anything moving slower than a bullet from a gun is not a threat. because the Flash can see the bullet and react to it, and it's no problem.
I haven't watched it all, as I say, but quite a spoilery moment, I will say, for one of the later seasons of The Flash when a character dies. So you are really, at this point, if you still care, this is just a little bit of warning for you. But in like season 6 or 7 or whatever it is, they show that Barry Allen has trained to throw his lightning and catch it.
Yep.
And then they kill off Iris by getting her to like stand in front of a lightning bolt that he's just thrown, even though they've already shown in that show he's fast enough to perceive and catch that lightning.
Yep. It's like super speed is it's the most broken shit ever. It's like, for example, in the comics, Flash does something called the infinite mass punch because someone somewhere remembered the first lesson of physics of force equals mass times acceleration. It's like, wait, how fast can the Flash run? Well, infinite speed. Okay, so technically you can punch with infinite mass. Why has he never done this before?
Well, I mean, he punched with infinite energy, right? But yes, it's like, at what point do you like put that into any kind of limiter or effect or anything? You can't, because the way that they set it up in DC is that Barry Allen literally just has like infinite speed because of the Speed Force.
Yeah, and the Speed Force is like the bullshit excuse they use for him running faster than the speed of light. And it's like the moment you introduce that concept, nothing in his world should ever be a threat. I think I talked in a previous episode, like there's one version of DC where they talk about how the Flash just entered the Speed Force and just micromanages the fuck out of his hometown. And they just say, we don't even know what the Flash is anymore, they just know there's this red blur that solves every problem, because he's everywhere at once.
He just exists in the entire city at all times.
Yeah, but then you'll have like comic books or TV shows where he just gets like, backhanded by a regular villain. It's like when I was watching like The Flash, it was like season 3, and he's still getting cold cocked by random mugger number 3. And it's like, I saw him run faster than a bullet.
Yeah.
I saw him do that. There's no way random mugger number 3 is cold cocking Barry Allen. I don't care.
And I still do love just how dumb some of the Flash's villains are, but full credit to Captain Cold to just being like, but what if I made the floor real slippy?
Well, to be fair, yeah, you can't run if you slip it. It's one of the few ways that it's one of the few things that a villain can do that I actually think would work on the Flash.
Mm-hmm.
Like Captain Boomerang, the fuck are you gonna do? Well, the other one's Mirror Master, because Mirror Master can jump into a mirror. So I think like that will probably work against the Flash ranks. He's moving as fast as light does. But what the fuck is Captain Boomerang gonna do? I don't care how fast he throws that boomerang. I saw him outrun a lightning bolt last week. A boomerang's not gonna do shit. But if he's running and the floor's slippery, he might fall over and break his neck.
You ready? Set.
Dad. Go. Wait. Oh, God.
And I'm sure there's, like, things in The Flash where he's learnt to, like, run on ice and stuff, but...
I don't think friction exists. The Speed Force removes friction, right? Because, like, technically, there's something else we've talked about in the past of required secondary powers, which is a thing comic books don't ever really do, but if you think about it for more than 5 seconds, makes sense. For example, if a character is super strong, they also have to be super durable, even if super durability isn't one of their listed powers, because you need to be durable enough to use that strength. Like, it's one thing to be able to lift up a tank, but your bones need to be durable enough to take the weight of said tank. Same for, like, Barry Allen.
Or if you're going to, like, punch through a wall.
Yeah, break your arm.
Yeah.
Like, for Barry Allen, if he can run that fast, he has to have super perception as well. He's not just that he runs really fast, he's able to perceive, like, his surroundings at that speed, otherwise he'd just run straight into a fucking wall, right? Second one. Like, his first mission would be him sprinting into a wall and exploding.
That is one thing, I guess, that the Justice League version, Zack Snyder's Justice League version answers, in fact, is why does he, not fear Captain Cold anymore? And it's because he just skates everywhere, Karl.
I hate that. So there's a really telling interview with Zack Snyder where he talks about how, well, every other version of the Flash just runs really fast. However, that makes no sense. The way my Flash works is that he enters the Speed Force so there's no friction. So he moves like a speed skater. And that's why he runs like he shat himself. The problem with that is, the speed you see him moving, every stride he does is like 4 miles. every step is like 4 city blocks, at which point he would not be able to move or react to anything in his way, because every step is like, do you know, like when you're going for a run and something gets in your way and you go like, oh! Like, now imagine that, but your strides are like 4 city blocks. And that's why I know Zack Snyder's a hack, because he just wanted to be different than literally every other way super speed has ever been demonstrated in media. Because it makes more sense if the person is running like a normal person would, they're just running really, really fucking fast. They still take just as many steps as you do. Because it doesn't make sense that they're able to like stop and maneuver on a dime if each step they take is 4 city blocks, right?
And I think that's why near everyone, when you ask like what version of super speed do you prefer, like obviously not the weirdo Zack Snyder fans, because they're just going to answer that version. But most sane people will answer that they would prefer the version in X-Men.
Yep, where you see Quicksilver.
Where they show Quicksilver, like, the world slow down around Quicksilver.
Now, we'll always give those X-Men movies props because they show what super speed will look like from the perspective of the person who's moving super fast. So it would be, it's like the time travel thing I mentioned earlier, right? Of they wouldn't need to worry or, like, you know, rush because they move so fast that the rest of the world just stops. And that's what you see with, like with Quicksilver, right? You just see him, like, casually just wandering around, taking in his surroundings when, like, the X-Mansion is exploding. And it's only when the explosion starts to get close to him that he actually starts to move with any urgency.
And I think there's a similar effect pulled off in the CW Flash at some point where like someone knocks a coffee over and you just see like the coffee move in super slow motion or something.
Yeah, and the Flash just looks and goes, whoop. Had a similar thing. It's in the latest season of Lois and Clark. Someone shoots at Superman and he has enough time while the bullet is leaving the gun to look around and decide that, okay, I need to get dressed and become Superman, reveal my secret identity. And he has, like, you know, enough time to look and contemplate, okay, and he takes one last look at Lois, and then, you know, he goes and puts his costume on. Or similar like Metro Man in Mega Man, right? Where he goes and has an entire midlife crisis mid-conversation.
Ever since I can remember, I've always had to be what the city wanted me to be. But what about what I wanted to do?
But it's like, no, Zack Snyder saw all of that and went, no, I can do it better. My Flash runs like he shat himself.
Oh, God.
But bringing it back to Professor Zoom, a.k.a. Reverse Flash, a.k.a. Abard Thorn, and speaking of shitting yourself, he's probably not above making it look like Barry Allen shit himself. So you're not familiar at all with any of the stuff that he's done?
I've heard, like, little highlights here and there, and I can't overly remember them, but I know that basically just make Barry Allen's life a living hell, right?
Yeah, so what he does is, in one comic, he runs so fast, he, like, you know, goes up back in time. And he becomes a sort of time ghost that haunts Barry Allen's childhood. And he basically just sticks around Barry Allen for his entire childhood and adolescent life. And all he does is just make sure that he always has a bad day. You go, like, you know, he never, like, does anything, like, too noticeable. Admittedly, yeah, he does, like, burn his house down. And then he gets his mum killed. And then he opens the door so his dog runs outside and gets hit by a car. And then also, yeah, he did kill a kid who was Barry Allen's best childhood friend and removed him from the timeline so that Barry Allen would grow up with no friends. But that's like basic supervillain shit, right?
It's super basic, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
like, you know, he's way pettier than killing his mum, deleting his friend from existence so he's lonely, and burning his house down and killing his dog. Because he also was like, would hide under Barry Allen's bed at night. So Barry Allen would have crippling, like, anxiety thinking there's a monster under his bed. And every time his dad comes in to see if there's a monster, he'd just run away really fast. So he also, you know, gave Barry Allen crippling anxiety and probably made him piss his pants at least once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
He also, on one occasion, just pushed him down the stairs. that's the thing as well. He didn't do it to kill him. He just did it so he broke his arm so he couldn't play sports. So that's the thing, right? It's not the fact he pushed him downstairs. It's that he pushed him downstairs in such a way where he break his arm so he couldn't play sports. Then another time when he was actually playing sports, he ran out onto the field when Barry Allen's playing baseball and moves his arm slightly so he misses a baseball catch. So the rest of his team hates him.
And that's the thing, right? Is like, okay, cool. A lot of villains like go back in time and just straight up fight someone in
or kill someone, right? Like, oh, I'm going to go back and make sure you were never born.
But like, it's way more villainous to just go back and be like, I'm going to make sure your entire childhood was a little bit shit.
Yes, and just every time Barry Allen's having a good day, Reverse Flash comes out of nowhere and makes sure he has a bad one. Just because he hates him that much. And that's the thing, he never, realistically at that point, he's just a kid. Like, he could just go and break his neck in like half a second. But he doesn't do that because that'd be too easy. So instead, like I said, he hides under his bed. Like, he literally hides under his bed.
Don't you have anything better to do than trying to destroy my life?
Destroying you is my life.
That still doesn't explain why.
And in that vein, Lucas, what's something that you think Reverse Flash probably did, but it wasn't shown in one of those comics?
I think he just keeps untying his shoelaces.
Oh, he absolutely did that every day.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like, just ripped up his homework, all that stuff. Like, there's a joke. Like, it's the thing where for years people thought it was real. And I think it shows how petty Reverse Flash is, that people thought a shitpost edit was real. And it's like a panel of Reverse Flash, like, just taunting Barry Allen. And the edit says something like, oh yeah, every time you slept with your wife, I'd jerk you off at super speed. So you thought you had, like... So you thought you were shit at sex? And people thought for a while that was real. Because it seems like something he would do. Right?
It was me, Barry. I made them draw Lola Bunny with fewer sexual features so that you wouldn't be horny and reduce your blood flow to make you a millisecond slower. Slow enough for me to kill Iris.
And it does sound like it. And I like to imagine just every time Barry Allen gets a shower... He comes in and just turns it to gold.
He probably does, right? Because that's the thing, because Barry Allen did not have super speed when he was doing this. He was just a kid. Yeah. And just Eobard Thawne hates him that much. He just ensured that this kid's childhood would be fucking nightmarish.
But like, not so nightmarish that he just straight up immediately kills everyone, right?
No, yeah, he could have done.
It's like he could have made it 10,000 times worse.
No, but he made it's like having a rock in your shoe.
But
like, you know, a
for
dull
your
ache.
Entire childhood life.
Like, or a dull ache in your neck, right? It's not the worst thing, but imagine it never going away. Or, you know, needing to sneeze. That feeling of needing to sneeze, but imagine that for, like, forever. It's like, well, it's a minor inconvenience if it happens, like, you know, briefly. But if that was your entire life, it's like those people who have, like, hiccups for 30 years, right? And they talk about it being like, it is an unending nightmare. Like, they talk about someone like people try to commit suicide over that shit. Yeah. Like people have, like, you know, bad insomnia where they can't sleep properly. It's like, it's hardly the worst thing not being able to, like, you know, get a full night's sleep, but stretch it out over 10, 20, 30 years.
It's compounding, right? Like, yeah. Oh, it's just one of those things, though, where just, I think that might be, like, the most villainous thing to do is to not make everything bad for, like, a day. Make everything a little bit bad for his entire life.
Well, keep in mind as well, like, the Joker talks about how he became the Joker because he had one bad day. Reverse Flash gave, like, Barry Allen 15 straight years of bad days. Just 15 years of nothing ever going his way. And, like, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the times where he also did this to Batman. Because there's one comic where Reverse Flash beats up Batman and then holds up I think it's a letter from his dad from the past. And then in front of Batman, rips it up and then disappears into time. Just the fuck you didn't win, the ultimate villain move. And Batman just starts crying. He made Batman cry. And yeah, this is just like, this is a fun one, right, Lucas? It's not fun for Barry Allen, but like, no. I enjoy just discussing and learning about dumb comic shenanigans. Don't you?
Mm-hmm. I always do, yes.
Yeah. Like, don't we have a channel where we kind of just do that all the time?
A little bit, yeah. I think we do.
It's called Wiki Weekends. If anyone out there does, like, you know, enjoy me and Lucas riffing on, like, you know, random comic shenanigans, you can go check out Wiki Weekends, link below. There's also a Discord where you can make suggestions for things you'd like to see us cover on future episodes. Otherwise, thank you for watching, everybody, and we'll see you all next time.
Yeah.
Just that one, right? Just he killed his dog, Lucas.
That's rough.
It is. And the thing is that it's not like he kills his dog, it's that he makes him think he killed his dog.
Oh, no.
Because, like, for his entire childhood, Barry Allen thinks that he killed his dog when he accidentally left the door to his new house open. And it turns out Reverse Flash went back in time. He did lock the door, but Reverse Flash opened it and the dog ran outside. So he makes him think he killed his dog. Then he pushed him down the stairs. It's the thing is though, just pushing someone down the stairs, it's such a simple thing, but it's such a dick move, because I think that's like tantamount to a murder attempt, pushing someone down the stairs, right? Because like sometimes you look at a flight of stairs and think, that'd kill me.
Oh yeah.
So far away, Lucas, and lovely audience at home, welcome to another episode of Fiend. That's the intro that I do on Wiki Weekends. That's like the cadence I use for those videos. Wiki Weekends is a thing. Go check it out. It's linked below. Lucas, do you want to talk about Black Panther Wakanda Forever? We might be the first people to say that on YouTube this year.
Yeah, we're a little bit behind.
We are. You know, we're striking while that iron is ice goddamn cold. So Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and I know I pronounce... Lucas, how do you pronounce Wakanda? Because I say Wakanda. Is it Wakanda to you?
I normally go with Wakanda, yeah.
Okay, so Black Panther, Wakanda Forever is a film that centers primarily around a conflict between techno-futurist Africa and some water Aztecs.
I need to rewatch that movie and reevaluate it, because a lot of people have it in very high regard, and it just left a bit of a sour note in my mouth for some reason.
It was trying to do too many things. Like, you can completely excise the plot with Ironheart from the film, and nothing will change. Because it's so obvious that they're trying to set up Ironheart for their own series, and it really smacks of, like, remember in, like, Age of Ultron, where just Thor fucks off to go into, like, the Marvel preview pool?
Karl! Extinction.
To give him visions of the next 3 movies, it's like, that's not necessary, and it weakens this movie as a result.
I was going to say, it really brings things back to, like, the good old Marvel feel like people complain about, doesn't it? Of just random ham-fisted extra 30 minutes of movie that didn't need to exist.
Yeah, to set up for the next movie. But, you know, continuing on with the intro, the decision to, like, you know, make the primary antagonistic force a bunch of people who live in the water resulted in most of the cast learning how to swim, including the guy playing the main villain, who didn't know how to swim when he started. I guess, Lucas, it's been a while since you've watched, like, Wakanda Forever, right?
Yeah, I think I've most recently watched it maybe like a year, 18 months ago, something like that.
And for anyone like Lucas who watched the film on Disney Plus like a year ago and hasn't thought about it since, the basic plot is that the king of Wakanda dies, leaving the formidable nation quite weakened. Something that a bunch of water Aztecs decide to take advantage of by emerging from the ocean to tell Wakanda that they're going to kick the living fuck out of anybody who steals their precious vibranium. A fictional supermetal believed to only be found in Wakanda, until Namor turns up.
And obviously, people are going to be shouting in the comments about not just Wakanda pronunciation, but Namor.
Like, that's the thing, there's multiple different pronunciations of these things, and like the way I pronounce Wakanda, so I do want to pronounce it correctly, but they pronounce it multiple different ways in the film.
Weapon on your arm is from Wakanda?
Bingo. What do you actually know about Wakanda?
What dialect?
Wakanda, Wakanda.
Wakanda forever!
Oh, same with like Namor, where Namor pronounces his name differently to how everybody else pronounces his name.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. It's one of those of like, what do you mean the Scarlet Witch doesn't have an accent anymore? It's just, don't worry about it.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, I do want to pronounce these words correctly, but the actors in the films can't seem to agree on what the pronunciation is.
Exactly,
so,
yeah.
A key change from the comics in regards to the fishmen who come out of the ocean to beat up the future Africa people is that they no longer hail from Atlantis, and they hail from, instead, a Mesoamerican-inspired place called, and I have it here,
It's one of those weird changes where I think it was for the better. Obviously, it doesn't, respect the comics or whatever, but that was such a cool, different take on an underwater city rather than just it's Atlantis like we've seen in many other things.
And it's using imagery that has not often been seen in film and allow them to cast people who are not often represented in big tentpole projects like Marvel movies.
Mm-hmm.
And, I appreciate that, and the actor was pretty good. It's a pretty decent film, and it looked visually very interesting, as you said.
Yeah, and they were definitely one of the more impressive parts of the movie, and, I just, enjoyed them in the movie, but again, there was just a bit of a void where, obviously, Chadwick Boseman had passed away, and just maybe that's why I'm just never gonna love that movie as much as the first Black Panther.
It's more as well, it's like Chadwick Boseman was just a force of fucking nature, and he carried those movies on his shoulders. Mm-hmm. And they got Angela Bassett back, and it's like, fucking Angela Bassett can carry a goddamn movie.
Oh, she nails it in that film, yeah.
It's like, why not let her be the lead?
If she put on the Black Panther armor, that'd be sick.
Which she does in What If. Do you remember that? In there's the What If, where she did reprise the role. She's the leader of the Dora Milaje. And you have, King T'Chaka, when she puts the outfit on, go, that's my wife. And it's like, fuck yeah! And it's obvious why they didn't do that. It's because Angela Bassett is not going to be putting on a CGI catsuit and jumping around on screen for 3 more movies.
Not?
She should, but she's not going to. So instead they get Letitia Wright, who's there's a whole bunch of issues with her of just harassing people on set of don't wear a mask. And it's there's a fucking pandemic that's killed people. And it's but don't wear a mask. It's god damn it, you suck so much and you can't carry this movie.
Yeah, and I think she played off T'Challa really well, but just didn't nail it as much in that role, and also doesn't get helped by the fact that, they're also trying to just hammer home this Ironheart stuff in the movie as well.
Which didn't really need to be done. It should have been a movie that focused on that conflict, but instead it's the Marvel problem having to set up another project, because Marvel movies can't be standalone projects. They have to introduce and hint at something greater, which means that the thing you're watching has very low stakes. Because the villain in the movie is going to be defeated by the end. There's never going to be a threat that's not solved before the 90-minute mark, except for the threat that they're going to hint at for the next 3 movies.
And that's the thing, is Namor is quite a popular comic book villain in Marvel, and I think they might have changed him in the sense that he's a mutant in the comic books, but they couldn't use mutants at the time or something. But ostensibly, it's still the same character, and it would have been really cool to see them more fleshed out and used more.
Yeah, and the one thing I appreciate is that they gave him the stupid fucking wings on his feet.
I do appreciate that.
Because everyone, when the casting was announced, okay, you've changed the backstory to the character, and Atlantis is now this Mesoamerican Aztec inspired region, but he's got all those stupid little wings on his feet.
And if this was phase 1 of Marvel, it would have been that his boots had little painted on wings or something.
It would have been something like that, yeah, but because it's a little bit later and they can get a bit stupid with it, it's okay, he has the wings on his feet.
And that was great and made for some really cool different action scenes and choreography.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm a big fan of the idea of flying fish man, because what's the one thing you don't expect a near entirely aquatic villain or hero to do? Fucking fly. It's what a power move, right? So he lives in the water, he's super powerful in the water, also he flies. Wait, what? That's not what fish people do. This one does. But getting back to the casting, something that people in charge of that had to do is ensure they got people who were fairly strong swimmers, because they wanted to film a lot of the movie on location. Read underwater. So, Lucas, would you like to hazard a guess at how good of a swimmer Tenoch Huerta was when he first started making this movie?
Well, you may have spoiled this fact in the intro, but it sounds like not very much.
Well, in fact, he couldn't swim. And you might think, well, how could a guy who could not swim be cast as a guy who, in the comics, swims at 400 miles an hour? And of course, he's not going to be that good at swim, but a lot of this movie required him to be underwater. And he literally could not swim. And according to him, the way he got around it was when the casting director went, okay, you're ready for the scene, you're pretty good, can you swim? He responded, well, I haven't drowned yet.
And he asked me if I know how to swim. I said I never drowned before. They were laughing, and then they called the producer, Nate. Nate called me back, and he explained everything to me. And he asked me again, do you know how to swim? I never drowned before. And then my team again called me and said, but you know how to swim? I never drowned before. Seriously, no, I don't know how to swim. Come on, man, you should say that, because it's dangerous. So.
Oh my God, the Submariner doesn't know how to swim. That's incredible.
And when he was cast and they brought him on set and they put him in the water, he just said, I can't swim. But by that point, he'd already been cast. So
the work has been done. So
rather than recasting, they had to teach him how to swim, which is such a power move, right?
That's the thing, right? At that point, it's cheaper and quicker to teach somebody to swim than it is recast them.
And that reminds me a little bit of how Mila Kunis got cast on that 70s show, because when she went in for the casting call, she was only 14 years old, and they told her, well, we need someone who's 16 for this role. Ideally, you need to be 16 for this role. And she told them, well, I'll be 16 on my birthday. She just didn't tell them which. And when, when they cast her, and she told them that she was 14, well, you told us you'd be 16 on your birthday. And she went, yeah, but I didn't tell you which one. But by that point, she'd already been cast. And it was cheaper to just, okay, we'll work around her schedule as a minor.
Oh, God.
And that's just what Huerta did. He was just like, well, can you swim? Well, I've not drowned.
It's very specific wording, though, but it's true.
You know what? Drowned. That's a villain move right there as well.
It is.
That is a villain fucking move. And it's really funny because according to him, when I say they taught him how to swim, I mean they literally gave him the little floaties on his arm and put him in a pool with children who were also learning to swim.
Yeah, very basics, and with these floaties that they
For real floaties? I think you were joking.
Yeah, with kids.
Wow. Yeah. How embarrassing.
Totally.
And I
they
imagine,
should have kept that in the movie.
Imagine, if he gets talking to the adults there, and he asks you, so what do you do? I'm an actor. He's like, okay, what are you doing? I play Namor. And imagine if any of the people that know who that is, wait, he's the guy who can swim, right? Isn't he the dude who swims underwater and punt a blue whale into orbit? What the fuck?
Well, he's not going to be learning to swim if he plays a character that can't swim, is he?
Yeah, but it's just so funny that I imagine it's like he's doing it in the full outfit.
Mm-hmm.
I know he didn't, but in my head it's in the full outfit. And apparently as well, they did make him wear the shame shorts as well. He had to wear these teeny tiny shorts that were just really embarrassing and left very little to the imagination.
Yeah, apparently so, right?
Because
that's a separate Fat Fiend video of the CGI lack of bulge.
And that's the thing. Apparently that's a huge deal with comic book movies of having to CGI actors' bulges to be more discreet or more aesthetically pleasing. And we've done a video in the past about the fact that Superman, and when actors playing him get cast, there's invariably an argument in costuming of how big Superman's dick should be. And because they have to put a codpiece into his suit, and there are generally two schools of thought. One, well, he's Superman, he should have a big dick, he should have a super penis. Or he's Superman, he's very modest, even if he did have a big dick, he'd cover it up. And Lucas, where do you fall? Do you think Superman should have a big dick or not?
I think just for the sake of it being entertainment and a movie, it shouldn't be big because that becomes distracting.
And the decision costumers normally reach is give him a modest, discreet codpiece that doesn't draw the eye too much.
Exactly, yeah.
Don't make him look like a Ken doll. but give him something down there. And the funny story is like the Christopher Reeve Superman movies, it was made out of metal, and the co-star playing Lois Lane would flick it to make a metallic ting between takes. I would think they should leave that in the movie so it just sounds like Superman's got a steel dick. So that's what they call him, the Man of Steel, baby. Ting!
And how big are you? How tall are you?
About 6'4".
6'4". And how much do you weigh?
Around 225.
Can you imagine just going to the list of powers and abilities on Superman's wiki and it just being like, well, Superman's got super strength, flight, ice breath, heat vision, super penis, what?
And as silly as this all sounds, someone somewhere has to take this into consideration, right?
A lot of these comic book movies, things like Batman Returns aside.
Suit me up, Uncle Alfred.
They are aimed towards a family basis, right? Maybe not just specifically children, but things that children can watch. And it is weird how, skin tight so many actresses, different costumes have to be, Black Widow, for example.
She's literally introduced ass first.
Oh, wow. Very, very impressive individual. She's fluent in French, Italian, Russian, Latin. Who speaks Latin?
No one speaks Latin. It's a dead language. You can read Latin or you can write Latin, but you can't speak Latin.
Because she modeled in Tokyo.
So, and moving away from that and back to swimming, near enough everyone on set had to undergo some kind of swimming lesson. Even the actors who were pretty good at swimming still needed to have a refresher course, specifically how to hold their breath for an extended length of time, which is not a skill a lot of people have. Even if you're a very strong swimmer, you might not necessarily know how to hold your breath for 2 to 3 minutes. That's a very specific skill that needs to be taught. And it's not something a lot of people know how to do because it's not really that useful, even if you are a swimmer, because you're not often staying 3 minutes underwater. Oh yeah, you're even when you're doing lengths or something like that, you're only underwater for 20-30 second bursts.
Yeah, and you're usually, taking breaths when you come up for a stroke and stuff. It's not a skill that you standardly learn while swimming.
So even the actors who were very strong swimmers still need to be taught how to do that. Also, they need to be taught underwater choreography, because they wanted the people who were swimming, specifically the people playing, the submariners people, to swim a specific way, because they were born and live underwater. So they should act as if they are completely natural under the water, but also move in a way that is unnatural, if you know what I mean? They should appear to be completely natural in the water, but move in a way that is not recognizable to us.
It was a multiple week-long process of them just coming to the tank, hanging out at the surface, learning how to do their breath holds. It's methodical, but it's also somewhat meditational in a way, where you need to kind of really get your mind to relax and be at ease as you hold your breath.
Well, that's the thing, is being completely natural in the water is not natural to humans.
Exactly, yeah. So it's there's a bunch of stuff around that they had to learn. And this is one of the things that's interesting about Marvel movies. It's these little things that I find most fascinating. For example, in Doctor Strange, they had this guy on set who's been a consultant for every movie they have where they cast magic, where he's an expert finger dancer. Do you know that thing about people dance with their hands, do all the wiggly stuff with their fingers? He's the guy who came up with all the spells for Doctor Strange.
And then it also breaks down even smaller to finger tutting, which you're doing boxes and shapes with just your fingers. And then it can get really funky where you're just kind of doing alien fingers. JoJo is doing the fight scenes. I make the gestures to materialize these weapons and powers, and he gets to fit those things into the actual fight scenes.
And he's the person who teaches people how to cast magic. Which sounds stupid, right? Just wave your hands around like an idiot. But no, if you're making movies where there's got to be consistency, you want Agatha to cast magic in the same way that Doctor Strange casts magic, unless she's casting a specific kind of magic. And if she is casting a specific kind of magic, there needs to be some sort of rules to how she does it. And there needs to be consistency between portrayals.
Do you come up with the hand stuff yourself?
I work with Jenny White, who's this amazing postmodern British dancer.
And I think that's super interesting, right?
It is, because they have visual languages in those movies for those things, where Scarlet Witch and Agatha and the other witches in Agatha all along, they all cast magic in a very similar way, but Doctor Strange casts magic in a very different way, but he casts magic in a very similar way to how Mordo casts magic.
Yes, and admittedly, it's very funny that they have like an on-set magic consultant. But if all of the actors and actresses were allowed to just do whatever the fuck they want, just wave their hands around like jackasses, it makes the world feel less real, which is a weird thing to say about, you know, a world where they cast magic spells and stuff. But what I mean by that is, if all the witches, say like Agatha's Coven, cast magic differently, it kind of ruins the illusion. See what I did there? That they were all trained to cast magic in the same way, because why are they casting it differently then? And it's the same thing for like the stunt choreography as well.
Yeah, and it's similar to how you make fictional languages, isn't it? Of just, say for example, Elvish as like a language spoken in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, you can just make noises that sound vaguely Elvish, but all characters have to speak in an Elvish way to make them all sound like they speak the same language, even if it's fictional.
And even if it is fictional, there still needs to be rules. You might like fictional languages like Elvish is a full-fledged language where basically it has its own rules and stuff in it, but other ones are a bit more basic and they essentially just use English as a cipher language and just trade words and sounds in English for words and sounds in the made-up language that they're using, like Klingon, I think. Although I think Klingon has been more... It's more sophisticated now because fans have made up rules for it.
It's evolved over time, right?
Much like language does. But, you know, getting back to the actors and actresses who could swim, the one on set who was supposedly the best was the actress playing Namora.
Drop your weapons.
Hey, she blue?
And that actress is Mabel Cadena, and she was reportedly one of the strongest swimmers the person on set who was teaching people how to swim had ever seen.
And I presume when you're a person that is training people on set how to swim, you've probably seen quite a lot of people swim.
And according to the person who was teaching people how to hold their breath and swim properly, she was by far the most naturally gifted person there. And by the end of filming, she was able to hold her breath for 6 minutes in full costume.
Well, we actually hear that you hold your breath your first time that you went down. It was 8 minutes.
Well, what was 6.5?
We're gonna round up. We're gonna give you the 8. You deserve it.
Yes. No, but Todge actually did an amazing job too. It was actually 5 minutes, I think, or something like that.
Ooh, so how much of that is like a on-set record compared to the Avatar stuff?
Well, that's the thing, because, like, you know, keep in mind all the makeup took 5 hours to apply. So it's not like, you know, she was going in fresh. It's not like she could work out something beforehand. She had to sit in a makeup chair for 5 hours and then go hold her breath for 6 minutes. And according to the person who trained her, if he'd been given more time with her, which he was annoyed about not having, because, you know, how often do you get to work with a complete natural? He said she could have easily learned to hold her breath for in excess of 10 minutes. Like, she could be approaching the levels of, like, seasoned free divers with just a month or 2 more training. But unfortunately, you know, I didn't have that much time with her, and she didn't need to hold her breath for that long.
Well, I spent 6 hours for that process for being blue.
And according to Cadena, she was really mad she couldn't do that because during production she learned that she broke a record previously set by one Tom Cruise, and that's the record for the longest amount of time an actor has held their breath for a scene. I think Tom Cruise's record was 4 minutes for that Mission Impossible movie where he gets drawn underwater. Here's a clip. But during production, that record was broken again by, and Lucas, you might know who this is.
Yeah, that would be Kate Winslet, who I was aware had the record now, but I didn't realise that it kind of got broken in between.
Yes, and the thing is, when you say, oh, Kate Winslet holds a record for holding her breath the longest on a movie, everyone always thinks, oh, on Titanic? Did she do it on... It's like, no, it wasn't for Titanic, it was for Avatar: The Way of Water, a movie I didn't even know she was in.
I don't know, it could have been 6:10, it could have been 7:10.
It was 7:15.
I watched that movie. I tried to watch that movie twice, and I didn't even see her in it. I didn't even know she was in it.
She's just under the water the entire
But that's the thing,
time.
you never saw her
don't
because she was
see
hiding. She was under the water the entire fucking time. Yeah, she broke the record on the filming of that movie. And according to Cadena, she was really upset because she broke the record and then no one gave a shit because Kate Winslet went and broke it straight afterwards.
Yeah, like, I remember that being mentioned quite a few times during Avatar The Way of Water's little, press junkets and all that jazz, just trying to promote the movie of, like, did you know Kate Winslet did this? But I'd never heard it with Wakanda Forever.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. It's one of those facts, right, that you can use on the press junket to sell the movie. It's like just a really easy way to just open up an interview. And I feel really bad for that actress because it's like, Kate Winslet, you've already got a fucking Oscar. Right? let her have it. Right? I know it might have meant she drowned on Avatar The Way of Water, but they can use that in the advertising. This is the film that killed Kate Winslet. God, don't have to be so selfish, does she?
How many movies has Kate Winslet been in that became the highest grossing movie of all time? It's at least 2.
It's quite a few. Do you know as well, she keeps her Oscar in her bathroom. And when she was asked, why'd you keep it in your bathroom? So it's because if it's in my front room, obviously, like, when someone comes round, they want to go and play with it and touch it. And it can be awkward at a party. So if I put it in my bathroom, people can go in there, they can take the pictures, they can pose in the mirror, and they can put it back, and no one needs to know. Because as well, people also feel like really self-conscious about asking her to go up and pick it up. So I don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I won it. It's like, you're not going to break it or anything, are you? But it's just that thing, like, people feel awkward to ask to go pick it up or take a photo with it, which is in my bathroom, then they don't have to worry.
Now they just get to pick it up with their unwashed hands.
That's going to be the worst bit, right? If you go in and see all, like, the fingerprints on it. It's like, oh, no. Oh, that's not good. But, yeah. I just find that hilarious, though, because now imagine when she's there and you have, like, the trainer of, like, this is the most naturally gifted woman I've ever seen in the water. She could hold, and she's underwater for, like, nigh on 10 fucking minutes while she's training. And you cut over to the main actor of the film, he's got the water wings, I'm like, oh no! And then when she's sat there going, who am I playing again? Oh, you're playing his second in command.
I'm still concerned that you should have had both the little tiny wings and the water wings.
They should put the water wings on, that's where he gets his powers from. And the entire movie's him trying to steal his water wings off him.
It could be like Shang-Chi with the 10 wings.
He's just got 10 on his arms.
10 wings.
He's got all the way down his arm like a big, huge puffer jacket. Have you heard this, Matt? He's like impossible to drown. He's just got 10 water wings on his arms and his legs.
Angela, it's pretty simple. Look at what I'm doing and go tell somebody it.
Sorry. Bye, Andy.
Do you know that episode of Always Sunny where Danny DeVito is just trapped in like the play set?
Oh god.
It's like that where he's just stuck there with the water wings.
Stuck in the coil.
Oh, but yeah. Thank you for watching, everybody. Lucas, what is your favourite Green Lantern moment from a comic book, a TV show, or a movie?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about Green Lantern. Like, that's one of the DC characters I'm less familiar with. But I do like the throw in Injustice where they build up a brick wall just to kick someone's face through it.
I knew you were going to say that because that's my favourite Green Lantern moment too. The fact that the Green Lantern's back throw in Injustice is just, well, as you said, he builds a brick wall out of willpower and then kicks your face right through it, which is kind of in keeping with the idea of being a Green Lantern. Because did you know, folks at home, that in DC comic canon, Green Lanterns can do anything? In DC Comics canon, the Green Lanterns are among the most physically powerful beings in the entire universe, provided they're wearing their lime green pimp rings. An inconspicuous piece of jewellery widely considered to be the singular most powerful weapon in the universe, provided it's wielded by someone with a big enough dick.
The thing is, obviously we're going to probably talk about it more, but obviously one of the limitations on the Green Lantern is always the fact they've got to keep their ring charged.
Yes.
And how do you think that would work nowadays in the EU, where they've got to be charged by USB-C via law?
Like the edge of the ring just doesn't fit into the Green Lantern lantern. Well, you've actually jumped a little bit ahead on the original article here, Lucas, because before that, we've got to discuss the rings themselves. For anyone unfamiliar with what like a Green Lantern ring is, basically it is just a conduit through which a chosen Green Lantern channels a nigh infinite amount of power.
In brightest day, in blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power, Green Lantern's light!
Green Lantern Corps, Lucas, you said you're not too familiar with them, but you're probably familiar with the fact that like the Green Lanterns are up there with Superman in DC power scaling.
Of course, yeah. Like, I did watch Justice League Unlimited as a kid and things like that, but obviously the most modern representation that we've got is like a shitty Ryan Reynolds film.
Yeah, and then he's in that, like, Kill the Justice League game, where...
Oh god, he is! Oh, I forgot that game existed!
Yeah, everybody did, because no one cared about that game, and everyone in its mind controlled, because they couldn't even commit to the idea of evil Justice League. The one interesting thing about that game is that it has an evil Justice League. They couldn't even commit to that.
And then, I think, spoilers ahead for a game no one gives a shit about, but I'm pretty sure it's then revealed later on that they were all like clones of the original Justice League as well, so they couldn't even commit to killing them off.
Which is what makes it even funnier. It's like, they couldn't commit to making them evil, but then made them clones because they couldn't commit to killing them, which means that if they were clones and you don't care, why can't you kill the clones and have the real Justice League turn up? You couldn't commit twice. The fuck? Like, they didn't have the willpower to commit, and Joe would have the willpower? A Green Lantern, because that is basically the only constraint on what a given Green Lantern can do. The other one being their own sense of creativity. So, to be a truly powerful Green Lantern, you need to have a near indomitable sense of will, and just a very creative mind.
And if I can remember rightly, in the awful Ryan Reynolds film, I'm pretty sure they call him out for having a bit of a lack of imagination when they're training him.
They do, yes. And I actually do like that film, or at least some aspects of it, specifically in regards to how the Lantern's powers are shown. For example, like when Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern is training, it's like, oh, he drops some girders on him, and Ryan Reynolds builds like a thing out of his imagination to protect himself. And then, like, it crumples because his sense of will is weak. So then he reinforces it with more girders. That's really interesting.
I'm gonna work you, and I'm gonna hit you until your will is strong enough to be worthy of the core.
Or like when a car crashes and he turns it into like a Hot Wheels track. That's really interesting. Or like when he's fighting Parallax, who, Parallax is just a big cloud, kind of fucking sucks, but when he's like getting dragged into the gravity of the sun, and he imagines and builds out of his imagination 2 jets that stop him from getting sucked into the gravitational pull. That's really interesting. That's super fun. The rest of the film just sucks.
Yeah, I do find it funny though, because as far as I can remember, after calling him out for a lack of creativity, they show no creativity themselves other than just like, I'm going to imagine a big fist.
To master the ring, you must learn to focus your will and create what you see in your mind. The ring's limits are only what you can imagine.
Yeah. And that's normally the problem with Green Lantern in like the wider media outside of comic books, where they establish that, oh, the Green Lantern ring can do anything. And then, like, I love Jon Stewart in like Justice League Unlimited, but I will call out the fact that all he ever does is just fire a beam with his ring.
Watch yourself a world of it, Shadow Fiend!
The most he ever does is create the bubble or fire a beam, because, animation budget couldn't handle him creating, like, say, a brick wall and kicking someone through it. Like, the most interesting thing he does with his ring is help the Flash by creating a runway in space that is nigh infinite for the Flash to run along with a bomb. And that's super interesting. I wish there was more of that in, like, wider media featuring the Green Lantern, because most of the time it's just beep.
But Karl, did he create the gravity for Flash to run on the runway?
Well, the thing is, they don't say that he does, but he probably could.
next lesson. Feel that? That's the gravitational pull of your average sun.
And as you mentioned earlier, Lucas, a Green Lantern ring does have to recharge. However, the source from which a Green Lantern ring draws its power, like the central power conduit on Oa, I can't believe how much of this is just in my mind without the script. I just know this. I hate that I know this, but also very handy for this video. That reserve of energy is effectively infinite, and to date in the comics, they have never established whether there is a upper limit on the creative or destructive potential of someone wielding the power they draw from it. And because of that, the power rings that the Green Lanterns use are capable of some frankly mind-bogglingly stupid feats of ass-pulling. Because that's the thing, the Green Lantern ring is just the ass-pull device. Like, do you know what? Batman always has an answer for what he needs, and they always like hand wave it away of like, well, just he planned really hard.
And that's the thing, the Green Lantern could do the same thing without any planning.
Yeah, and they don't even need to plan, the ring just does it on its own. And I think, in regards to Batman ass-pulling, my favourite example that I always bring up here is when he beats the Flash, a character who, in one comic, admits that they can perceive time in the scale of an attosecond. In regards to what an attosecond is, I believe, like, the layer explanation I've heard is, it's an attosecond to a second is what a second is to the time from the beginning of the universe to now. And the Flash can perceive time in that scale. And Batman beats him by building a $1 trillion supercomputer that can calculate just so fast that it can predict what the Flash is going to do, and it sprays some oil down on the floor, and the Flash slips on it and breaks his leg. And that's how Batman beats the Flash. And it's like, come on! A character who in one comic, this is not making it ill, right? In one comic in the future of DC, they say that, I think, is it Central City where the Flash lives?
Yeah.
They say Central City, there's just this thing called the Blur, because they don't know what the Flash is anymore, because it's been like decades since the Flash was a hero, and he's become one with the Speed Force, and all he decided to do is, I'm just going to micromanage my hometown. And he just says that he exists in all parts of the city simultaneously because he's that fast. And they tell stories of, like, if you drop a coffee cup, it just appears in your hand again. And they credit it to the red blur, and that's just the Flash. And then Batman beats him by tripping him up with a robot. Because he planned real hard.
Because he's Batman, Karl.
He's Batman, yeah. And the Green Lantern, it's so good, right?
I did just double check for anyone curious, and an attosecond is quantified as 1/quintillionth of a second.
Yeah. And the Flash can perceive time in that, but then Batman builds a really fast computer. And, like, you know, just one day we will do a video on just the most ass-pull things Batman's ever done. Today we're talking about the Green Lanterns, and as mentioned, the Green Lantern rings a lot of things for the Green Lantern without them actually having to consciously will it to do so. For example, you ever wonder why all of the Green Lanterns wear the same outfit? That's because just the Green Lantern ring gives them that uniform. Also, have you wondered why, despite the fact that all the Green Lanterns hail from a multitude of races, creeds, and like just different parts of the universe where their communication method isn't the same as ours, but they can all talk to each other, the Green Lantern ring also acts as a universal translator that is completely faultless. And that's how, for example, Hal Jordan can talk to a guy who has, I shit you not, Lucas, a volcano for a head. You're probably thinking, no, there's not a Green Lantern who has a volcano for a head. Here's a Green Lantern who has a volcano for a head.
Fucking hell.
Hal Jordan can talk to him because just the Green Lantern ring lets him do so. There's also a Green Lantern, someone out there who is a living algebraic equation. There's another one who hails from a universe where there's no light, and he can somehow control and harness the power of light, and he has a unique Green Lantern call that like relies on sound instead of light. It's like, it's ridiculous. And the Green Lantern ring allows all of these like crazy-ass creatures to communicate with one another flawlessly. It also gives them a uniform, and the uniform, while identifying them as a member of the Green Lantern Corps, it hides their identity. So you know that thing of like, well, all Hal Jordan's doing is like Ryan Reynolds putting on a domino mask. Why does no one recognise him? It's Ryan Reynolds. They say that that's just like a visual thing. The Green Lantern ring actually hides your identity.
Hal?
Miss.
Hal? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, Hal!
It's like a visual representation of a perfect disguise.
Yeah. And the reason why no one recognises someone when they're in Green Lantern uniform without the Green Lantern willing them to be able to do so is because just the ring protects their identity.
Because that's the thing, if I was aware that there was a guy with a volcano for a head, and then a Green Lantern came with a volcano for a head, I might maybe recognise them.
You might, yeah, but that's the thing. But when he's wearing his Green Lantern ring, it hides his identity. Mm-hmm. And the one exception to this, or the most famous exception to this, is the Green Lantern John Stewart, who refused to wear his domino mask because he's black.
Right.
And that's a story for another day. But so I'm just going to leave it at that.
Your style's played out, Hal.
Nobody slings a ring like me.
Some of us do it even better.
Because that's the title of that Fact Fiend video when it eventually gets made of John Stewart doesn't wear a mask because he's black. And you're like, wait, what? Yeah, I'm going to click that. And before we move on, Lucas, just the fact that a Green Lantern ring, without you doing anything, can let you talk to someone who doesn't have a head. That's pretty powerful, right?
Who doesn't live in a universe that perceives the same things as you do.
Like, there's a Green Lantern who is a living algebraic equation, and you can talk to them. No, you can go have coffee with that guy. It's great. Also, as well, do you like that cool like force field around a Green Lantern that lets them fly through space? That's not a thing they have to will the ring to do, it just does it automatically. And that force field is nigh impenetrable. So just by wearing it, you are able to communicate with all life in the universe, fly at near light speed, and are protected from the the danger of space without having to do anything. Then on top of that, you can create anything you want with your mind.
Could you then talk to an algebraic equation that isn't a Green Lantern, or do both parties require it?
No. Well, that's the beauty of the ring. It lets you communicate with all life in the universe, because the Green Lantern Corps is like basically the universal police force. So they need to be able to communicate with all life in the universe.
Boo, Universal Police.
Basically, he's a big cop.
Yeah.
And that probably goes some way to explaining why, like, John Stewart, Green Lantern, refuses to hide his identity. And I do like the one thing I do like about John Stewart Green Lantern, that's not to do with that video that will get made just at some point. I've got like 400 Fact Fiend articles that have yet to be turned into videos. Is that he's an engineer, so they say that John Stewart's constructs are the strongest of any Green Lantern because as an engineer, he doesn't just like say imagine a brick wall. He imagines a reinforced brick wall and can imagine the process of laying down each brick by brick. And because of that, his constructs are the strongest of any lantern.
Yeah, like, he's building them down to, like... It doesn't it say that he's building it down to, like, atomic scale at times or something?
And lanterns who don't have the mind of an engineer will create different things. Like, Hal Jordan was a fighter pilot, so he creates, like, military equipment. Or Sinestro, because he's evil and he's from an alien planet, he creates stuff that makes people scared. With his yellow lantern ring, at least, anyway.
Yes, yeah.
And that's okay. That's all the stuff that the ring can do on its own without the user's input. With the user's input, it allows people to do things like create wormholes into which they create a giant hand that could dunk a sun like a plasma basketball, travelling through time, phasing an object into or out of existence, and then creating an entire pocket dimension into which they can trap a tiny wizard. That's not me making something up, that actually happened in one comic book. And people at home are probably thinking, is there anything a Green Lantern ring can't do? And Lucas, if you were a writer, what would be the one thing you would make it so that a Green Lantern ring couldn't do so that it doesn't become broken OP? And I'll give you a clue. Think of, like, when you get a genie's wish. What's, like, usually the one rule that you have when it comes to, like, wishing for something?
It can't get more wishes, so either that you can't make more Green Lantern rings, or you can't get infinite energy.
Yeah, that's what you think would be the limit on a Green Lantern ring, right? That you can't use it to make more Green Lantern rings. And that's why I compared it to a genie's wish, because a genie says you can wish for anything, but you get 3 of them, and that's why you can't wish for more wishes. Similarly, a Green Lantern ring can do near enough anything, but it does eventually run out of power, forcing you to recharge it. And that'd be the limiter I'd put on a Green Lantern ring, but it turns out that, no. If you have a strong enough sense of willpower, you can actually use a Green Lantern ring to create another Green Lantern ring, which has all the powers and abilities of the first one, which you can then use to make another Green Lantern ring.
That's what I was wondering, because I was like, what's more powerful? Creating 10 Green Lantern rings and giving them to you all like the Justice League, or just putting 10 on at once?
And that's the thing, yeah. And you might think, Lucas, well, surely that's the limit, right? What more could you possibly do than just creating another one? Well, did you know, in one comic, Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern who's widely considered to have the strongest sense of will in the entire DC universe, once created a Green Lantern ring out of nothing by crystallizing his own focused willpower.
What?
Which, remember, he could then theoretically use to just make another Green Lantern ring, and then another, and then another.
So he didn't even need one Green Lantern ring to make his own Green Lantern ring?
No, his sense of willpower was so strong, he just willed it into existence, and then could wield it like a regular Green Lantern ring. And do you know,
That's some bullshit.
Yeah, do you know in God of War Ragnarok, where he, like, Dropnir, and Sindri drops Dropnir like 1,000 rings? Oh god, no! He's like that!
Oh, I'm gonna miss you, little one.
Just Green Lantern rings fucking everywhere.
Yeah, so like the title of this one is A Green Lantern Ring Can Do Theoretically Anything. I wasn't joking, because it realistically can. There's no limit to what it can do. And even if you took it off him, even if you took the ring off him, he'd just make another one. And I always say it's like it's the ultimate ass pull. It's literally an ass pull, because it looks like Hal Jordan's pulling it out his ass. It's like, okay, we've taken your ring away, you're not powerful anymore. Bam! 10 rings, let's go.
The real question is, though, Karl, could Green Lantern bring a, like, hard-light version of Goku to Will so that we could have Goku v Superman?
He probably could. Like, there's one comic where the Green Lantern is like, oh, he's in the middle, he's floating through space at 1 billion miles an hour. He's like, well, I'm kind of bored. I know. And he uses a Green Lantern ring to make a 50s-style diner, in which he goes and sits down and eats food while he's travelling through the universe.
So he can produce food as well?
Yeah. Not that he needs to, because the Green Lantern ring just sustains the lantern forever. Like, they don't need oxygen or food or energy, but if they want to, they can create food out of it.
I thought everything that it makes is made of hard. Like, you can't eat hard. Like,
yeah, but Lucas, you forget this is DC, where it's like, just fuck it, shut up. That's the thing. The answer to this is shut up. So, wait, why can Batman build a computer that can think faster than the Flash? Shut up. And that's the thing. Do you know what they say? Because he's Batman. And everyone just accepts that. It should be because he's the Green Lantern. Because he really believes real hard. Really, really hard. Done. Fuck you. Great.
He believed that he could, so he did.
Yep. And I never know how to feel about characters like this, because admittedly, it's very funny to imagine the Green Lantern, like I said, creating a 50s style diner while he's floating through space at, like, you know, a quantifiable percentage of the speed of light. But at the same time, the fact he can do anything makes it really boring.
It's like a character with completely undefined limits. How do you make that interesting?
Yeah, it's not like you can ever introduce anything that's going to pose a threat to them when you've already established that the Green Lantern ring lets you do anything. And then you think the one thing you could do is, okay, take the ring away from him or let it run out of energy. But then they established in one comic book, well, you can just make a ring out of nothing. Okay, so now that's not even a threat anymore. Right? It's like Superman of, like, what's his one weakness? Well, kryptonite. And then in, like, some comics, before they reboot the universe 5 times, kryptonite doesn't work. Okay, then red solar radiation. Then there's another comic where they literally threw Superman into a red sun and he flew out. It's like, okay, so now that doesn't work.
He learned how to get better. It's like, oh.
It's like, what's Batman? What's the limit to his power? It's like, okay, well, he's rich. We'll take away his money. It's like, oh no, but he actually secretly buried like $8 billion in offshore accounts, like a real businessman. Oh, just send him back in time, then he flies back through time as a pirate. It's like, god damn it. So remember we talked about, like, Harley Quinn on Wiki Weekends, which is back. And he's like, oh yeah, Harley Quinn basically went into the hyperbolic time chamber for 4,000 years and came out as a master of all martial arts.
Yeah.
Like, they couldn't just have her as, okay, she just robs, like, supermarkets with, like, clown-themed weaponry. She has to now be, like, you know, on par with Superman in a fist fight.
She can't just be the sidekick to the Joker, who is just a random insane dude.
And it's something we've talked about, isn't it, in relation to Wiki Weekends, like, you know, the side channel we both run. We don't tend to cover DC characters because they're really boring, because there's always something written in there where it's like, well, they can do anything. And then being able to do anything means there's no stakes or drama to any of the stories featuring them.
And obviously, when it's built as each individual story has a different rule set and different power set of characters, like, obviously they all roughly have the same abilities each time, but each writer stretches those definitions a little bit differently. But when it's just a wiki full of every iteration combined, it's like, oh, they could do everything.
Yeah, and as we mentioned Harley Quinn earlier, like, I always assumed, because I'd not caught up with the DC Comics in a while, well, Harley Quinn, she's like, you know, I know she started dating, what is it now, Poison Ivy for a little bit. It's like, I'm sure, like, you know, she's got some, like, new fun adventures, and we just, I think the moment we got onto the wiki in the episode of, oh, she fell into a time portal and trained in all forms of combat for a millennia, me and you just both went,
so, right, okay, yeah, sure, just, I get it, you want Harley Quinn to be able to fight the Justice League, even though that's not what the character was created for, but yeah.
She was literally created for the Batman animated series because they didn't want the Joker talking to himself. Because they realised the Joker's a really fun character, but we want him to be able to talk with someone who's as crazy as he is, so they made up Harley Quinn.
Which, realistically, if you could make that work for any character talking to themselves, it would be the Joker, but still Harley's a great invention.
They want him to have like a foil. Like Batman has a sidekick, so they wanted to give the Joker one as well.
You know, he's got to have a partner to be able to beat up children with crowbars with Karl. Can't do it on his own.
Speaking of ass pulls and like beating people with crowbars, did you ever see that like super just like, oh no, like instant retcon they did with the Arkham games in regards to Harley? Do you know about this?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so there was like a moment in one of the Arkham games where you fight Harley Quinn, and Batman walks in and fucking just beats her ass. Like one of those like those takedowns from those games. He does that to Harley Quinn. But then, later in the game, you find like a bunch of pregnancy tests saying that Harley Quinn was pregnant.
And if you look down, there's actually this pregnancy test here, and it says that Harley Quinn, we're assuming, is pregnant with Joker's child.
And then they released that Harley Quinn DLC. Where they established that no, it was a false positive because they didn't realise how fucking bad that looked.
Yeah, how did no one flag that before they put it out?
And then, like I said, they released the DLC. Like, they retconned the fuck out of that in the DLC that starred Harley.
Patch that the fuck out. Holy fuck.
Yeah. That's the thing, like, even the Batman games can't escape being retconned within their own lifetime.
Let's just remember a more fun period of the Arkham games where just in Arkham Asylum they were like, hey, there's still one secret no one's found. It's like, yeah, because you had to put explosive gel on one random wall in one random corridor that was completely unmarked.
I think my favourite thing is, like, I played like the Arkham games a bit late. And I reckon like the Arkham games are way better if you play it with only detective vision on and it just looks like Batman's been attacked by skeletons. I played it exclusively in detective mode, just because then it always looks like Batman's been attacked by skeletons. Like, that makes the game way scarier.
They basically had to start putting in enemies that would like jam your detective vision and stuff because they realised this game is a beautiful game, but every fucker just plays it in like this blue detective vision.
I still remember as well, like, the mission where it's like, oh no, like, just random goons in Arkham are like beating the Batmobile, which is bulletproof and rocket launcher proof, with steel bars. And you've got a mission of like go like activate the sonic jammer that just like incapacitates them. It's like, really, Batman? They're hitting your bulletproof car with sticks. Or like
the car that you've literally built to be able to take that kind of punishment.
What's the one where you get the Batmobile and they had to, because like obviously Batman doesn't kill people. He will ram the Batmobile into people at 100 miles an hour. But they had to put in like the little animation of like the taser bursting off, right?
A little lightning bolt that shoots them away from the car before it hits them at like potentially 100 plus miles an hour, which means that you're still jolting their body with force away from the car with enough speed to avoid that 100 plus mile an hour car.
And I always love like the reaching they will try to do to like, no, Batman doesn't kill people. It reminds me of like the Spider-Man games. Like, how much, during those like PS4 and PS5 Spider-Man games, like, what's the first thing you do when you're fighting a bunch of enemies on a rooftop? You immediately try and throw them off, right?
And then, or they've got the little, like, spider bot that grabs them and pulls them into the building.
You know what? I respect that so much more than the Batman thing of, like, oh no, the little taser. It's like they're still getting hit by a tank going 400 miles an hour. There's no and then they're landing on solid concrete. There's no way they're surviving that shit. And the city has no resources because all the emergency services have been like kicked out of like Gotham. The Spider-Man example is like, we know Spider-Man has a direct line to the cops, and we see, cause I tried real hard to get people far enough away from a building where they can't latch on, and I don't think I ever managed to not have the person attached to a building and be okay.
Yeah, I really tried. I really tried to make it work, but it gets you every time.
This is why I like these so much, because they're so much fun. Because you just get to play around. Like, with enemies, like, just do this shit like this, just go.
Look! Oh, God. Spider-Man, have mercy.
You know what? Just for the hell of it. Fuck you. I had to do it, Lucas. When me and you play through, like, Spider-Man PS4, I'll put in the clip of this because it always cracks me up off. When I made you aware of, not a bug, but just, like, something they never thought to fix in the PS4 version of that Spider-Man game where no character has eyelids. No character has eyelids in that game, except for, like, no actual character models that they need you to focus on. Which means that all villains always have their eyes open. You might think, well, that's not... What does that matter? Well, it mattered when, I think, we're playing, like, a random fight, and I threw that flashbang at that criminal, and I hit the flashbang directly in his eyes, and then went into photo mode, you could see that his eyes were open.
Being the only one not wearing orange.
Just 3 1. Oh, hello. Oh, that's a sable. Oh my god! Lucas! His eyes are open. His eyes are open for maybe the last time. It's just, this is my life now. Oh! Well, that time where just like hit the guy into a wall and his body's like contorting like all over the joint. There is no longer a man in there. He's just everything is happening to him at once.
Oh dear God!
Like I'm fighting Electro. Look at this. I'm fighting Electro. I'm like sat on him, like reverse fucking Spider-Man cowgirl in his ass. Look at that. Look at that. If I saw it in the Kama Sutra, I wouldn't question it.
No.
I fucking love this game. Oh,
the swan dive off him.
The perfect backwards, like the Captain Falcon swan dive.
Yeah.
Lucas, just think about how painful that would be.
Oh god!
Like all of his bones are just slightly bent the wrong way. Oh, this is the one.
Oh,
this is the one. Just I'm so sorry. Actually, I'm not. He's a criminal, but why are their eyes open when we do this to them, Luca?
Yeah, and his eyes being open implies that he's still conscious.
And again, they just never thought about it. But yeah, cheers for watching, everybody. See you all next time. Yes. Odds on one of your dogs barking in the background while we're recording this.
Well, Oryx has been nice and quiet so far, but the moment I went to press record, I could just hear Cade like...
Yep. So I'll tell you what, folks at home, I'm going to try and edit out any examples of Lucas's dogs barking in the background of his audio. But if you hear one, let us know. And like, you know what? And here's an incentive. Here's some pics to Lucas's dogs.
Also, you've got to guess, was it Cade or Oryx?
Can you tell the difference then?
I can tell the difference, yeah. Cade's got a higher bark.
Because the only way I can tell the difference between them is, like, Cade's more wriggly. Like, he's like the wriggly sausage dog. Lucas got 2 sausage dogs, and Oryx is just the heavy one. He's dense.
Well, no, he's not. He's the light one now. He's the light and wriggly one, Karl. He's, like, more just lithe and slender than Cade nowadays.
Stop rubbing it in that I can't see your sausage, Lucas. Anyway, let's talk about the Juggernaut. Dazzler is a somewhat obscure Marvel superhero with the uncanny ability to metabolize sound and turn it into light. A power that, on the surface, sounds kind of useless, until you realise that in one comic it was used to stop the Juggernaut.
You can't stop the Juggernaut. Forgive me for trying, bum.
So Lucas, I believe we have covered Alison Blair, aka Dazzler, on an episode of Wiki Weekends on the Fact Fiend channel, yes?
I believe that was still when Wiki Weekends was featured over on the Fact Fiend channel, yes.
It was indeed, yes. But for anyone out there who saw that episode or thinks, hey, I missed that Wiki Weekends format, what are you doing with that? Well, me and Lucas are still making Wiki Weekends just on its own channel, which is why I'm making Fact Fiend videos again to promote that shit. So go check that out.
And I do know one thing about the Juggernaut, because we've also talked about Kane Marco before, and that's that he cannot be stopped.
Literally, yeah. Like, the Juggernaut can become a skeleton, because people don't know how the Juggernaut's powers work. He's not a mutant. He's commonly thought of being a mutant because he fights the X-Men a lot, but no, he's empowered by this demonic gem.
Whosoever possesses the sacred gem shall prepare himself to receive the power of the Crimson Bands of Cyttorak. Read these words and go from this place a human juggernaut.
Called like the Gem of Cyttorak, which is powered by this demon from another dimension who empowers Kane Marco with the powers of the Juggernaut, which allows him to just subsist and move in any direction that he wants forever without the need to expend his own energy, to the point where he can become a skeleton. That was one comic where just he's a skeleton and the skeleton's still moving because he's the Juggernaut.
And, I mean, people probably also think he's a mutant, because pretty sure, like, every time he's been in the movies, they've just been like, he's a mutant, it's easier.
Because that's easier to explain than he's Charles Xavier's brother who found a gem.
Yeah.
Because when you just say, why can you moonwalk through a mountain? Oh, I found a gem. A gem. Yeah, but it's a demon's gem from another dimension. It's like, already, there's like 3 concepts that you're not going to put in a mainstream movie because they're just too awkward to explain. Fuck it, he's a mutant. Or he's Vinnie Jones.
Prisoner must be confined at all times. If he builds any momentum, no object can stop him.
How fascinating. What do they call you?
Juggernaut.
And there's one thing that, like, when you bring up Dazzler, I'm like, how have we had 3 Deadpool movies and there's not been a Dazzler cameo?
And not so much for the first one, because the fact that first Deadpool movie even got made is an achievement in and of itself. But for the second and third ones, there were fan castings for obscure Marvel heroes, much in the same way they put like Negasonic Teenage Warhead in. People were saying, oh, put like other obscure, sillier mutants in as cameos. And one of the ones that people wanted was Dazzler. And the person they wanted to play Dazzler for a cameo was Taylor Swift.
Yes, I do remember that now, yeah.
Which I think would have worked. I think that could have, for a cameo, yeah. I don't think Taylor Swift's going to commit to a movie.
Yeah, as long as it was just a silly cameo, like, I don't mind it when that happens, as long as it wasn't like, you know, Ed Sheeran in Game of Thrones getting multiple scenes.
It's a new song, you know. Or, you know, in the vein of like Marvel movies, where they brought in Harry Styles to play Eros, Thanos' brother, and then he's never... Lucas forgot. Did you forget that Harry Styles is Thanos' brother in Marvel?
Yeah, he's fucking Star Fox.
Yeah, he's Thanos' brother, and they never brought it back. It's like, and Harry Styles can't fucking act.
Your friends are in big trouble. And we know where to find them.
It should have been a cameo. Same as like they wanted Dazzler to be like a cameo by Taylor Swift, because the character sort of looks like Taylor Swift, and the character's backstory, as we'll get into now, is that of they are a pop star in the Marvel Universe. But their powers, just because they sound stupid, doesn't mean they are powerful, because she exists in a medium where creative use of obscure or weird powers is sort of the whole deal. So I mentioned in the intro that her power is metabolizing sound and then turning it into light. And Lucas, do you remember from the Wiki Weekends episode we did on it how powerful this ability actually is?
I believe that she created the light that's as bright as the sun, correct?
Well, that's on the lower end, yes, because her power, turning sound into light, doesn't sound that impressive until you realise what she's really doing is converting one form of energy into another. And according to the comics, there is no known limit to the amount of sound energy she can absorb and then metabolize into light, meaning she theoretically has infinite power.
Hey, Psyche, loosen up. How about that Dazzler, huh? Didn't I tell you she's something?
And on the higher end of the things that she's done are absorbing the sound of a collapsing star. Because you must have heard that, right, Lucas? Of like, if sound could travel through space, everyone on Earth would be death, because the sound of the sun, which is just a constant nuclear reaction, is basically just a billion explosions per second happening forever.
Man, they're so screwed in Star Wars, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. and they say that, like, Dazzler in one comic absorbs the sound of a collapsing star or a black hole.
Jesus Christ.
She's also, as well, stood toe-to-toe with Black Bolt, who has appeared in some Marvel projects, though none of them good. And I do include Multiverse of Madness in that, because his cameo's not great.
I mean, I love the idea of Scarlet Witch just, like, sealing his mouth up, and that's how he meets his end. But the fact that, the smartest man on Earth decides to immediately give his power and weakness away?
Wanda, Black Bolt could destroy you with one whisper from his mouth.
What mouth?
No, that cameo doesn't exactly get across how powerful Black Bolt is. So in the comics, with a whisper, he can destroy a planet. I know they say in the movie, like, oh, we can end you with just a whisper. But the power, as powerful as that character is, just looks really lame. Like when he just looks at Doctor Strange, like, I'm sorry. Do, 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 do.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Do you know my favourite bit about that scene as well? Is that Doctor Strange is the only one who's tired. And clearly they didn't intend this. This is one of the things where it was unintentional. But Doctor Strange is the only one wearing an outfit that's dirty, because clearly all the other actors just filmed on a green screen the same day they did their cameos. But it makes it look like Doctor Strange did all the work, and then just the Illuminati turned up and killed him. Because they're still wearing, like, fresh, clean outfits that aren't dirty. And obviously, that's not what happened. They talk about it being a big fight, but because clearly the actors, as I said, came in on that one day and filmed their cameos all at the same time against a green screen, they didn't have time to dirty up their outfit, so it just looks like Doctor Strange killed Thanos on his own, and the Illuminati killed him.
Because obviously that's what their little statue says, right? Who was the hero that stopped Thanos? But then they reveal, like, no, he didn't save Thanos, it was all of us, but we just murdered him and made him a martyr.
But if you go back and watch that scene, you'll notice that, as I said, none of the other actors in that scene have clothes that are dirty.
That's so funny.
As would happen after, like, a cataclysmic battle with Thanos. Because the actors just film their cameos against the green screen. It just makes it look like Doctor Strange did it on his own. It's like,
they all just stood in the background like, yeah, man.
Do you like Shaun of the Dead? Where just Shaun kills a zombie on his own. It's like, feel free to step in anytime. And it's like, we thought you were doing alright. That's what happened with Doctor Strange. Like, he must have been on his knees of like, why the fuck were you? Like, just kill him. Just kill him. Don't let him don't let him tell everybody that we didn't help. We bitched out immediately.
Feel free to step in any time.
Did all right?
Didn't want to cramp your style.
Why? I'm so sorry about that.
But yes, like, the idea that you could technically, in X-Men 97, where Bishop's like, Cyclops, just unleash hell onto me, and then I'll convert it.
Yes.
Like, you could do the exact same combo with Black Bolt, just stood behind Dazzler constantly.
Yes. And the reason why I was, like, just talking about how bad, like, he is in the live-action projects is because they don't really get across how powerful Black Bolt is. Like, Black Bolt is up there. Like, a whisper can destroy a planet. And they say if he screams, he has the potential to destroy the universe. And he screams at Dazzler, and she just absorbs it. Because the other side effect of her power is that she's wholly immune to sound. It cannot hurt her. Like, she can still hear, but, like, the sound of a collapsing star or Black Bolt screaming, which would immediately just cause any organic life to just be obliterated. And anything thousands of miles away would go deaf. She's like, oh, that's fine. Laser beam. Pew.
The Uno reverse card on Black Bolt. Oh, no.
It's like, imagine just him doing that, and Dazzler's like, thank you, and then just does, like, she'd just be in the final flash position, right? Like, he does the scream and, like, the world's been obliterated. And they're like, no, just the smoke comes down, and it's just Dazzler doing Final Flash. It's like, oh, no! Oh, yes, like, so she does have an incredible amount of power. However, the character doesn't normally fight, and instead uses her powers to become one of the most popular pop stars on Earth in the Marvel Universe, because she's essentially her own light show. Which is what a gimmick, right? Like, who wouldn't want to go see a singer where, while they're singing, they just explode in like a rainbow of party energy? You'd like to go see Prince.
Yeah. It's just incredible, like, what a cool gimmick to go and become a pop star with.
Yeah. And, like, just the fact as well she's her own light show is incredible. And within the Marvel Universe, Dazzler boasts many fans, including superheroes and some supervillains. And the Marvel characters who are confirmed to be fans of Dazzler include, but are not limited to, and it says here, Colossus, the Rhino, and even the mutant shapeshifter Mystique, who will, on occasion, use Dazzler as one of her go-to disguises. However, she will deny that she is a fan of Dazzler when outright asked about it, which means that Dazzler must play the kind of like bubblegum pop everybody knows he's great, but refuses to admit slaps.
Definitely just Dazzler has like a Taylor Swift-esque song like Shake It Off, where everyone loves it, but some people are afraid to admit it.
Yeah, especially someone like Mystique, who her whole gimmick is the mystique around her. She can't be caught listening to just like Call Me Maybe or something like that. It's like Wong in Doctor Strange, isn't it? Where he's just listening to Beyonce. Because Wong can own it. Wong's got confidence. Mystique would not be caught dead listening to Beyonce, however much her songs slap. And let's take a brief detour now, Lucas, because Dazzler's powers essentially are weaponizing music. And the fact she's not appeared in live action is kind of disappointing, given that it's the perfect opportunity for a montage. So, let's just, like, play a game now. And if Dazzler ever appeared in live action, what song would you want to play as she kicks ass?
I mean, part of me was thinking in my head, I was like, man, just why does Dazzler not have, specifically on keyboard in the back, you can imagine that Jubilee would be a keyboard player, right?
Oh,
just
with that outfit on, with the big glasses on.
With that outfit, just in the background, just playing like keyboard on one hand, and then just sending out fireworks with the other one. And you could have, although, they're not in the best favour at the moment, you could have Katy Perry's Firework playing.
Oh, that'd be a good one, right? And I guess it is going to be minor spoilers for, like, Deadpool Wolverine. Bye, bye, bye. Because like, that was so... Like, we don't say anymore, but they play the song Bye Bye Bye. And that's the thing. I want that level of bubblegum pop playing as Dazzler does her fight scene. Like I said, it's got to be like Call Me Maybe or Shake It Off or something like that. Or something like, written to evoke the feelings of those kind of songs.
Just hit me with the truth.
Yeah, totally. And, like, I'm really surprised because Deadpool would be the perfect movie to do it in, right? Because it is that, like, you could have that kind of more meta humor. You can have an excuse to just, fuck it, we've got Dazzler, we're cut into a concert scene for a minute.
Or you could have, like, like, I can even see the scene in my head of just, like, Deadpool just turning around a giant speaker and pointing at Dazzler.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, wait, hang on, stop, Dazzler, do a music scene for us.
Yeah. You could even just you can see the scene in your head, can't you? Just Deadpool turns to the camera and says, oh, now it's time for the montage, and just plays the music, right? But, yeah, let us know, folks at home, like, what song would you want to play during a Dazzler fight scene if she ever appeared in a live-action movie? But we'll get back to the topic at hand now, Lucas, and talk about the Juggernaut, because the Juggernaut is also a fan of Dazzler's music. And I'm just thinking now as well, Joey's got that big light helmet on. Do you think he's got headphones under there?
Oh, he could, right?
You'd have to. Like, what else are you going to do?
The only real reason that Juggernaut's got that helmet is similar to Magneto, where it, like, stops any psychic attacks coming in, and he can just keep running. And there's no reason why he couldn't, like, put some headphones in there. He's got some running music to go along with it.
Well, that's the thing as well. Like, his power is basically just weaponized jogging.
Yeah.
I don't know anyone who can jog without music. Those people are animals.
You've learned nothing. You never will. Activate Logan's Run X-13.
Is that those like that viral tweet that goes around every now and again of like, I just got on a plane and a guy got on with a black coffee and just sat and stared at the back of the seat in front of him for 5 hours straight. No,
just raw dog that flight.
Just raw dog the entire flight. And it's like, I've never been scared of someone's power more. And one of the things that always cracks me up about the Juggernaut is I know that he's Charles's brother or half brother. I forget their exact relationship in the comics, but it's always cracked me up that the Juggernaut, the 11 feet tall, 800-pound man, has a beef with a guy in a wheelchair. I've always just found that really funny that he has a beef with a guy in a wheelchair.
And then, you know, there's the one thing that can stop him is psychic attacks, and he has that helmet as well. It's like an absolute fuck you to Professor
It's like a
X.
10-0 matchup, right? It's guy whose power is never stopping running versus a guy whose legs don't work. It's so rough, right? But anyway.
Charles, aren't you gonna welcome me home?
The Juggernaut is reportedly a massive fan of Dazzler, to the point where he refuses to fight her, which is kind of a problem, because the Juggernaut is often an enemy of the X-Men, who Dazzler likes to help out. And this all comes to a head in Uncanny X-Men Volume 217, where Dazzler, in full costume, is pursuing the Juggernaut and accidentally crashes into him. Because she just crashes into him. She's like, wow, doing a to be fair, I guess Dazzler is probably the worst person you'd pick for covert ops, right?
Mm-hmm.
So not only is her power metabolizing sound, which doesn't exactly scream sneaky to me, especially when the sound causes her to explode in a cloud of light, also she's the most famous pop star on Earth. It's
right.
Hey, we need to track down the Juggernaut. It'd be like saying, hey, we need to follow this person around, send Taylor Swift to tail them.
Do you know when, like, they have those videos where people are... Taylor Swift is definitely getting brought inside those, like, giant black boxes and getting snuck onto the stage via those? Can you imagine that black box is just exploding with light?
So I wonder who could be inside that. Oh man, well, I guess we can't not mention Taylor Swift without mentioning one of my favourite images, which is just that one of like, just leaked some footage of Taylor Swift getting a private plane. It's like the plane inside of a plane.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, here's Taylor Swift going to the bathroom in a private plane, and she's taking a plane from one end to the other. Oh god, does Taylor Swift just drive? Just fucking drive.
No, she's more important than the planet, Karl. Fuck you.
She could literally hire 4,000 Ubers. Do you know what I don't get as well? Why are celebrities doing what like Rockefeller and that used to do like 100 years ago, where they just get their own train? Why is there any celebrity out there who's like, fuck it, I'm going to go old school, I'm just going to buy my own train? Do that.
Yeah, because you think about how big some of the tour logistics are at that point where they're like, oh, we've got a salvo of 20 different coaches. It's like, at that point, that is a train.
To be fair, I fully expect at one point just Taylor Swift's going to create the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. I was reckoning she's going to end up like just flying around that with Beyonce or something. But in this comic, Dazzler crashes into the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut's kind of pissed. And he's going to beat the fuck out of the person who just crashed into him on their motorcycle with his engine block-sized fist until he realises that it's Dazzler. And he's like, oh, sorry, I don't want to fight. But Dazzler's pursuing him, so she starts a fight. The Juggernaut doesn't really take it all that seriously because he doesn't want to hurt his favourite pop star. And they have, like, you know, just a fight with the Juggernaut not really taking it that seriously.
Right, yeah, because the Juggernaut can just, like, punch you into pieces.
Yes, and I find this quite amusing because it means that Dazzler holds the dubious honour of being one of the few people in the Marvel Universe to stop the Juggernaut dead in his tracks. And she did so purely through the power of bangers. Because if people don't know how Juggernaut's powers work, essentially, once he begins moving in any given direction, no force in the universe can stop him, only slow him down. The only thing that can make the Juggernaut stop is if he chooses to stop moving.
And that is literally to the point of you can, like, throw him into space and he'll keep going.
Like, I think that's the only way the Hulk stops him. So I think, what about a super strong character like the Hulk? Well, the Hulk fights Juggernaut. I think it's in World War Hulk, and Hulk just throws him into space.
He just keeps going.
He just keeps going, yeah.
But can you imagine, though, how much of a combo that would be if you had Juggernaut and Dazzler team up? Because just tell Juggernaut, put some blinders on, put a blindfold on, mate, and run. And then you've got Dazzler. Dazzler can, like, sit on his shoulder, right? He's a big dude. She can just blind everything in front, and then all you know is that you've been blinded, and then a Juggernaut runs through you.
I thought you were going to say, tell Juggernaut that there's, like, Dazzler tickets on sale. Make him run. He just runs really fast to try. Do you know, when they have, like, they get Taylor Swift tickets go up for sale, and, like, people are scalping them for, like, $8,000. Just tell him, yeah, there's a scalper trying to, like, rip people off and selling Dazzler tickets. He's over there.
I was going to say, because nowadays the joke wouldn't work, because they'd all be on, like, pre-sale on Taylor Swift's app for $500 a piece.
And then, like, Professor X would buy him all. Like, the thing is, though, if Professor X really wanted to hurt the Juggernaut, what he'd do is use his psychic powers to make everyone on Earth buy all the Dazzler tickets at the same time, so Juggernaut could never see the show. Anyway.
The truest way to hurt the Juggernaut.
It reminds me of, like, there's that thing like Dickhead Superman. This is at least a decade old now. It's like a Twitter account called Dickhead Superman, and the one that lives in my head rent free is just a tweet that says, Lex Luthor's not bald, I just fly into his house every night and shave his head at super speed. Anyway, during this fight, Dazzler lets off a super powerful blast of light, which doesn't hurt the Juggernaut but does daze him for a few seconds. And then when he, gets his sight back, he thinks that Dazzler has been killed because she's left in a catatonic state from the amount of force she had to exert. And he gets so upset that he buries her in a shallow grave and just lets out like a single manly tear and runs away.
Oh.
And it turns out that Dazzler's not dead and the X-Men have to dig her back up and then she has to go chase the Juggernaut. And he's very scared because he thinks he's been chased by a ghost.
Fucking zombie Dazzler's after him.
So thank you to everyone for watching, and especially thank you to you, Lucas, for joining me for this episode. So as mentioned right at the start, we've done Wiki Weekends episodes on both the Juggernaut and Dazzler. However, we will be continuing to make Wiki Weekends episodes on a variety of characters over on the Wiki Weekends channel. So if anyone out there, enjoyed that format and want to see us talk about more superheroes, like not the Juggernauts, we already did that, but there's plenty of other superheroes in Marvel canon we've yet to discuss. And I guess, Lucas, to wet people's whistle for potential future Wiki Weekends episodes, are there any characters you are tempted to talk about that we haven't done so yet?
There is actually one X-Men related character that I've had on the list for a while because they reared their face in X-Men 97 and I wanted to know more, and that is Roberto DaCosta, aka Sunspot.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know how Sunspot's powers work, and I'd be curious to find out.
Yeah, I have no idea, but the idea that he is literally like a person that's a living sun, I'm like, how does that work? How do these powers not just blow people up?
Like he's a living nuclear explosion. What the hell's going on there? And I guess one for me that I've wanted to cover for a while, because they are one of my favourite Marvel villains, and they're quite similar to the Juggernaut in many ways, is Rhino. Because I just like the idea that he's just a man in a rhino costume. And do you think Rhino gets jealous of the Juggernaut? Because like his whole thing is like charging forward like a rhino, and he's kind of strong. But then the Juggernaut's power is he literally never stops. And do you think he got mad when the Juggernaut's powers were given to Colossus instead of him? He must have done, right? He must have got so mad when Colossus became the Juggernaut for a little bit. It's like, my whole deal is running in a straight line.
Just Paul Giamatti cursing at the sun, like, no, how dare you?
Then he realises actually Sunspot coming out and whoop his ass. He's like, no! Oh, this though. Because the Juggernaut's appeared in quite a few bits of like Marvel media. I guess most people probably are screaming about Deadpool 2, which I don't mind his appearance in that. I do like that they made the Juggernaut really big. Because I hate Vinnie Jones' Juggernaut, because he's just a guy.
Yeah, and it's like, Vinnie Jones is a relatively big guy, but like he's just a dude. He's not like this mass intimidating figure that like in Deadpool 2 where he's like, oh, you can literally just rip me in half, can't you? He's like, yeah.
Yep. And then he does. And that's one of the things I like about the Juggernaut. He's just so ridiculously big. And I didn't think they'd be able to translate that to live action, because the one time they tried, it looked stupid. And for Deadpool, they actually pulled it off. And the fact that, you know, just Colossus looked tiny compared to the Juggernaut. And it just reminds me of, like, every time they've ever put the Juggernaut into, like, one of those, like, Marvel fighting games, it's always so fucking funny. Because the Juggernaut, they have to make his character model crouch all the way down, and he's still, like, you know, to the top of the screen.
That's why I love Marvel vs. Capcom 2, because they had things like Juggernaut and the Sentinels just didn't give a crap. Just let's go.
It's like, fuck it, we're going to make... One of the things is, one of those earlier Marvel vs. Capcom games, you could have the same character 3 times, and I always remember just picking 3 Juggernauts. Because imagine how much that must suck, right? It's like, okay, so Ryu, Ken, Captain America. Who are we fighting? 3 Juggernauts. So what? 3 Juggernauts. It's Juggernaut with Juggernaut, backed up by Juggernaut. It's like, we didn't know that was an option. Why the 3 Juggernauts?
Captain America's like, I need a bigger shield, please help.
It's like, why are the 3 Juggernauts? It's just the idea, oh, you can have like 3 Thanoses. It's like, that's not fair. Fucking Captain Commando just looking like, okay, I'm good. I can't fight 3 Thanoses, though.
No, don't worry, Captain Commando's got this, Karl.
The Captain Corridor will stop it, because Juggernaut's terrible in those games. And I do like there's those things like X-Men Mutant Academy games, where the Juggernaut's in there, and he's so fucking massive. But it's really funny, because you can make him fight like Nightcrawler and It's like, Nightcrawler's pretty good. What's he going to do against the fucking Juggernaut, though?
I mean, that's an interesting kind of battle, though, not necessarily in that game, but just a character that could annihilate Nightcrawler in literally one hit, but can you ever touch him?
Can you hit him, yeah. And yeah, that's I like him in those games. And I guess we can't not mention the fact that Professor X is in one of those like X-Men fighting games, and he has the most legendary fighting game combo in existence, which is just the Wheelchair Avenger.
Literally just rushes people down with the wheelchair like tornado spin.
Do you know what? When's that happening? That should have been in the Deadpool movie. So Lucas, what's your favourite quote from the Hulk?
I mean, is it just like Hulk smash?
That is the best quote, but is it your favourite? Is it just Hulk smash?
I mean, I do obviously like most of my lean-ins with the Hulk are like MCU lean-in wise, like seeing him there, and I do like just the puny god.
Oh, puny god's so good. You know what? Let's talk about the Hulk some more. The Hulk is a Marvel character defined by his tumultuous and often violent relationship with his alter ego, Bruce Banner. And whilst the Hulk would have you believe that he is, as he often boasts, the strongest that there is, it seems, according to Marvel canon, Bruce Banner calls far more of the shots than you'd expect, given his status as
puny human.
So far away, Lucas, first of all, thank you for joining me on this episode of Fact Fiend. We brought it back specifically so that I can promote the work of myself and my friends. So we're talking about a Marvel character here. We used to run a series on Fact Fiend called Wiki Weekends, where the most popular episodes were us specifically talking about Marvel characters. We have now carried on that series on its own channel, Wiki Weekends, who'd have thunk it, where we've talked about many more Marvel characters, and we might talk about more in the future, yes?
Yeah, and I think the actual, like, solidification of the formula was one of the earliest episodes that we did where we talked about the Hulk.
Yep, the Incredible Hulk, the Jade Giant himself, because I'm a huge fan of the Incredible Hulk as a character. I love just, one, the fact he's just a big green dude who punches things, but also just the Hulk as metaphor. And various incarnations of the Hulk have read the character as a metaphor for different things. Normally it's a metaphor for child abuse, which is a pretty heavy topic considering, like, you know, the dumb stuff the Hulk does in the comic books and the movies and the cartoons and the TV shows.
Yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
Here I am, getting older
all the time, getting older all the time, getting younger in my mind.
Oh!
Dun, 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 dun.
And when I first heard that explanation for the Hulk's origins, just something clicked in my mind and went, that makes perfect sense. Like, this giant rampaging green monster that screams, I want to be left alone. That's awesome, but okay, what's the origins for that? Oh, it's the manifestations of the fear of an abused child, of just wanting to be left alone.
It's okay. It's just the rain.
And even the fact that his strength is directly correlated to how angry he is. And that Ang Lee Hulk film is rightfully shit on for not being very good. But a part of it that I do like is the fact that just the Hulk's rage is nigh infinite. And do you remember like the way that film ends? Because I think it might be one of the best Hulk moments.
I vaguely remember. That's the one to do with a lake, right? I can't really remember much.
So what happens in the ending of the Ang Lee Hulk film is his dad becomes Absorbing Man, who could absorb an infinite amount of energy because his dad wants power. And what Absorbing Man does is he takes the Hulk to a lake and he absorbs all of the energy in the lake and it freezes.
Strange. We're reading a phenomenal drop in temperatures there.
And he goes into like Bruce Banner's mind and says, it's okay, Bruce. Just go to sleep. I'll take the Hulk's power. And the Hulk wakes up and it's like, okay, you want my power? Take it all. And he just screams. And he screams so loud and he's so angry, he boils an entire lake.
Think you can live with it? Take it!
Take it all!
And a line that you can't really hear in the mix because there's just like Hulk screams is Absorbing Man saying, it's not stopping.
Take it, man! It's not stopping!
Because the Hulk's anger is infinite. Because this is the anger of a child that was abused by that character. And there's no end to the amount of rage that that character feels. And I just think that's such a cool and cathartic moment, especially for a character like the Hulk. It's like, leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah, rightfully so. And that movie is not good, but the only thing that I think it should be given credit for is the depiction of the Hulk's powers.
Yes, and the fact that he gets bigger. I like that he gets bigger when he gets angrier.
And we've pointed out before how fast he is in that movie.
Yeah, I love that he just hauls the most ass. Like when he's running across the desert and he's out running like fighter jets and stuff. Because yeah, if you've got super strong muscles, you've got super strong legs, that means you can run super fast.
He's got all of them thighs, Karl.
He has indeed, yes. And just the fact I love as well how green he is.
I don't like how green he is.
No, I like that he's just so green. He's so unnaturally bright green. I kind of love that.
I prefer that level of green to the level of green in the MCU where it's like almost like desaturated to a point of grey in some scenes. Like it's not, but it's close to.
He should be greener. That's me. I just love how unnaturally green he is because he just stands out so much in the environment, especially with his ridiculous purple shorts. Which have you seen in like that Ang Lee Hulk movie? They explain that. There's like the shot of Edward Norton buying like sweatpants, and he's like stretchy, and he's like yes, very stretchy. And he's like very stretchy, yes. He buys like the super stretchy purple pants.
You don't just like it in the MCU where he keeps just like Mark Ruffalo just keeps getting naked.
That's you know what that's cool too.
You'd think at some point he'd just have like in case of emergency boxes on.
I think like they mentioned that in like the She-Hulk show where he's like spandex is your friend.
Mm-hmm.
When he's teaching about a Hulk transformation, it's like, you know what's your best friend? Spandex. Anything that'll stretch.
Who's your best friend?
Nikki.
Spandex.
And it's funny because like as much as I dislike Smart Hulk because like it gets rid of the kind of power struggle between the two, I do like the use of the fact that Jen in She-Hulk does have like the control because then they can worry about her being a lawyer and shit instead of that.
Well, that's the thing, it's kind of annoying that we got Smart Hulk. I don't like Smart Hulk as a concept, I especially don't like it in the MCU. I hate the fact that when Smart Hulk came into existence, the Hulk as a character died. Because the Hulk isn't just a giant hulking monster. That's something the character explains multiple times throughout the movie. Like, there's this deleted scene from Infinity War, I think, where Bruce Banner, because throughout the film, he's trying to get the Hulk to come out, and the Hulk's like, no.
He's like, stop just using me as a weapon.
Yes, like there's a deleted scene where the Hulk has an argument with Bruce Banner when he's inside the Hulkbuster armor, and like Bruce Banner's like, "Please come out." He's like, "No, you only want me to come out when you want my help. You're not my friend."
Better only want Hulk for fighting.
So what? You like to fight.
Better hate Hulk.
I don't hate you. You're more of an Avenger than I am. I love you.
No, you don't.
Which goes on, it carries on from the bit in Thor Ragnarok where the Hulk just wants Thor to be his friend. It's like, no, you only like Banner. You only want me to smash things. Like, no, I'm your friend, Hulk. And the sad part is, Thor's lying. He doesn't think the Hulk is his friend, which means the Hulk has no friends, which is super fucking sad, right?
This is what friends do. They support each other.
You're Banner's friend.
I'm not Banner's friend. I prefer you.
Banner's friend.
I don't even like Banner. I'm into numbers and science and stuff.
Doggo, Hulkster.
Yeah, that's the problem is, I could imagine a side of things where the Thor does actually get along with Hulk, because, like, that would make sense of those two powerhouses getting on as friends, but yeah, he is just lying to him to get what he wants out of him.
Yeah, which is really sad when you think about it, right? Like, Thor is basically taking advantage of a child, because they talk about the Hulk having a very, basically, the level of intelligence of a child, and that's why he acts in such a childish way. He throws tantrums, he screams, he asks to be left alone. Like, he gets mad when people aren't his friend or when he doesn't get his own way. He pouts. And when you if you watch Thor Ragnarok, it's basically just Thor, like, luring a child to do his business for him.
Yeah, just a big, strong child.
Fred, stay! No! Stop! Stay! Stop breaking everything!
And then the Hulk dies because he gets fused with Banner. And the fact they deleted that scene of Bruce and the Hulk coming to an understanding that they both just want to live, which would have helped, like, make that scene where just Banner's like, oh yeah, I'm Smart Hulk now.
Everything interesting about my character is gone.
Yeah, I'm no longer, like, I'm not the Jekyll and Hyde allegory anymore. I'm just a guy who's big and green and made of CGI. It really sucks, and that scene would have been great because it would have shown the Hulk exploding from the Hulkbuster. And we would have got, like, the Hulk exploding out of the Hulkbuster to whoop some ass in Wakanda, but instead we just got bad CGI.
I mean, I do kind of love how bad that floating head is inside that Hulkbuster.
It's almost like that wasn't meant to be in the film.
Yeah.
Yeah. And bring it back to the comics, the Hulk is widely considered to be the single strongest character in Marvel canon in terms of raw physical might. And even though there are technically characters who are stronger in terms of, like, their ability to affect things on sometimes, like, a universal or multiversal scale, there is nothing in Marvel canon that can punch harder than the Incredible Hulk. And, like, the character the Beyonder, I think, in one comic, tried to measure how strong he is. Like, oh, you've got infinite strength. It's just infinite.
I mean, yeah, the only solution that they could figure out of how to stop eventual Hulk problems is just send him onto an abandoned planet.
Yeah, they just send him into space, which I think is, like, a super bullshit comic arc. I hate that comic arc where the Illuminati all team up and say, okay, the Hulk's pretty dangerous. It's like, really, Iron Man? You sat there in your war crime suit, you think the Hulk's dangerous? Have you ever tried talking to the Hulk? So, so yeah, but sometimes he goes mad on a rampage. It's like, again, Tony, you're in your war crime suit. You really want to play this game? And then Professor X is like, yeah, he's pretty dangerous. It's like, really, Professor X? What about your X-Men? Didn't Jean Grey, like, nearly kill the universe last week? Should we send her to a space station? Like, fly her into the middle of fucking space? And they just send the Hulk onto a different planet. And I think when he comes back, he's completely justified in being mad.
Yeah, he is. And, like, let's bear in mind, Professor X could probably, murder everyone across the entire planet if he used Cerebro correctly.
That's the justification they have in the comics is the Hulk's too dangerous. He presents too great a threat to just the people of Earth. And it's like, this is said by Iron Man, who walks around in a nuclear powered suit. And you mentioned, like, the Hulk and Thor being should be friends. There's, like, one of the animated shows where they just have the Hulk and Thor just have this bromance, and they're just really good friends because they're, like, just the dumb guys who, like, hang out at Stark Tower. It's like, okay, we've got a problem. Do you need the Hulk's help? This really calls for a more deft hand Hulk. Just stay here with Thor and watch TV. And it's like, yeah, let's throw watermelons off Stark Tower and see what happens. It's like, yes.
What are you doing? What popcorn?
Friend Hulk,
We do not need to rely on Stark's toys. Energy you need. Energy you shall have!
That's the thing, is, like, they're both super strong. They could just, like, be little himbo bros.
Basically, yeah, that's what, like, Thor is in, like, a lot of interpretations, including, like, the Chris Hemsworth one. I kind of like that, where, like, you know, Chris Hemsworth was allowed to start, like, improvising and just, you know, then he went a bit far in, like, Thor, was it Love and Thunder?
Yeah, I love those goats for those, like, 18 times they used them.
That's it, he was fine in Thor Ragnarok, and then in Thor, like, Love and Thunder, it's like, you can't have Christian Bale carrying the movie on his shoulders, like, showing, like, some Hulk levels of strength by carrying an entire movie on his shoulders, crying that his kid is dead, and then just Thor comes in and starts being a fucking dipshit with his screaming goats.
It's like Gore the God Butcher was in a different fucking movie.
To the point where he has different lighting in all of his scenes. Because all his scenes are in black and white. Anyway.
Hey, don't touch my things.
Anyway, getting back to the comics, there are very few characters who can physically stand up to the Hulk, and feats of strength attributed to the Hulk include, like, squatting like a 100 billion ton mountain, I think, holding together the tectonic plates of a planet, and bending the Silver Surfboard's supposedly indestructible surfboard and beating a monster with it.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Hulk is pretty much always just the measuring stick for strength of, like, every time they want to show that a character's super strong, it's like, well, they beat up Hulk in a fight.
Or they hurt the Hulk. Normally, a few characters don't beat up the Hulk, they'll hit him and get him angry, and it's like he feels it. The thing is, in addition to squaring off against literal gods, the Hulk often faces just, you know, regular dudes. Like, there's one comic, and I'm going to send you the panel right now, Lucas, and I want you to just describe what the Hulk is doing. Like, keep in mind that he can beat up, like, Galactus and the Silver Surfer and stuff. Like, what's the Hulk doing in that panel?
Is he just backhanding a deer?
Yeah, that's not a super deer. That's not a deer with, like, Wolverine blood. That's just a regular deer. And the Hulk backhands it, and it doesn't, like, you know, go soaring into low orbit. So what's going on? Like, how can the Hulk, you know, squat 100 billion tons and then backhand a deer without it just exploding? Do you like when Homelander hits things? Why is that not happening?
Yeah, I mean, I presume it's similar to, like, you know, Spider-Man pulling his punches.
Oh, kind of, because for a lot of years, the explanation was just don't think too much about it.
Of course.
Do you know that official comic reason? It was like, how strong is the Hulk? Because in one, you know, in one comic, I think there's one comic where, like, a regular boa constrictor chokes him out. And then the next, like, the next one is, like, fighting tanks. It's like, how strong is the Hulk? And the answer from Stan Lee was as strong as the writer needs him to be in that, like, you know, issue.
Exactly.
But
yeah.
An explanation did come in.
I mean, like, the usual thing is maybe you should have left it alone and not over-explain it, but I'm curious.
So I like the explanation when it comes to the Hulk, because the Hulk is two characters, technically. It's the Hulk and it's Bruce Banner. So, in one issue, I have it here, Incredible Hulk Volume 2, 110, there's a character called Amadeus Cho, and they do an analysis of all of the Hulk's battles, and they find out that, contrary to his reputation as, like, you know, a walking earthquake, not many people actually die in one-on-one confrontations with him, and the collateral damage is less than you'd expect. And he comes to the conclusion that Bruce Banner acts as a sort of limiter on the Hulk's strength, that basically forces him to pull his punches so that the people that he fights don't immediately turn into pink smears.
Which you would imagine, yeah, that's what would actually happen if Hulk was using his full strength.
Exactly, and supporting this theory is the fact that every single time Bruce Banner has ever been severed from the Hulk's rampages often border on, like, you know, cataclysmic, like when he comes back from Sakaar and he's real pissed and he's so angry that Bruce Banner's basically been suppressed in his mind because he's been the Hulk for like 10 years. Like, he comes back and he's so mad and so pissed and fueled by adrenaline in that moment, a single step threatens to destroy the entire world, leading to the name Worldbreaker. And I love that name. It's like, that's a pretty badass moniker for the Hulk, but what does it mean? It means he takes one step, and the force put into that single step is so great, it risks destroying the entire world.
This ends right now! I'm
gonna kill you myself!
I get why, like, maybe they sent him into space, but maybe don't piss him off in the first
That's the
place.
thing, right? And all they needed to do is just be his friend. All he wanted was a friend.
Hulk may not be light on his feet, but he's a huge help when you need a
Super Hulk friend!
And then there's a great animated one-shot that deals with this, where Loki wants to beat up Thor. And he's like, well, how do I beat up Thor? He's too strong. Like, I might be the trickster god, but he's look at them arms. The fuck do I do? And he thinks, I know. There's that Earthling he hangs around with who's the strongest that there is. How about I sever the connection between Banner and the Hulk, and I jump in and control the Hulk instead? And he uses, like, the Hulk as basically a mech suit and beats up Thor with it.
And so begins the end.
The Hulk realizes that Banner's not there to control him. So he, like, frees himself from Loki's control and basically turns into, like, a wild rampaging beast. And the ending of it is them realizing, as puny as they think Banner is, like, oh, this Earthling, this human, how can they control this beast any more than, like, me, Loki of Asgard, could? It's like, because he has one of the strongest minds in existence. Like, keep in mind, the Hulk is beating up Thor and destroying Asgard. Bruce Banner is basically fighting that shit in his head all day, every day.
You called him weak, Loki. But there is more strength and courage in that man than you will ever know.
He's fighting that inside of his head mentally every single day.
Yeah, and that's just why, like, I can't understand why, you know, the whole Smart Hulk thing would be a good decision, because then you just get rid of any of that intrigue.
And as you mentioned earlier, it gets rid of so many avenues for cool storytelling, like exploring the dichotomy between what is essentially a scared child lashing out and the seasoned man of science who doesn't want to, like, you know, give in to his emotions.
And I am curious, because what we've seen of Bruce in, like, the end credit sequence and stuff, it's been Bruce, and I don't know whether it's just like, fuck it, we need to save some CGI money.
Probably
or whether
saving the CGI budget, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine so, but, like, it does make me question, what is the Hulk like when he transforms back into the Hulk now?
Yeah, and I was thinking, I would have liked to keep the Hulk in the films. I'd also liked us to maintain the kind of Hulk we had in the Edward Norton movies. Do you know, we have, like, the angry Hulk? Because those movies aren't great, but I think the Hulk in them really gives off the feeling of, like, this wild rampaging monster. But, like, they have the bit at the end where, like, Abomination turns up and they ask Bruce, like, he says, drop me out of this, like, helicopter. So you really think you control that thing? It's like, well, no, but I can aim it. I can aim it at a big monster and hope that he decides that Abomination's the threat.
I mean, maybe another top tier Bruce Banner moment is in Thor Ragnarok, though, when he just jumps out the airship to get angry. It's like, well, you know, the Hulk's not going to let me die if I jump out of this ship right now.
He will let me hit the ground, though, because you know what? He's going to let me take the hit, but he's not going to let me die. And the reason I love that Edward Norton movie as well is because it's the only time we've seen the thunderclap in live action, I think. Whereas, like, Abomination lights the street on fire and we just get the Hulk smash and get the thunderclap.
To be fair, you also get it in the fight scene at, like, the university or whatever. You do get the thunderclap there as well.
I love it. I love that fight scene as well, where they don't actually know what they can do to kill the Hulk. It's like, they just shoot him and it doesn't work. It's like, well, okay, use the weird sound cannon. Okay, that's kind of working a little bit. Oh no, it's just hurting him and making him angrier, and he just powers through it. It's like, no!
That's the thing, he just improvises, like, the shields and runs through them anyway.
So I said, I love that he fights like a wild animal. I love that, like, you see him like just ripping things apart with his bare hands. Like, that's that raw animalistic strength. It's really funny in like the Ang Lee movie because Ang Lee did a lot of the motion capture himself. Do you know this?
Oh, really?
It's a big deal. He's very serious about getting the performances. He apparently has a lot of acting experience, and he gets completely into character.
Where's the bit where Ang Lee like jumped into space and brought down a meteor with him?
The thing is, though, we've never gotten that right.
I don't think so in any film, no.
So that scene like Marvel vs. Capcom, right, where just Hulk goes like that express ride at like fucking meteorite where he leaps into space and it's like just the meteorite comes down, which I think is such a hype thing for him to do.
It's so fucking cool.
When he just leaps all the way into space, it's like, oh, thank God the Hulk's gone. No, meteorite and ass. It's coming. What do you do when you've got meteorites in ass, Lucas? Nothing!
The scariest thing is the fact that it all happens in all of like 1 second.
It's 1 second, right? It's like literally just 1/4 of a second and the Hulk's already got that meteorite. Smash you! And I think one of my favourite videos on the internet is like a first to 10 in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, where it's like a guy who plays Hulk versus a guy who plays Magneto. I think it's Kane Blue River, I think, who plays like the Hulk team. And he plays like all the big bodies. Just there's a line here that always fucking slays me. 'Cause you know Hager's super move? Where he does like the 400 punches.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he does that to Magneto, but Magneto's blocking, and Magneto's block animation is just holding up his hands. So it looks like Magneto just taking like 4,000 kidney punches.
Get in there! Take it to the sink! Yeah, tenderize those ribs a little bit. Damn, that man got some strong nuts, dog. For him to stay there to block that with no flinch.
And he just cracks me up because he's just like, the phrase tenderize those ribs is what the commentator says. And I stole that unapologetically and use it every time I play Metal Gear Rising Revengeance on a Friday, which will be the day that this video is released. Hopefully I'll be less sweaty than I am now because it is a heat wave in the UK. I'm sweaty as balls. But if you're watching this video within 2-3 hours of it being released, I will be playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance on stream right now. You can go click the links you can find below or the pinned comment. But if you're tuning in after the 2 or 3 hours after the video's gone live, you can instead find a link to Lucas's stuff, which will be...
Hell yeah, we're going to be just linking those Wiki Weekends, of course.
Absolutely, yes, Wiki Weekends.
And,
back.
you know, I guess just like go over to Wiki Weekends, obviously watch some videos, like, subscribe, whatever you want to do. But if you drop a nice little comment on like the most recent video that has just come out, then I just think if we get enough of those comments, then we could do a cover video on the Red Hulk.
Yes, because I think Red Hulk's going to be like that Thunderbolts movie, right? So if you're watching this video, click the links to go find Wiki Weekends below. The first video you see that you find interesting, just leave a comment talking about or asking us to talk about the Red Hulk. If we see enough of those, that'll be a good indication of how many people are coming through from Fiend, so we can gauge how effective a advertising vector this is. And also let us know if that people are tuning in and want to see us talk about the Red Hulk, because I'd love to do a Wiki Weekends episode on Red Hulk to put more clips in of the Hulk. So Faraway Lucas and lovely audience at home, same question to you guys. Who is your favourite villain who regularly faces off with the Flash?
Other than like the top tier Justice League villains, I don't know Flash villains too well, but maybe just like Captain Boomerang, it's like what you're going to beat Flash with. A boomerang.
I thought you were going to say like, you know, the guys who wrote that Flash movie, but that's a good villain too. Like, just shitty writing is the one thing the Flash can't escape, right? The Flash is a DC superhero with the ability to destroy the sound barrier by lightly slapping it with his dick. Despite being one of the most powerful characters in all of DC canon, he has a rogues gallery who, weirdly enough, agree to go easy on him.
I'm gonna kill you, Flash.
We've always been civil, Snart.
The regime changed that.
Which is wild, right? Like, the Flash is ridiculous. Like, just examples of things that he's done include, like, rebuilding a hospital in the space of time it takes most people to blink. Like, he can run at, like, the speed of existence, essentially. There's one comic where the Flash runs so fast and for so long. He runs to the end of the universe, and the last thing he sees is, like, Superman as the last star dies. Right? And that's how he outran, like, the concept of death itself, which in, like, the DC universe is just a Flash. And he has a rogues gallery of people who have things like boomerangs and freeze rays, who have an agreement to go easy on the Flash.
George Harkness, a.k.a. Captain Boomerang, has been embarrassed by the Flash more times than he can probably count. He's confrontational and a coward.
Explain yourself.
I mask my insecurities with drink and bad behavior.
What? How did they go easy on him? What?
Exactly, right? Isn't that, like, that's the thing, isn't that weird that the Flash is super powerful? Why would they go easy on someone who could, like, instantly kill them? Well, that's kind of the reason that they do that. So, Flash's Rogues Gallery is like a collection of, like, villains that he's faced off with over the years, and they call themselves, I shit you not, the Rogues. So, like, you know, points for creativity there, I suppose.
The Scarlet Speedster.
We don't have to fight, Snart.
Tell that to the Rogues.
I thought you were just going to say they call themselves the fucking Jobbers.
What's that they should do, right? They should call them the Goober Squad. Just like, as you mentioned, like, the Flash's Rogues Gallery includes, like, Captain Boomerang, who's a dude with a boomerang. Like, his power is Australia.
What kind of a sick country would kick someone with a giant boot?
Mr. Simpson, shush. Disparaging the boot is a bootable offense. It's one of their proudest traditions.
Yeah, and, like, guys with, like, heat guns or cold guns.
Cold guns. Like the Trickster.
Not even Mr. Freeze, just, like, we've got Mr. Freeze at home.
Yeah, you've got, like, Mr. Freeze has, like, he's, like, invented new cryogenic technology. Captain Cold has a gun.
Emits some sort of substance. I'm not sure what it is, like a white flame. But it's not hot, it's cold.
That shoots cold. Right? Or, like, and maybe, like, some of his villains are kind of tough, like Mirror Master, who can be kind of terrifying because he can move at the speed of light, which makes him, you know, a pretty decent threat for the Flash. But the Flash can run faster than the speed of light, so only for a little bit.
Boomer, must you always...
And there's, like, I think, is the Trickster, are they, like...
Yeah. That's
one
a Flash
of the ones
villain.
that's like a Flash villain,
Just Mark
that was
Hamill.
like Mark Hamill back in the day, right?
Yeah, Mark Hamill's played, like, has, like, Gorilla Grodd, who's just Gorilla. He's a psychic gorilla, admittedly, so that's pretty cool.
I forgot that he was like a Flash villain. It's like, that's the thing, a lot of the DC content that I've explored outside of Batman specifically, a lot of it's Justice League related, like Injustice and the Justice League cartoon and stuff, so it's always hard for me to remember, like, who is specifically villains of who.
Yeah, and it's just really funny that the Flash's Rogues Gallery, as you mentioned, is like just got the biggest collection of jobbers in it, despite him being one of the, like, the most powerful heroes. Like, besides Superman, he's probably the heaviest hitter on, like, the Justice League, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like, those are the two most broken entities in all of DC, which is a realm full of broken entities, and just... I do love the idea, though.
You mentioned like that Justice League TV show. That Justice League TV show, the amount of times they have to write out Superman and the Flash when there's a problem of the week, because if they were there would be no problem. Because Superman or the Flash would just fix it instantly.
When Batman's like, oh no, a bomb's about to go off, the Flash is like, no, it's not, I've already dealt with that.
What bomb? So, well, he's going to go off and, like, oh no, it's already in at the bottom of the ocean. It's done, it's fine. Like, it's the thing about Superman, isn't it? Like, oh no, like, there's a problem. No, we don't throw it into the sun. Like, there's I forget which, but there's like an online comic about this, taking the piss out of the fact like Superman should just throw everything into the sun. And, like, basically, like, the Justice League should just... Their only job should be, if there's kryptonite, get the kryptonite away from Superman, so Superman can throw whatever the problem is into the sun. Yeah, like, the Justice League, their only job should be admin and getting kryptonite away from Superman. So you can throw...
The Flash gets rid of the kryptonite, the Superman gets rid of the problem.
Yeah, by throwing it into the sun.
And that's what Dragon Ball eventually became for a while, right? Of like, well, how do we defeat Majin Buu or Baby? It is not blast it into the sun.
Just throw it into the sun. I'm aware that a lot of things don't like being thrown into the sun.
It's like, oh no, Martian Boo can regenerate. What do? Put him in the sun.
Just throw him into the sun, it's fine. Can't do anything about it. But bring it back to the rogues, like, they exist by a sort of code. Obviously, how much they live by this code, like, varies from incarnation to incarnation, but, you know, that whole thing about, you know, honour among thieves. So to join this collection of, like, you know, ne'er-do-wells and, like, joining on their capers and heists, you need to agree to a couple of things. One of them is that you don't harm innocents, and you don't kill.
I'm gonna bring this shrine to your ego down on your head, along with 10 square blocks of Central City, and everyone around.
What? What are you talking about? We didn't bring any bombs.
I'm trying to, like, preempt this a little bit, so, you know, stop me if you need to, but is this essentially, if we are too evil, Flash will kill us?
Yes, it's exactly that.
Right, okay.
And it's that thing of, like, and the reason why the rogues go easy on, like, you know, the civilians, and they agree not to kill anyone, is because they tell any new person who joins, okay, you don't kill people when you join here. It's like, but with criminals, like, if you kill someone, the Flash won't go easy on us. Like, because they are keenly aware how powerful the Flash is. And as a result, it is in their best interest to not piss him off. Because they're like, you know, if he wanted to, he could kill us in, like, before we'd even knew he was there. Like, if the Flash locked in, there would be no crime.
Mirror Master and Heatwave. Going to a lot of trouble to steal my old junk, aren't you?
Like, the moment, like, you know, someone thought about committing a crime, the Flash's fist would be through the back of their skull. There would just not be a problem, right?
Whereas it's not too bad to just blink and all of a sudden you're in that weird meta prison.
Yeah, which doesn't have a toilet, which is weird. It'll never stop being funny to me, that Flash TV show. It's the most, like, just inhumane shit ever, where he puts them in the meta prison and they're in, like, a 4x4 room that doesn't have a chair.
This is for your own good. Don't do this. Guys, come on. Iris? Cisco, come on, man. You have to let me stop that!
So there were a couple of comments when you mentioned that last time of, like, apparently they are, like, hidden within the walls. So there is, like, pull down, like, beds and toilets that come out the walls and stuff. Like, there is some, like, part of the TV show where they actually, like, I guess, address that because they're like, oh, this looks real
It looks really bad that the Flash is just putting people in a prison where they don't even have a bed. Like, there's not even a place to sit down. It's like, when we trap animals in cages, they have a place to lie down.
So apparently they had to show at some point, like, don't worry, it's just is secretly built into the walls.
Yeah. And in regards to, like, what the rogues will do for each other, it's kind of like joining a union for villains. Because, like, they'll offer you a bunch of guarantees. So in return for agreeing not to kill anybody and, like, seriously endanger the innocent, one of the things you will get is, when you commit a crime, or you do a caper or a heist, other members of the group will help you. And what my favourite thing is that once you join the group, they agree to protect, like, your villain alter ego. So if someone out there tries to, like, put on a costume like you, or, you know, basically, like, rip off your intellectual property, the other members of the group will go around and beat him up.
This is why it's great to have a union.
Yeah. But it's like the idea that the villains form a union. They're like, hey, you know what? We're more likely to succeed if we all work together and pool our resources.
So we'll march day and night by the big cooling tower. They have the plans, but we have the power. So we'll march day and night by the big cooling tower. They have the plans, but we have the power.
And one of the benefits of that is that, hey, you as an individual, your individual rights will be protected. So if someone tries to rip off your gimmick, Mirror Master will go around their house and beat them up.
That's the thing, they're just like no scabs.
Yeah. It's like, hey, if someone tries to put on a costume that looks like yours, we'll send Gorilla Grodd around to beat the fuck out of him. And last thing, no one wants Gorilla Grodd to knock on the door and beat him up. Right? Do you know, like the old joke about, like, union heavies? Just open up the door and it's just fucking Gorilla Grodd knocking on your door. It's, oh no.
But he's knocking on it with his brain.
Yeah. Oh no, he's big, but his brain spoon. Do you like Gorilla Grodd as a brain spoon?
What do you mean a brain spoon?
He has, like, this big spoon that's like this big, and he calls it his battle spoon, and he uses it to eat brains.
Wait, he eats brains?
He does in some comics, yeah.
Oh.
Like, he just scoops out brains and goes, yum yum, in Gorilla Grodd's tongue.
Oh, God. Kind of reminds me of, like, Cypher from Heroes, where he, like, cut the tops of people's heads off and, like, would, like, go in and find, like, the piece of their brain that was the power or some shit.
Yeah, that guy was stupid. Like, God, I'm glad that show died. Right? That show was fucking stupid. Can we talk about that on Wiki Weekends one day?
At some point.
Yeah, we've got to talk about that on, like, Wiki Weekends, like, the sister channel that we run. Because I would love to talk about, like, just how hard that show shit the bed. From where you went, like, the only show that shit the bed harder than Heroes is, like, Game of Thrones.
And at least Heroes had an excuse because
writer's strike.
They basically went forward even though the writer's strike was happening. Talk about fucking scabs.
Talk about unions. The value of a union.
Oh, it couldn't save Heroes because they just decided to, like, let the show absolutely get decimated when the writers wouldn't write.
Oh, man. Do you know my favourite story about that writer's strike? It's I think it was Steve Carell. Because he was writing for, like, SNL or something at the time. He called into work sick, saying he had a case of enlarged balls. Just like he just quoted facts like, "Why are you not coming in?" Just got massive balls. And just didn't go and didn't cross that picket line. What a hero. But speaking of heroes, as mentioned, the Rogues have a begrudging respect for the Flash, with some of them even admitting to liking him. And the reasons for this vary, but the main one is that they know that if the Flash really wanted to, the moment they thought about committing a crime, the moment like they put their hand on the gun, the Flash would kick them in the testicles so hard to be in orbit. Like the last thing they will see with the Flash's foot flying towards their balls at 1,000 miles an hour. And that's it. Done.
And even if Flash didn't want to kill them, he could just send them back in time.
Yeah. He could just throw them into a dinosaur. Like, the thing is, though, you just you'd be in prison, right? Like, before you... I can see it in my head. It'd be like a great comedy shot. If you'd have, like, the criminals, like, that classic scene in, like, you know, a movie where they're about to do a heist, where they're all in, like, the back of the van, about to, like, you know, psyching themselves up to, like, rush in and kick the door down to the bank. Like, they get out the back of the van, kick the door down to the bank, smash cuts them in, like, in prison. Because the Flash just immediately takes them to prison.
I imagine what happens is that you step out the van and your foot goes down in the prison cell.
Yeah. It's like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, the Flash put you in prison. Don't do that. And as a result of how much, like, a lot of these heroes respect the Flash, one of the other agreements they have amongst themselves is you don't hurt the Flash. Never go all out on the Flash. So it's not that they have a chance of hurting him or killing him. It's that because he goes easy on them and doesn't use the full extent of what he could do to at least cause damage, they agree to do the same. And apparently this respect goes so far, they have a standing agreement to not even hurt other speedsters. Just because, like, hey, we don't want to piss off the Flash.
And also, just if the Flash can do it, why couldn't they?
Yeah. And you might be thinking, well, surely they wouldn't really have a chance against the Flash. And chances are no. Like, if he locked in and just, like, decides, like, fuck it, crime doesn't... Like, there's no crime today, they wouldn't have a chance. But they could potentially cause issue.
See, while you're busy saving everybody, I'll be saving myself.
For example, there's one comic where a speedster called Johnny Quick, again, like, the inventiveness of the names here is, like, really great, gets into a fight with Captain Cold. And during this fight, Johnny Quick is joking about the fight. Well, why would I be scared of you? You've never beaten the Flash, ever. Like, you are 10-0 with the Flash whomping your ass. Why would I be scared of you? And Captain Cold reveals that, well, I like the Flash. And I don't want to hurt him. I don't like you. And Captain Cold just shoots his gun at his leg and then walks over and kicks his frozen leg off.
But realistically, if you were fighting a speedster, and the way that, at least the way the Flash works, is that he has super speed thinking as well and, like, reflexes, so...
And that's the single most frustrating thing about anything dealing with the idea of super speed. Like, if you have super speed, you have super reflexes. And it's one of those things that's dealt with in, like, that Flash TV show so much, of the amount of times where Barry Allen gets, like, cold-cocked by the villain of the week. When in the first episode, someone shoots a gun at the back of his head. In the, like, I think it's, like, the second episode. And he has the reflexes, too, before the bullet even leaves the gun, turn around and catch it in midair. And then you have like later episodes where people like catch him off guard and punch him.
Nice try.
And I guess, like, spoilers for the CW Flash show. Who really gives a shit anymore? But there's an episode where he trains to, like, catch his own
You've
lightning
mentioned this
bolts
before,
that he
yeah, it's
can
so
get.
fucking funny.
And yet then he lets Iris die because someone throws his lightning bolt at her. And it's like, he's literally trained to throw it himself and be fast enough to then catch up to it and catch it.
Yeah, like the idea that any villain, regardless of how much they think they're going to win, could even have, like, in that scenario, as you said, like, if Captain Cold, the moment his finger twitched, a speedster who's, like, super quick enough would have ripped his finger off.
Or at least just grab the gun or something,
And
right?
move, right, yeah. Like, that's the thing, there'd be no issue. Like, you have to, like, severely limit how powerful speedsters are. And that's why, like, in that Justice League show, like, the Flash is always conveniently away.
It's the same thing of, like, the writers having to write Spider-Man's Spidey sense out constantly because it's like, it's just too broken. He has, like, universal awareness of danger.
So obviously the idea that any like villain in his rogues gallery would pose a threat is laughable, but still, the idea that they still have that agreement, it's like, we're not going to try to hurt him, which I think makes for their, like, why the Flash comics tend to be a bit more lighthearted and a little more like comic booky.
Yeah,
because like the stakes are a lot lower because, like, by definition, you're not going to have anyone really in danger.
Don't worry, nobody dies in this story. They just get really big boo-boos. What did I tell you?
Everyone's just kind of agreed to a no-kill peace treaty, right?
Yeah, like they're essentially just LARPing at that point.
Sleep, friend. They can't hurt you now.
Oh! Right in the ball sack.
I do want to mention Captain Cold because I do love the idea of Captain Cold's gimmick being, well, I might not be able to shoot the Flash, but you know what I can do to a speedster? Make the ground real slippy.
Like, I like that some of the Flash's rogues gallery think of interesting ways to try and at least stop him. Like, okay, I'm not going to hit him with a bullet, but if I just make the floor slippy, he might fall over. You might think that wouldn't work on the Flash. One of my favourite, like, comic moments, because it's just the most ass-pull of ass-pulls that have ever existed to make Batman more powerful, is where he spends, like, the GDP of a small country building a robot that has, like, the most powerful, like, mega supercomputer ever devised to calculate things as fast as the Flash can. And it calculates the way to trip the Flash over, and it just sprays water on the ground and he falls over and breaks his leg.
The Flash still needs some element of physics to work.
But not when he's running real fast. That's the thing. Up to a certain point, physics needs to like exist until Flash decides, no, physics don't.
Exactly right, and that's dependent on the comic writer, but the idea of just, well, make the ground have less friction for Barry to work with, or any Flash to work with.
Or like any speedster, and he won't be able to run on it.
Yeah. It's like, naturally they are less powerful if they have less friction to work with. Which is just a great idea, right? Just make the ground slippy.
Or it's like the idea of like Mirror Master, where you can just like jump into mirrors.
God, that's a cool... I love like mirror dimension powers.
Yeah, like, Mirror Master's great because like the way you usually beat me, you just smash the mirror. But then there's like I think there's one comic where Mirror Master people were making fun of him, like, well, you need a mirror to do anything, right? Like, oh, what would we do if we just break the mirrors? Like, well, I don't need mirrors, I need reflections. And John has a reflection, and he jumps into a guy's fucking eyeball. Like, the reflection of his eye, and it's like, oh god, no, don't do that.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite parts of Multiverse of Madness, the Doctor Strange sequel, just when Wanda's like, I'm coming in. Like, no, cover up the reflections, and it's like, they start breaking all the mirrors and covering up all the puddles, and then she just, like, makes her way through, like, the broken, awful mirror, and like has that cool, like, it's like the Sam Raimi-esque horror coming in, right? And just, what a cool scene where just, oh shit, Wanda could just come in through the puddles.
And so I think some of his villains can do things like that, but they often don't flex the full extent of their capabilities the same way the Flash doesn't, because they want to make it sporting. Like I said, they're basically LARPing at that point. Like, if Gorilla Grodd really wanted to, he could just, like, call in 1,000 gorillas. And I know the Flash is good, but I think if 1,000 gorillas ran amok, someone would get, there'd be at least like one window put through by some gorilla shit.
I mean, a window maybe, but I don't, that's the thing. Just it gets to a silly point with the Flash where everything he does is completely unstoppable.
Yeah, but I can't imagine, right? Like the Flash probably doesn't want to have to deal with 1,000 gorillas, so it's in his best interest to have that like tacit agreement between himself and his rogues, right? But just in my head, all I can think is like Gorilla Grodd's plan is just add more gorillas.
We've lined up a fabulous type of gorilla that thrives on snake meat.
But then we're stuck with gorillas.
No, that's the beautiful part. When wintertime rolls around, the gorillas simply freeze to death.
It must make his life a lot less stressful knowing that, hey, if my villains are pulling off some shit in Star City, I think it's Star City, but like at least they're not going after the civilians.
Yeah, and there's a great moment that deals with that in that Justice League cartoon, like the animated show, where like they hear about the Trickster. Oh, like the Trickster is like just out causing capers, and the Flash is like goes and we need to go sort this out, and like he goes with another hero, and the other hero is really surprised, and the Flash just walks over and talks to the Trickster and says, "Are you okay, Flash?" Because he gives them a sporting chance even though he doesn't need to, and they return that favour by agreeing not to like cause too much carnage. Like I say, it's almost a game to them.
Yeah.
Like can they outsmart? They know he's gonna win. It's like they're like when you're like your cousin or something like that, your little cousin asks you to play like Smash Bros or something like that. It's like, realistically, I could come in here and be like, the Say Wataneo stomp, but I'll give you a sporting chance.
You're going to go for Roy's your boy?
Roy is my boy.
You know what? I'm going to go for Ike. But I'm not going for like little kid Ike. I'm going for Daddy Ike. Let's go. This is true chub.
You know what? I wish they'd had more Fire Emblem characters though.
No, so do I. It'd be fucking great. So Lucas, you know the drill. What happens first in a smash-off? Fuck right. Let's go. Yeah. We should point out, we're not great at this game, we just really, really like it. And the rule that me and Lucas always have is, always go for disrespect.
Oh, God.
As shown. What you got? Ike's coming, baby.
Oh, God. And then they have that moment where I still remember, I was playing against a kid once, and it was like, oh, do you want to play some, like, FIFA? I was like, yeah, sure. And, you know, again, you see the honourable thing, you let the kid win.
Let him, you let a goal in.
Yeah, like, I think maybe like 11, something like that, 10, 11. And then the moment where he runs downstairs and goes, oh, Luke's is so bad at games, he's like so awful. I beat him like 3-0. Ha 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 ha. And I hear him talking the shit.
You hear him talking the shit.
And I'm like, okay, let's play another game. And it's like, okay, cool. Like 15-0 to me. Just stomp on the child. They need to learn.
There's a video out there of someone who did that where it's like, I got like, I forget what it was. It was like Call of Duty or something like that, where someone's like, I got like the best person at Call of Duty in the world to just like go in, like I played like really badly, and then like Joe's like, the people, I'm better than you. It's like, then I just passed it to my friend who's like the best Call of Duty player in the entire world, and it's like 100 now. Like and you hear the people down the mic like crying down the mic of like, you're cheating, you're cheating. It's like, you shouldn't have talked shit. And the villains probably know that with the Flash, right? Like, as long as we play fair, he will too. But the moment we cross that line, he's not going to mess around, because he's not going to like let people's like lives be at risk.
As we love to say on this channel, Karl, you fuck around, you find out.
Like no one who fights the Flash wants to get like A-trained, right?
Oh God! No.
The dude like was it like Blue Hawk, that A-train fights? No one wants that to happen to them, right?
Oh God! Or just, you know, to his girlfriend at the start, right, where he just runs through her.
And no one wants that to happen.
Because Captain Boomerang, as far as I'm aware, he has no ability that stops him from the Flash running through him.
Oh yeah, he's got Australia. He's got the power of Australia.
I don't know if the power to fight kangaroos and spiders gives you the ability to not have the Flash run through you.
I reckon though, if like Captain Boomerang lent into like, you know, his Australianness and just started like releasing like armies of kangaroos, like in my head, like Captain Boomerang's the kind of guy where the Flash is like, okay, Captain Boomerang's escaped. Like, what's he doing? He's getting drunk and throwing beer cans at the kangaroos. Like, for fuck's sake!
It's already enough of a stereotype. You can't make it worse.
But that's the thing. I imagine like the Flash must deal with like the most basic of crimes, but like he's probably happy to do it, right? Because it helps.
I expect most of them probably just need to take their meds and go to therapy.
Which is what he talks about, like, with the trickster and stuff. But I just, like, in my head, like, he deals with, like, the most mundane of crimes. And he's happy to do that because, like, if they're committing, like, silly, like, themed capers, they're not putting people in danger.
I still remember, I think it's, like, the first season, and one of the first enemies, the Flash fights in the first season of the CW show. It's like, some guy's making some, like, twisters on the road, and he just has to twist in the opposite direction to the twisters or
Mr.
something.
Twisters, like, no. And ultimately, it's just fun, and I like that about the Flash. Like, I like that his villains are silly. I like that he's silly. I like that they acknowledge that. And I like that there is that, like, begrudging, like, respect and camaraderie between them.
It was a lot more fun to watch those early seasons than just watching Oliver Queen shoot another guy in the face for doing the exact same shit he does.
It's like Oliver Queen, like, shoots one person per episode for, like, 2 seasons straight, and then he's like, look, this city needs a hero. It's like, well, it's not on you then, is it? You shot one person per day for a year straight.
I think it is only the first season, but then he talks about how awful killing is over and over again in season 2. It's like, Ollie, I just watched you become a fucking serial killer.
Like, Oliver Queen, like, Zaz is taking notes on how many people you killed, mate. Right? You know, one day we'll talk about that crappy Arrow show as well. Because, like, that Arrow show was so bad and so poorly written, it ruined The Flash.
Yeah, and, like, I liked the first couple of seasons of both, but god damn it just goes down that, like, CW spiral to the point where I didn't even watch half of them.
They wanted, like, Oliver Queen to be Batman so much. And that Flash show would have been so fun if it was just, like, colourful villains of the week.
And I love the Green Arrow type that's like, oh, it's, you know, he's a billionaire beating up people who commit crime, but instead he's, like, got that kind of, like, Shakespearean-esque quality to him with, like, the silly goatee and mustache. And,
yeah, like, he styles himself as Robin Hood.
quippiness.
Even though, like, Robin Hood specifically stole from the rich and gave to the poor, and he's, like, the ultra-uber wealthy. Which is a bit, like, which I've always found weird that Oliver Queen styles himself on Robin Hood, despite being a billionaire.
But you can tell that this is American comic book writers writing the good guys as billionaires back in the day, whereas it was aspirational. It's not aged too well anymore.
It's like, he just worked really, really hard. He worked 400,000 times harder than all of his, like, people who work underneath him.
Fucking Jeff Bezos nowadays doing, like, the speed run to becoming Blofeld. It's like, dear God.
I do wonder if anyone like Oliver Queen's, like company, it's like, why have we invested so much money in, like, boxing arrow technology? And what's that about? Right? Do you think they just look at their R&D? Like, when Bruce Wayne orders, like, 50,000 batarangs as, like, to hide the fact he's Batman, it's like, there's nothing more suspicious than ordering 50,000 batarangs.
Is that maybe in Wayne Tech you might be able to get a couple of thousand under the radar, but when he's like, mass produce this shit, it's like, hang on, how is this making you less suspicious?
It will never stop being funny, the fact that no one realizes, like, that Bruce Wayne is Batman in, like, that Nolan verse, when he literally drives around in a tank he sold to the government. And, like, you even have that guy who comments on it, where he goes to Lucius Fox and he goes, did you not notice, like, the tank you designed driving around?
Don't tell me you didn't recognize your baby out there pancaking cop cars on the evening news.
Maybe many employees did, but they were all just smart enough to realize that if you say anything, then Batman might beat you up.
Also, yeah, and also that line as well of, like, Lucius Fox essentially telling someone, like, hey, our boss is a vigilante and he's committing, like, massive fucking fraud and embezzling billions of, like, company money to go beat up people and run over cop cars on the news. It's like, yeah, but what about if he comes to your house and beats you up? And they frame it as, like, the heroic thing for the billionaire to threaten the average working Joe who's trying to report massive tax fraud.
Now, you got the entire R&D department burning through cash, claiming it's related to cell phones for the army. What are you building for him now? Rocket ship?
Is it, oh no, Karl, he's not threatening him. He just says, wouldn't, like, that's a guy you don't want to blackmail. It's like, yeah, but think of the implication.
I said it's one you mentioned, it ages poorly. It ages poorly that the guy who's like, hey, our boss is a fucking billionaire tax cheat who runs people over in a tank you designed. That's probably bad for the company's bottom line.
And he's seen as, like, the fucking snitch that needs to be stopped.
It's like, how much tax did, like, Bruce Wayne not pay?
Because it's certainly got to be less than Jeff Bezos didn't pay.
Jizeroni. It's only going to be one blade. That's going to be great. Bring Mahershala Ali in and have him immediately killed by Wesley Snipes' blade. Faraway Lucas and lovely audience at home, same question. Who is your favourite member of the Fantastic Four?
God, it's got to be Malice at this point, right?
Well, it's got to be the skin of Malice in Marvel Rivals, right?
Of course, yeah.
It's a fairly well-known fact in nerdy circles, and if you're watching this video after clicking on it because of the thumbnail, you're in those circles. I'm sorry to be the one to let you know that in 1994, a studio released a movie starring the Fantastic Four for no other reason than to hold on to the rights.
Doom, it's clobbering time.
What is perhaps less well known about that movie, though, is that the actors who appeared in it spent a not inconsiderable amount of time, effort, and money trying to get it made, even though it was never going to see the light of day.
So what is the benefit of trying to get that shit show actually made if nothing else, it's going to be a blemish on their CV and on their portfolio, right?
I guess to put us all on the same page, for anyone out there who's wholly unfamiliar with what I'm talking about here. In 1994, they made a Fantastic Four movie just to hold on to the rights. And those rights at the time were held by a guy called, I have his name here, Bernd Eichinger. And he was a German-born filmmaker who just really liked the Fantastic Four. And he supposedly personally approached Stan Lee to be like, hey, I want to make a Fantastic Four movie. Can I make a Fantastic Four movie? And Stan Lee was more than happy to sign over the rights. And Eichinger got a laughably good deal if you consider how valuable Marvel's characters and properties are now. And Lucas, are you familiar with just that time where Fox were just not letting go of the X-Men?
You actually go outside in these things? What would you prefer? Yellow spandex?
Yeah, of course, and a lot of that came down to the fact that, yeah, at one point, Marvel Comics, because they weren't, the big, massive Marvel studios just yet, they were just Marvel Comics for the most part, and they had, some projects in terms of movies and TV shows, but they weren't the juggernaut they were. They were, in fact, going out of business and becoming bankrupt, so just started selling rights to characters left, right, and centre.
Yes, including the Fantastic Four. And in regards to Eichinger, he couldn't actually get the rights to the Fantastic Four right away, because when he went to buy the rights to the Fantastic Four from Stan Lee had to inform him, we've already sold the rights to Johnny Storm specifically. Not any, just Johnny Storm, to a guy from Universal who wants to make a Johnny Storm cartoon. That deal never went anywhere, and the rights referred back to Marvel. And Stan Lee, went and spoke to him. This Eichinger guy seems legit. He wants to make a Fantastic Four movie. Give him the rights. And something that's often lost in the source when discussing this is that Eichinger didn't get the rights to the Fantastic Four as characters. He got the rights to the Fantastic Four comic books, and that distinction was very important because it didn't mean that Eichinger had the exclusive worldwide rights to make movies about the Fantastic Four. He had the exclusive worldwide rights to make movies about anything that had ever been mentioned or introduced in a Fantastic Four comic book. So it effectively gave him complete access to all of Cosmic Marvel.
Yeah, because a lot of those things would have been introduced through Fantastic Four because Galactus was a Fantastic Four villain, and a lot of those stemmed from the Galactus side of things.
Yes, and Eichinger owned those rights free and clear, and under the terms of the deal he signed with Marvel, all he had to do is make a Fantastic Four movie every 7 years. And you might be thinking, well, I've never heard of this Eichinger dude, but I've heard of Fox, who had a similar deal with the X-Men and the Fantastic Four. Well, Fox bought the rights off of Eichinger, and when they did, they got the same deal because they bought his contract out from under him.
Yeah, and it is wild because, the MCU started with essentially the Goober Squad, the B or C team.
Yeah, and I've written an article for Today I Found Out. I'm not sure if it's been made into a video yet, but it's a really comprehensive overview of how Iron Man got to be made. And something that I found out while I was researching that fascinated me is that when Marvel were making the Iron Man movie, to get funding for it, they had to sell or leverage the rights to every other character they owned to get funding, because no company wanted to give them funding for a movie about Iron Man. And they basically like went and just to a bank and went, okay, as collateral, we're going to give you the fucking Avengers.
Is that everyone? What, you wanted more?
And I found that ironic, and the way I summed that up in the script that I wrote is, well, it's kind of fitting when you think about it, right? The Avengers bankrolled Iron Man in our world, because in their world, Iron Man bankrolls them.
Like, that's the thing. Avengers aren't the big Marvel team. X-Men are the big Marvel team, and Spider-Man is the big Marvel character, and the Fantastic Four are the first family of Marvel, and the only one they managed to get while still letting Universal make the movie was the Hulk. That was the only real big Marvel character that would be considered like an actual A-lister of Marvel at the time.
Yeah, and like I said, that script, and I was researching it, was fascinating, and there's so many like little details that I found out about that I had never heard before, and hopefully when that video gets made, people similarly find it interesting. Like, and in regards to today's video, the detail that I found amusing was, yeah, Marvel had to just leverage the fucking Avengers. And if that Iron Man movie would have failed, they'd have lost the Avengers to just a fucking bank, and we'd have had a bank that owned the Avengers.
We're not very far off at this point, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Like, Marvel's effectively a bank, right? But in regards to Eichinger, when he got the rights to the Fantastic Four, the story goes that like he tried, and he really did try, to make a good Fantastic Four movie. But when he pitched it to studios to get some funding, every single one of them told him to do one, because his ideas were just too outlandish and too ridiculously difficult to accomplish with the CGI and limited special effects of the day. For example, he wanted to put the Silver Surfer in the movie, and they're like, well, how the fuck are we going to realise a Silver Surfer with like 1990s technology? Like, this is like, keep in mind, when he was shopping this around, this is like pre-Jurassic Park.
The budget for Marvel superhero films wouldn't have been massive at the time.
Yeah,
either.
like the comparison you had at like the time he was shopping this around was like that Captain America movie, where Captain America's like primary superpower is pretending to have a stomachache.
Is it the film, or was it like a TV show or something where he had like a translucent plastic shield?
It might have been that film, because that's the film where they give him like the rubber ears on his helmet because they didn't give a fuck. Like, that's the level of like superhero media you were getting. And in comparison, Eichinger was like asking for the equivalent of $200 million. And a $200 million Marvel movie sounds reasonable today, but when like $200 million for a movie was completely unheard of. Especially for a superhero movie, every single studio told him to fuck off.
The Avengers, like, Infinity War Endgame duo of movies cost around $500 million to make.
Yeah, and like Eichinger wanted to spend the equivalent of like Endgame on a Fantastic Four movie, and just understandably, every studio he approached with that in mind balked at the idea. And the story goes that he was really annoyed about this because he liked the Fantastic Four. And he decided to look at his contracts, and he realised that nowhere in his contracts that he signed with Marvel did it say he had to make a good movie. Or even an expensive movie. He just had to make a movie.
Genetically transformed, they become the most powerful superheroes of all time.
Which would then obviously get him another 7 years to make an actual movie that he wanted to make, right?
And that was his plan. So what he did is he scrounged up $1 million and contacted B-movie auteur Roger Corman. And they started talking about, like, okay, how do we make this movie real cheap? Also, the rights run out on, like, I think January 1st, 1994. And he asked Roger Corman, okay, so should we start making the movie now? Or should we start making it, like, on the day the rights are about to expire? Like, what would you recommend? Because I'm worried that if we do it on the day the rights are about to expire, Marvel will know what I'm doing. And Roger Corman told him, like, who gives a shit? They're going to know anyway. So just do it now. So they just made the movie then.
So would that count? It was that a production had to be in the works by that point, not necessarily the movie being released.
Yes, and that's one of the things Roger Corman helped him with, supposedly, where Roger Corman, as a B-movie auteur who knew how to like beg, borrow, and steal his way to getting a movie made. Like he knew how to like fart that thing over the finish line.
But assuming I count the ones in which I'm co-producer or producing with somebody else, I think it's around 450 or a little more. We're shooting at the moment, and so it'll go up one more within a couple of weeks.
We don't even need to finish the movie. It just needs to be in production when we enter 1994. I can make a movie in a month. We do know like the rough terms of a deal that Eichinger signed with Marvel, because he'd brag about it all the time, because he was very proud of the fact that he managed to come up with this idea of, well, if I just fart out a crappy Fantastic Four movie, it's only going to cost $1 million, I get to hold on to the rights for 7 more years, and hopefully, when that 7 years is up, technology is progressed enough for me to be able to make the movie that I want. And if anyone's curious, like, well, did he ever get to make the movie he wanted? Like, Fox bought the rights, so surely he didn't, right? Well, no, he was an executive producer on Rise of the Silver Surfer.
Let's all go for a spin!
Oh, god damn it.
Well, obviously that movie fucking sucked, but he
Yeah.
did get to make his dream Fantastic Four movie. He got to make the movie he wanted. He's had to wait 20 years.
Got a say in that movie, right? Not necessarily made it himself.
And presumably that was part of the deal he struck with Fox, right? That if they ever used the rights that he had to make a movie, they had to give him a producer's credit at the very least and give him something like approaching like creative control on it. But yeah, he was an executive producer on Rise of a Silver Surfer.
And that the thing is, a lot of the time, executive producer can be something as simple as like, again, you signed a contract over to us, or you gave us X amount of money, and we'll just slap your name in there. You had nothing to do with it, really.
It was like Stan Lee was an executive producer on like every single Marvel movie, right? And that was
it's
largely
not as if he was
pay him.
sat in creative decisions on every single movie that he was executive producing. It's just he was one of the founders of Marvel, and I wonder whether Jack Kirby is like classified as executive producer on any of this shit.
I don't know, and it's like that's a whole other kettle of fish. But I think it is interesting that eventually he did get to make his Fantastic Four movie. They did get to put the Silver Surfer in it.
Help make it happen, right? Yeah.
But in regards to the 1994 Fantastic Four movie that cost $1 million, exactly whether or not it was ever meant to see the light of day is a contentious subject. Like, because Eichinger would change his story over the years, and Roger Corman would similarly like just flip-flop on whether or not it was ever supposed to see the light of day. One group of people, though, who absolutely were convinced that this movie was going to be released were the actors who appeared in it.
The Fantastic Four.
You're not gonna tell actors like, hey, we're farting this piece of shit out to not even put it out.
Yeah, like they didn't know, and they reportedly acted under the assumption that the movie would get made. And they, as mentioned in the intro, put a not insignificant amount of effort into helping get this thing made. For example, when production wrapped and they got ghosted by Eichinger and Corman, like they started doing promotion on their own.
But I guess, like, if you're convinced that this is going to be your big breakout role, you kind of would, right?
Yeah. So one of the things that they did is, like, they tracked down the costume designer and they asked them, do you have our costumes? Because he's like, yeah. Why? Can we have those? And they got those costumes and on their own, like, started doing publicity for the movie. And they went to, like, Comic-Con. They signed, like, posters. They mocked up a poster. They got, like, the editors on the film to throw together, like, a trailer that they could show at Comic-Con. They would, like, go to malls and stuff like that and sign things in costume. Like, hey, I'm Mr. Fantastic. This is Susan Storm. Here's the thing. Like, let us sign your movie. Do you want us to do promotion for it?
And that's seemingly kind of what the joke is in Arrested Development, right? Is that, you know, people are running around claiming to be the Fantastic Four and then getting copyright strikes sent to them and cease and desist and stuff because no, officially you are not. You can't be doing this.
That's presumably what that is a reference to. But we're not done, because in addition to doing that, they also managed to contact the editors who are working on the movie. And they asked them, well, have you been paid? No. Is the movie done? Also no. Okay, how much do you need? $20,000. Okay, so the actors scraped together like some amount of money to pay the editors to finish the movie on their own time. Those editors even went as far as like borrowing, quote unquote, some stock footage and footage from other movies they were working on, slotting it into that movie to create something workable. The person doing the music also on their own dime did the music for the film, because they were under the assumption that when it got finished they'd get royalties or something like that, and because the actors were just really, really passionate about getting the thing made.
Yeah, and as far as I'm aware, it never got an official release. It
got this close
for a little while.
This is where
it's
really frustrating, because it got this close. So after the actors had worked their arse off promoting it all off their own back, they managed to cobble together a work print. And they'd been doing publicity. Like I said, they'd been to Comic-Con, they had publicists, they were doing interviews with nerd interest magazines, they were signing things in costume as the characters. They cobbled together that work print and arranged to have a screening at a mall. And that was going to be the big reveal. It's going to be the premiere of the Fantastic Four movie. And depending on who you ask, it was either the week before, or in some versions the day of. They just got a cease and desist that just said no. It's not happening.
Which is fair, because they don't own it.
Well, that's the thing as well. Joe did own it at that point. Avi Arad.
Wait, is Avi Arad not a Sony?
So the story goes that Avi Arad, who was working at Marvel at the time, started hearing rumours that there were people out there claiming to be the Fantastic Four, because they were getting reached out to by trade publications of hey, are you making a Fantastic Four movie? No. Well, there's people we've talked to who say they're the Fantastic Four. They're going to show a movie with the Fantastic Four. Here's a picture of them in costume. They're signing it as your characters. Do you not know anything about this? And Avi Arad combed through the archives and realised, oh shit, we sold the rights to the Fantastic Four to this German dude. The rights were meant to revert to us. Oh, he made the movie? Oh god, he got Roger Corman? That guy? Oh god, $1 million? Oh fuck, who's it start? Fucking nobody, and who gives a shit? Oh, this is going to be terrible. So he called up Eichinger and was like, how much? He's like, what? How much to buy it off you? And if you're thinking here, buy the rights? No. Avi Arad wanted the film. So the rights still belong to Eichinger at this point. Avi Arad just wanted the rights to the film. And Eichinger just said, $2 million.
Let's just make a profit off of this piece of shit, right?
Double the profit, right?
Yeah.
You know what? Not many movies can double their profit before they've even been released, right? So just Avi Arad went, yep, $2 million, perfect, I'll give you that. Eichinger literally doubled his money, held on to the rights for another 7 years, eventually sold it to Fox and made his fortune that way. And Avi Arad just sent that cease and desist to the poor actors who spent about 6 months trying to get this thing made, telling them that it didn't belong to them anymore. It belonged to him.
And Bert came to me just before with a check and said, here's the check, I'm buying the picture.
Yeah, because for the longest time, people always said there was this legendary footage that was shown off at a Comic-Con or whatever, and that was the only piece of footage that was ever existent to the public.
Yeah, and obviously I've been putting clips in throughout this entire video, so it obviously exists, and the quality...
Have you?
Yeah, because it exists. You can go watch it right now.
You can't.
It's on YouTube. Avi Arad...
Oh, no, it's not.
Is it not? You couldn't find it?
No, it's not anymore, because the Fantastic Four trailer came out for the new movie, and about the same day, oh yeah, that shit got taken the fuck down.
Okay, in which case then, I will acquire a copy of it from somewhere online. I'll be putting clips in.
Hang on, Victor.
Honestly, I presume it's still on the Internet Archive.
If it's on the internet, it's not. You're not fucking deleting off the internet, right? It's there.
Yeah.
It exists. Someone got a copy. The quality of that copy is not great, but one of the ironies, I guess, of this whole thing is that even though that movie was made for $1 million and no one gave a shit, it held the highest rating for a Fantastic Four movie. And still presumably does until the release of that new Fantastic Four movie, and hopefully that'll be better. But yeah, Like that first Fantastic Four movie, like Jessica Alba and Chris Evans and Michael Chiklis, that and The Rise of the Silver Surfer both had a lower rating than the 1994 version.
I think for $1 million, it's a pretty good film. I think people think of it affectionately.
After 22 years, people are still talking about this movie, and I doubt seriously in 22 years from now they'll be talking about the other Fantastic Four movies.
And you could goddamn bet your ass that Fan Four Stick did.
In fact, yeah, Fan Four Stick also fucking sucked ass. And it's a shame as well because the actors, they tried and they didn't have a lot to work with, but there was some stories from behind the scenes. So I did an article about this today. I found out, and a detail that I just found like, okay, they tried. They didn't have a lot to do, but they tried. Like for example, like the actor who played the Thing. There was 2 actors playing the Thing. Like one guy who played him in the costume, one guy who played him before he transformed. Those 2 actors like spent like several weeks just learning how to walk like each other. So that when the Thing became the Thing, the guy would still be acting and talking like he did in his human form, but just as a giant rock monster. I appreciate that he did that. Like, for example, the costumes as well. The costume designer made not great costumes, but they looked fairly close to what they do in the, like, you know, the original, like, comic books. They look pretty decent.
They were very clearly cheaply made because it was a cheap movie, but it was still, like, semi-comic book accurate.
Yeah, not to mention, like, the guy playing Mr. Fantastic looks like the actors look like the characters. They look pretty decent. The effects are terrible. Well, they fucking tried. They had $1 million to make it. And for that reason,
it's clearly a movie where some people gave a shit and they stayed relatively true to the characters and the source material, but yet they were just making it on a shoestring budget without really maybe never intending to release it.
My name is Doom.
Like I said, they tried real hard because for those actors, they were thinking it's going to be their big break, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you do feel for the actors because imagine, like, you know, you fast forward like 3 or 4 years after that movie got shit canned, and you got like Spider-Man came out, right? And Spider-Man does fucking gangbusters, and you look, they must have looked at that and been like, that could have been us.
It was a different Marvel. It was before the ascension of these wonderful leaders who have valued, who have determined value for their intellectual property.
X-Men was what, 5 years after, like 99? So yeah, I think X-Men was the first one to come out that popped off, but that was literally within like 5 years.
I think Blade first. I think Blade came out first.
Oh shit! Yeah,
Blade was 98.
Blade did. Yeah.
That was like 4 years later. And they must have like looked. If I was, I'd be pissed off as all hell, right? If like you look at something like Blade, which was made for like, you know, $20-30 million more. Marvel actually gave a shit. They gave it its blessing, and you know, kickstarted an entire franchise, and they got jack shit.
God, like I'm still frustrated. Of like, how is it that we're living in a modern day where MCU keeps just putting out like multiple projects a year and they can't figure out a Blade?
Do you know what like I love about Blade? So again, I researched this for today. I found out ages, and I never found a way to slot it into the article, but it cracked me the fuck up. Do you know, in an early cut of one of the Blade movies, they had like an MCU style post credit scene with Morbius. They were gonna
like,
name drop
Morbius or anything, just like
not Jared Leto Morbius, but they name drop Morbius as a potential villain for a follow up film,
which is great, right? Morbius is like a half vampire.
Yeah, he'd been a great villain. It was just the fact Morbius was potentially going to be one of those movies.
Then you're back on the clock.
Next, Blade whips ass. Blade's great.
Never forget, just 90s Spider-Man Morbius with little hand suckers because he couldn't suck blood out of people, like for age rating's sake.
Like Blade whipped all kinds of ass. Like you said, I don't know how the MCU keep messing it up. If like get Mahershala Ali in a trench coat and have me fucking just backflip kick vampires for 90 minutes, done.
Out of all Marvel movies, it can't be that hard to make Blade good. It's just get the dude I say just backflipping around and shooting vampires and shit.
They literally filmed Blade 3 when Wesley Snipes wasn't there. They filmed Blade without Blade. Because like Wesley Snipes hated like the director of Blade 3 and just would not turn up when he would be in his trailer getting high. And they just filmed like 70% of that movie with Wesley Snipes reaction shots. And they still managed to make a competent Blade movie without Blade.
Freeze! Motherfucker, are you out of your damn mind?
I think that is one of the earliest kind of people on set to be like, yeah, I fucking hate Ryan Reynolds, right?
It's like him and Ryan Reynolds really didn't get on. It was a great part of the like making of Deadpool Wolverine, where they interview like Wesley Snipes, and he goes, "Yeah, me and Ryan didn't get on making that fucking Blade movie."
I wonder how much they interacted with each other nowadays with Deadpool and Blade. I wonder whether they just like shot them in separate scenes for the most part.
I think what they did is they probably called up Wesley Snipes, went, "Wesley, do you want $12 million? Like, I'll have $12 million, thank you."
I received a message from Ryan, and he said, "Give me a call." I thought it was kind of odd. I said, what could this guy be calling me for?
Yeah. How much money is enough money for you to not give a shit about Ryan Reynolds being on the same set?
It's like, Wesley Snipes, have you finished paying off all your tax bills yet? It's like, no, I haven't. Easy money, baby. Let's get him in. I will give him props, though, because when he's like in the interview, he's still shit-talking the movie, even though he's in it. Because he like looks at the costume, and he's like, the costume that I wore back in the 90s, shit, I drip. This shit sucks.
This costume is a little different from the one we had before. It's less shiny. Yeah, it's less sparkly. I don't have the same drip that I had in the other ones.
Blade had drip in the 90s. He ain't got it no more. It's like, he did.
To be fair, he is right on that one. Like, that was a generic-ass Blade outfit.
It's like, it's not even shiny.
No.
It's not even shiny. What are you doing? He doesn't, like, fucking do a single backflip. What's going on?
But he does say there's only one blade. I do appreciate that.
It's one of the funniest lines, right? Of like, there's only ever going to be one blade. It's like, you're right. There only ever is going to be one.
There might be.
What's your favourite cameo in that? And why is it when they just say Ben Affleck died and no one gives a fuck? Is that the best bit,
just
right?
Jennifer Garner being like, you know what? I don't give a shit about Ben Affleck anymore.
It's like, yeah, Ben Affleck, Daredevil died. And it's like, who gives a fuck?
Oh, God. Like, obviously, my favourite cameo was Laura Kinney coming back, but it was great just seeing Jennifer Garner come in like, yeah, absolutely fuck Ben Affleck.
A lot less skin. Elektra always had a lot more midriff showing, which we wouldn't need that now. That's not necessary. Elektra's had 3 kids.
So one actor that I want to shout out from like Deadpool Wolverine is Emma Corrin. I love their performance as Cassandra Nova because just they played that role so well. And I love that they perfectly blended like the James McAvoy and Patrick Stewart performances.
A Wolverine! I wondered when I'd get one of you.
And also just the creepy long fingers that they kept putting in people's heads.
Oh, it's so good. It's like any other like there were moments in that film, because like you said, like Daphne Keane came back and it's like, yeah, little baby Wolverine. Did you forget how good her performance was in Logan? She was like 8, right?
She was young. I can't remember whether she was like maybe like 10 or something. But the fact that she gave an incredible performance in 2 languages, because there's that moment where she just like cusses them the fuck out.
It's my favourite part of Logan, because that's the moment Logan realises that it's his daughter, right? Where he looks, when she's yelling at him, he just sees like the mini feral animal. It's like, fuck, it is her, damn it! It's like, there's no denying that that's his kid when she starts screaming in Spanish, like, fuck.
And I am not taking you. Don't fucking hit me! Don't hit me!
Jonah, Gideon, Rebecca, Delilah, Victor,
Stop saying those names.
Oh, god damn. But yeah, just like Daphne Keane, I should say, with playing Laura Kinney is like maybe my favourite part of that movie. And just the fact that, like, gone from, I should say, like, feral child X-23 to just disappointed daughter, or like, you know, it's a weird relationship, right? Because they're more like a clone than a daughter, but essentially daughter. And it's just like, oh man, you would have been there. Why weren't you there?
You can talk? You can talk.
well, speaking of like behind the scenes stuff and Wesley Snipes doing like Blade Has No Drip, there's a fantastic like behind the scenes thing from the making of Logan, where they gave Daphne Keane her Wolverine claws. And she was really excited to get her little baby Wolverine claws. It was like a great...
I would be.
Yeah, there's like a great behind-the-scenes bit where they give her like the special shoes that give her Wolverine claws. And she's just there like, yay! I get to murder people! It was like a really great like photo she took with Hugh Jackman where she's wearing his giant claws.
Oh, that's really cute.
It's so good. Like, that's the fight, like their like acting against each other is so great, and I love that they do the classic superhero thing, like when she runs and jumps off his back, right? During the fight.
Honestly, not only one of like the child performances that didn't completely take me out of the movie, but one that I actually enjoyed and appreciated. Obviously, a lot of the time, she just sat there silently angry at people.
But she just mean-mucking people like left, right, and centre. Well, it's like one of the best parts of the film.
Trying to eat a cereal and someone tries to come in and kill her and she's like, you fucked up, man.
Yeah, it's like when she's just stealing stuff. It's like she walks into the gas station. It's like, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to take that. It's like, well, how about I whip out my 100% off coupon? Just shoo.
Come on, that's enough. These two.
It's great, right?
Just no, you're not allowed to just murder people that don't want you to steal.
It's like, you do. It's like, shit, I do that. I am the Wolverine.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm looking forward to just seeing like all those actors and more come back for Doomsday. Because I guess we've got a reference to the fact like, yeah, here's just like the cast list for Doomsday and he's fucking everybody, right?
It's just, you remember that guy that recorded Shang-Chi fighting on his phone on the bus?
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, he's in it. Fuck it.
Why not? Put him in it.
The Spider-Man do a flip dude. Yeah, he's there. It is wild just how many things they were pulling out their ass for that one of like, get excited. We spent $1 billion on the casting budget for this one.
Yeah. Get everyone's backs. I bet as well, like the more Marvel movies they make and the more people they bring back in, 'cause one of the things that's like, as much as people want to criticize it, when you watch those behind the scenes featurettes, and you can say, well, that's like, no, Marvel is like recording those. They're not going to have people saying bad things. You look at the like just the candid footage though, and everyone's having fun because of course they are. They get to dress like a superhero and get paid $1 million to do fuck all.
Yeah, exactly. And how much would you pop off if the 94 Fantastic Four appeared?
They might. They fucking might at this rate, right? They give. Joe, what? I think they should bring them back. Like when like the Flash movie has that like super cringy moment where they put like a CGI like George Reeves in black and white, using AI to like expand the frame, and everyone's like, well, you could have just dug up his skeleton and beat it with like a shovel, and it would have been less offensive.
And they like AI generated Nicolas Cage fighting like a spider or something as Superman.
As I said, like digging up the actor's corpse and beating their skeleton a little bit would have been less offensive to their memory. I think, fuck it, just get those actors who played the Fantastic Four and bring them back in for a cameo. They probably have a lot of fun doing it. I think to like, it was a great interview. It's like Hugh Jackman and Ian McKellen were on like the Graham Norton show. And like you see like Ian McKellen like when they're talking to Hugh Jackman about Wolverine, and Ian McKellen's like, can you make another one? I want to be in it. Because he just wants to hang out with Hugh Jackman. He's like, you know what? Yeah, make another one. Fuck it.
Oh, I'm not sure what I'd pop off harder for. Like Wesley Snipes appearing in Deadpool, or just watching David Cross in the fake The Thing skin come in from Arrested Development.
Okay, so
is there a little girl here all by herself? And perhaps it was this that would finally get him to admit that he sometimes did speak in a misleading way. Daddy needs to get his rocks off.
In that vein, Lucas, what would be the most out-of-pocket character they could put in to Doomsday? Because I think it might be the Fantastic Four from this movie.
Yeah, I think the 94 Fantastic Four might be the furthest pull that they can get, right?
Unless they, like, somehow track down one of the people from, like, that Captain America movie from, like, the 80s. I'm not even sure if that dude's still alive. I'll double-check. Maybe he is. Maybe he's still knocking about.
They've already brought... they did the classic of they brought Lou Ferrigno back in for like the Incredible Hulk, right?
He always comes back in and like I think they usually layer his voice lines onto the Hulk's, right? He always gets his reference.
I was really wanting to make sure that I kept the character of Dr. Banner in Hulk, to some extent, as well as Lou Ferrigno, who seemed to have a real knack for just who this character was. And I also just was really honored to be able to use those.
Maybe those weird. Oh no, actually, no. Japanese Spider-Man.
Oh, who the fuck was Japanese? Who cares? Bring him back.
Put Japanese Spider-Man in it.
And his robot. Japanese Spider-Man and his robot. Let's fucking go. That'll be a give his machine gun. When Japanese Spider-Man with his machine gun in his net.
Oh, I can't even remember what the mecha's called that he brings in. Leopardon, yeah. Like, if we got Leopardon come in to try and tackle Doctor Doom out of frame, just goddamn
That'd be great. Like, you know what, Japanese Spider-Man would be a shout. I'd also like there's a couple of the Netflix shows. I don't want to see the actors in, but just if they got back like Kristen Ritter as Jessica Jones, just because.
You know what? It would be fantastic to see, like, we all spawn in on Battleworld, and immediately Doctor Doom goes, I'm not fucking around and murders Finn Jones, second one.
No, do you know what I want it to be? Do you remember like Mortal Kombat Apocalypse, where it's everybody who's been in Mortal Kombat up to that point? And like the opening cutscene is 50% of like Mortal Kombat's roster dies. Like straight away, I think it's second one, Stryker just cold cocks Melina and kills her instantly. Do that with like the jobbers from like those Netflix shows, like Finn Jones gets just instantly fucking murked by like Shang-Chi or something.
Well, it should just be 50 variations, like 50 variants of Finn Jones as Iron Fist. Just all of them come in and like, oh, I've brought in every single Finn Jones Iron Fist from every multiverse in existence. They're all dead. We're never getting, like, he'll confirm him.
Or do it like, have you seen like the pitch someone has had for the like Helldivers movie? You need to get the Helldivers movie, all the Helldivers played by the biggest name actors you can find. And just every 5 minutes kill one of them off and have them replaced by another actor and never mention it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Do it like that. Like have Finn Jones walk into frame, get immediately fucking killed by another Iron Fist. And the other Iron Fist takes his mask off and it's another Finn Jones.
Like, it's Expendables, but when you replace one Helldiver with another, you have to act as if they're the exact same Helldiver.
Yeah.
But it's a brand new, as I say, quote-unquote expendable style action movie star.
Oh, what you do is you bring in Ben Affleck as Daredevil. It turns out he wasn't dead. Bring him back.
I wonder whether Ben Affleck could be more down to play Daredevil or Batman again.
He'd be 100% down to play Daredevil again.
The paycheck could be bigger, right?
Yeah, bring him in. If you told him Matt Damon will be in it, he'll definitely turn up. Like, give Matt Damon his cameo as like the one member of Asgard who just like plays Loki, right?
Yeah.
bring those like dipshits in. Who cares? Hella. Oh man, bring Kate Blanchett in. Just put her in the outfit again. Don't even make her act. Put her in the outfit again, please.
They'll get AI to just take footage from.
Well, I think Marvel won't do that because they can actually afford to get the actors in, and also the actors want to be in those movies.
Oh yeah.
Right, so yeah, folks at home, let's hear your like most like out of pocket pulls for like Doomsday, because clearly that cast list is not the full cast list, right? It's not going to be everybody.
Yeah, the fact that that's the day one, no spoilers version of the cast list. And it's already 50 people long.
Nick Cage might turn up. Lucas, what do you do? Right? Can you imagine if you're watching a scene and you just hear from offside of like, you can't live in fear. And you just see Nick Cage like swagger in from like stage right as the
just
Ghost Rider.
Just pissing fire everywhere.
As the Ghost Rider.
Oh, never forget he did that. There's a scene in one of those Ghost Riders movies where he takes a piss everywhere as Ghost Rider and just expurts flames.
The only cool thing about that second Ghost Rider movie is when they establish that anything Ghost Rider drives instantly becomes like his mount. And they have him go, well, what does that mean? It's like, well, he gets in a truck. Okay, now your truck becomes like a flaming cool truck. That's awesome. And then he gets on like the fucking like land excavator. It just turns out like the hell machine.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, giving that, have Nick Cage turn up flying the SHIELD helicarrier.
No, have him turn up, just Combine Harvester.
No, have him turn up on that little scooter that, like, Matt Ruffalo rides. Have him, like, ride the Marvel equivalent of Scooty Puff Jr. and rock up. I say we could have that, Lucas. We could, in a couple of years' time, we could be sat here, still making Fact Fiend videos, talking about how hype was it when Nicolas Cage turned up and killed Finn Jones.
How hype was it that Idris Elba came back and he wasn't Heimdall? He was the guy from Ghost Rider 2 that, like, tried to exercise Ghost Rider.
I forgot he was in that. Because there's like 4 actors in Hollywood, right? Oh, fucking hell. Get Anthony Hopkins back in, who gives a shit. Do it, I don't care. Bring them all in. I would like to see all the old actors, like, fucking, just get some skeletons in there. Like, get someone who died and put them in.
Oh, we could finally get Marvel's unkillable mutant back from the dead.
Oh, yeah, bring the guy who plays Darwin back and kill him again.
Kill
him again. Like, they've got to do that, right? Bring him back and have it turn out that he was there all along and he never died.
Oh no, just have it be that the first person Doctor Doom kills is the kind of contact. Just once again kill off Marvel's unkillable mutant instantly.
Yeah, one of Fact Fiend's most popular videos, because it does fucking suck for that dude, right? It's like, just the way it's summed up that always makes me laugh is like, okay, Darwin, who are you? Well, my power is adapting to survive. It's like, well, your power's hard to explain and you're black, so good luck. And it's like, that's how the conversation went for the actor, right? And you feel so bad for him. Because that's what they said, right? It's like, your power's difficult to explain.
It's like, that's not a cool thing to show on screen, right? Just, I'm sorry, it's way easier to just make someone look cool by fucking have them scream at the ocean and fly. I'm sorry, you need to die, Seymour. Just don't put him in. What's your one power? Oh, I'm unkillable. Die second one. Great.
It's like all those X-Men as well. Do you think we're going to get, like, is Halle Berry confirmed? I didn't look.
As Catwoman, though.
From DC.
Yeah.
Oh, she could do it. Why not? Fuck it, bring her in as Catwoman. She don't give a shit. It'd be great. So I think we could potentially like alternate versions of characters. Like, give me like the Halle Berry with the bad African accent.
Oh,
give me
God.
it. I need bad African accent Halle Berry back.
Bring Age of Ultron Scarlet Witch back in and just have Elizabeth Olsen be like, why the fuck are you talking like that?
Or bring both Quicksilvers.
No, they did.
Yeah.
But then they faked us out.
It was both Quicksilvers. You could do it. There's gonna be so many, Luke. It's gonna be hilarious. Like, there's just like, I know it's gonna be like when I watched Deadpool Wolverine for the first time, and I fucking just burst out laughing. The moment Blade turned up, it's the only time I clapped. Just because I was showing you laughing, like, okay, you got me. I did not expect that. Mm-hmm. When fucking Gambit rocks, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? That dipshit.
And then they lean into him being so shit as well.
Do you know what gets me though? Speaking of like behind the scenes like conversations, like you feel so bad for like Channing Tatum if you go watch that making of, because he talks about how me and Ryan Reynolds, we're good friends. Actually, we got to know each other while he was promoting Blade 3. Because I was there promoting the Gambit movie, because that's how long it was in pre-production.
Yeah, like, he had that movie deal signed off for, like, 20 years or some shit.
He met Ryan Reynolds like, when Ryan Reynolds was advertising Blade fucking 3. That's how long it was in production, hell. And he wanted to do it the entire time.
Because he's just a fan of the character,
he just likes Gambit.
as we all should be. And, yeah, I love the fact as well that they all come in and like, yeah, my universe got destroyed this way, my universe got destroyed that way. And Gambit's like, I think I was just born in the void. Yeah,
I don't think my universe ever existed.
It's such a good joke.
So I don't remember anything. It's like, there's only one Blade. There's only ever going to be one Blade. That's going to be great. Bring Mahershala Ali in and have him immediately killed by Wesley Snipes' Blade. That's the only role he has. To fucking do it. It's great. Right. See everyone next time.